What's up, everyone? I'm 26 years old and I make amateur documentaries. And yeah, this whole JFK assassination happened long before I was born, decades. But when I stood here right in Dealey Plaza, being from Dallas, I knew this story wasn't over. We've all heard the basics. Oswald, lone gunman, end of story. But if you spend more than 5 minutes looking into it, you start asking questions, like, why was Oswald silenced on live TV? Why were the files hidden for decades? And who is James Files, the guy who actually says he pulled the trigger on the grassy knoll? Trump declassified the files, RFK Jr. says we've been lied to, and Oliver Stone's still out here bringing the receipts. So I decided, screw it, let's make a film that actually goes into it all. No media filter, no sugarcoating, just real evidence and real names. This isn't some crazy conspiracy theory, and this isn't some boring history documentary. This is the real-life crime story that changed the world. So let's solve Kennedy.
As a first step toward restoring transparency and accountability to government, we will also reverse the overclassification of government documents, and in the coming days, we are going to make public remaining records relating to the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy, his brother Robert Kennedy, as well as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and other topics of great public interest. It's all going to be released, Uncle Sam.
Solving Kennedy. For over 60 years, they said it was a mystery. A lone gunman, a magic bullet, a neatly packaged lie, sealed with a state funeral. But time is a weapon. And in 2025, the truth began to surface. President Donald J. Trump cracked open the final vault. RFK Jr. publicly bashed the CIA.
The Warren Commission was run by Allen Dulles, who was the head of the CIA, who my uncle fired. Congress found that, it was a plot. It was a conspiracy. There were multiple people involved.
RFK Jr. adding there is overwhelming evidence that the CIA was involved in his murder. I think it's beyond a reasonable doubt at this point.
And Oliver Stone returned to Capitol Hill, armed not with a script, but with evidence.
Nothing of importance has been revealed by the CIA in all these years, although we know from other records that there's a illegal criminal activities in every facet of our foreign policy in practically every country on earth. Mr. Eugenio and I saw a film of a potential Oswald watching the motorcade go by, which means that he was downstairs at the time of the shooting, and that would be very interesting to see. We couldn't say for sure that was Oswald, but it's a man who looks like him. So I think it would be a very good idea for the task force to subpoena NBC, which has the original film.
Yes, they supposedly have the original. Yeah.
They have the original film. They've refused it twice to be shown.
Yes.
And if this task force could easily get that, and the American public should have a right to judge for itself who was standing there.
Over 60 years ago, there were no cameras on every corner, no whistleblowers with an internet connection, no global platform for ordinary citizens to challenge the final story. But now we have YouTube, and for the first time, we're not just watching history, we're investigating it. This isn't just a film, this is a reckoning. Fueled by declassified CIA memos, leaked audio from LBJ's White House, and the only living man to ever claim responsibility, James E. Files. This is not a theory, this is the confession. This is the cover-up, the crime, the machine behind the myth. This is how we solve Kennedy. Part 1, Origin of a Shooter. They say assassins are made, not born. And in the case of James Files, they were right. Before the assassination, before the grassy knoll, before the bite-marked casing left in the dirt, there was Camp Hero. James Earl Files was not raised in a classroom, he was raised in their program. By the early 1950s, whispers of a covert youth program, a super soldier initiative, had begun. Tucked beneath the surface of Camp Hero, it trained children with no formal education, only obedience. A supposed 123 super soldier bred boys born during the turbulent times of the early 1940s. Camp Hero, an abandoned military installation in Montauk, Long Island, had hidden tunnels, psychological conditioning, and weapons training for children. Today, it's the stuff of conspiracy legends, the foundation for Montauk Project theories, linked to MK Ultra, time travel experiments, mind control, and even the television show Stranger Things. But for Files, it wasn't fiction.
You talked about our government looking to breed the perfect soldier. There's 123 boys they put in the Navy birthing program.
Right. Mobile, Alabama.
And did they inseminate your mother? Or
Yeah, they inseminated her, yeah.
And we don't know who the father is.
No. They put them in a milkshake. They put a bunch of DNA in the milkshake and the test tube and shook it up and...
Okay, was it your mother's egg or was it a different egg?
That's what I want to know, too.
I don't know.
Okay.
My mother's dead.
So you're saying in what year were you born, sir?
42.
42.
January.
41.
So it wasn't just the Germans that were interested in a superior race. America was trying to...
We was down on the Germans for trying to create the perfect Nazi soldier. And the United States was doing the same thing the Germans was doing.
So how does this is the book. I have it on a Kindle. But how did you come to know there was 123 men like you?
Well, when I got to class, there's 123 of us were enrolled at Camp Hero there in the one class.
Okay. So you never...
It was graduated.
Some of the people that question your story,
yeah.
One of the things they say is that the man's 17, what's he doing to allow us? That's a special forces. And yeah, because you've been being trained to be a warrior.
Since he was 8 years old. His mom started putting him on the Greyhound bus from Melrose Park all the way over to Long Island. And he would go by himself and be there for months on end.
This was during World War II when Camp Hero became a top-secret military base. German U-boats threatened the East Coast, and Montauk was considered a likely invasion point.
Part of what they call the East Coast Defense Shield, basically keeping an eye on things and making sure that there were no surprises. Two huge batteries, they're about 600 feet long, and each of those two batteries contain 2 cannons.
And yes, it's true, there are several tunnels underneath Camp Hero. Their purpose was to connect the batteries to each other.
So in the event there was any kind of an attack going on, they could communicate and go between these installations safely underground. They did fire the guns off now and then just for practice. The shock waves went all the way back to town, which is about 6 miles. There's some reports that say windows cracked.
Along with the hidden cannons, the U.S. military had another trick up their sleeve.
We're now in what is called downtown Camp Hero. It's a cluster of buildings that during World War II were disguised to look like a New England fishing village from the air. So if enemy aircraft were to come over, the guns would come up and they would just blast them right out of the sky.
When World War II ended, Camp Hero continued to be a strategic military location.
And that's Camp Hero. That's where you were trained as a young man.
8 years old, knew how to kill.
Training at 8.
And that's where you started to learn about everything from explosives, ballistics. There's, I'm sure, a lot of physical.
By the time I was 10 years old, I could throw a knife 30 to 40 feet and hit a target of a man in the kill zone every time.
And then
10.
And then when did they introduce like guns and whatnot to you?
Well, I learned the guns at the same time as learning to throw a knife.
Yeah. And to your knowledge, you're the only 123 boys still alive.
14 of us graduated.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Now of the 14, I'm the only one that's alive that I know of.
Okay. And so they basically washed out and they went back to normal civilian life.
No, we don't know where they went. They just disappeared.
They disappeared. Okay.
They disappeared. I think they was used at the Brookhaven laboratories.
They said it was training, but it was programming. James Files didn't become an assassin in Dallas. He was built for it his entire life. First at Camp Hero, then parachuting with the 82nd Airborne, then running guns and black ops across Southeast Asia. For 28 years, Files served as a covert asset, working in the shadow world between organized crime and government-sanctioned hits. He answered to no flag, only orders. And one day, those orders came from Chicago. By age 17, he was jumping in the 82nd Airborne Division, and by 21, he was an asset.
I changed my name for a particular reason because I had been working with a radical Cuban group, and, excuse me, what we wanted to do at that time was to protect my identity so they wouldn't know who I really was when I got married because of my family life. I didn't want anyone to retaliate on the things that we were doing. And so I took on a different identity that was authorized to me through a government agency.
Were you ever in the armed services?
I was in the 82nd Airborne. I went in 1959, state of entry, January. And in July 10th of 1959, I believe it was July 10th, we shipped out to Laos. I was 82nd Airborne.
What were some of your duties?
My duties at that time, we were working a special operations group to work with the Laotian Army in Laos at that time. And I was there strictly as an advisor on training with small automatic weapons, setting detonators, explosives, mechanical ambushes. And there was just a handful of Americans there working with the Laotian militia at that time.
How long did you serve there?
I was there through approximately 14 months. I was in Laos before I came home.
You mentioned to me one time that you were in jeopardy of being court-martialed. Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
I really don't wish to elaborate on that part of the court-martial. It had to do in the field, but not of cowardice. It was something that I did that the whole face of the Laotian Army.
No problem. Could you tell me about how you first became involved in organized crime activities?
Well, I first became, it's a strange way to start out, but I was racing stock cars and driving at a local track, and Mr. Nicoletti had taken the shine to my driving, and he'd watched me on several occasions, and he had asked me once if I would like to drive for him one evening, and I took him out and test drove his car that we just picked up, a brand new Ford, and he was pretty well pleased with my driving, and from then on I became more like an assigned driver to him, and I did several drivings for him on different jobs that he did. An up-and-coming figure with organized crime, and he was known as one of the local hitmen. And as far as I'm concerned, he was the best there ever was, as far as I'm concerned.
What mafia family did he work for?
He was out of the Chicago family.
Who would have been the boss of the Chicago family?
At that time, Tony Accardo.
That's before Giancana or after Giancana?
Tony Accardo headed it up, and then Giancana came after that. Giancana at that time was one of the underlings. I guess you might say he was one of the top lieutenants at that point. Things were handed out in different branches in organized crimes, such as someone might handle the liquor license, someone would handle the loan sharking and the booking, and someone else would handle contracts for murder for hire, anything like that.
Files ran with the worst of them all: Chicago outfit hitters, CIA case officers, and Black Ops ghosts. This wasn't fantasy, this was infrastructure.
The first time that I knew about anything being planned on Kennedy, I'd heard a lot of rumors that nobody liked Kennedy, they wanted to kill Kennedy, they wanted to assassinate him, they wanted to do everything to the man.
Were you kind of upset with him yourself over the Bay of
Pigs? Oh, I was upset with him over the Bay of Pigs, but I never paid any attention to any of this at first because, you know, everybody talks. Somebody gets mad at somebody right away, and I'm going to take this guy out, I'm going to take that person out, woo, 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 you know, a lot of barking, junkyard dogs barking, you know. But I was sitting in the Harlow Grill that evening playing the pinball machine, not the flipper kind, the kind with numbers where you gamble on and you put about $10 in to play a game. And Charles Nicoletti walked in, a man that I did a lot of work with, a man that I respected. And he walked in the back room where I was at, says, "Jimmy, let's go." I said, "I'll be with you in a minute." He reached over and tilted the machine and said, "Let's go now." My reply was, "Yes, sir, Mr. Nicoletti." I knew he wasn't in no mood to wait and hang around. He said, "I want to talk to you." I went out, I got in this car, and we went for a ride. And we made it a basic habit not to sit around restaurants, talk, reels, discuss anything like that, because when other people hearing. And we went for a ride, and he told me, he says, "We're going to do a friend of yours." And I said, "Jesus, what the hell did he do now?" But I thought this was referring to one of my friends in town there. He had been robbing the pinball machines and the cigarette machines, and he had a $1,000 a day heroin habit. And he was an all-out-and-out junkie, and, you know, they'd beat him up several times and everything else and threatened him, but so far they'd never went as far as to kill him. Chuck laughed at me, and he says, "No," he says, "not him." He says, "I'm talking about President Kennedy, JFK." And I looked at him and I said, "What?" He says, "JFK." He says, "Your buddy." I said, "Well, he just busting, you know, giving me a hard time when he knew JFK. He knew how much I disliked the man." As I looked at him and I laughed. I said, "Okay, fine with me. You get in arguments there." And at this point, I still kind of thought, you know, he was just joking with me. But then he got real serious about it. So then we started talking, and he told me, he says, "What I'm going to want you to do," he says, "I'm going to look around." He says, "We'll search the area around the town here." He says, "You know everything pretty good." He says, "And see where we're going to do it at, what kind of weapons we're going to need, and other things like that, he says. And he mentioned, he said he was going to bring Johnny Roselli in on it. Fine with me, and I don't care who we work with. You know, I like Johnny. I had no problems with him. And originally we'd planned to do it in the Chicago area, but certain people didn't like that idea. So then we put it off, and this is like 6 months before the assassination ever really took place.
But you were not supposed to be a shooter?
Oh, no, never. I was not a shooter. I was, let's put it this way. I would like, you know, the gopher. I'd go for this, go for that, pick this up, pick that up, run around, drive him around. When Chuck went somewhere, I was always with him. And
did you ever get wind that the Secret Service might have found out about the plot in Chicago?
No, I didn't get no wind on that at all, no drift. I just knew that certain people high up in organized crime, they wasn't too happy about the idea of having something like that happen to that magnitude in their backyard.
Gotcha.
Because they figured Bobby would really be down there, you know. They already had their own little private wars going. And so we decided, well, we'll take it moving. So I had no idea it was going to Texas at that point. This come to me down the road.
About when was that?
Well, that day, I'm going to say probably, 2.5, 3 months maybe before I ever made the trip to Texas that they were talking about it. Because they didn't know where he was going to go. They were looking for an area to go.
Chicago was the chosen kill zone. The freeway, the angle, the exit, all ready. But then, the call came down from the top. Tony Accardo, the outfit's boss of bosses, shut it all down with 5 words. Not in our backyard. No names, no slips, and FBI bugs were everywhere, even there. So they spoke in code and left with clarity. Files was ready. He'd been training since he was 8. Nicoletti, he still needed practice. But as time passed, there was no word from Sam. The job seemed cold. Then, the CIA came knocking again. The Chicago job was iced. Accardo shut it down. Giancana stood by. But one man wasn't finished. David Atlee Phillips. Files wasn't just a mob enforcer. He was also on the company's clock. And when the phone rang, the orders came in code. Now let's dive a little bit deeper into the men that helped kill Kennedy. Most information in books or on the internet about Lee Harvey Oswald and the JFK assassination is incorrect. Some of the factual details about his life are true, such as where he was born and selected parts of his life history, but very few sources on Lee Oswald included his involvement with U.S. intelligence agencies and his covert work done domestically and abroad. Both Lee Oswald and James Files had the same CIA controller, David Atlee Phillips. Lee Oswald did not fire a shot at President Kennedy. Lee Harvey Oswald also did not kill Dallas police officer J.D. Tippit. As far as being totally innocent of any conspiratorial involvement, he was showing James Files around Dallas several days prior to the assassination, and he was instructed to do so by CIA controller Phillips, and was just following orders. Oswald's comment when asked if he killed the president while in custody of the Dallas police, "I'm just a patsy," is very true. On Sunday, November 24th, detectives were escorting Oswald through the basement of Dallas Police headquarters toward an armored car that was to take him from the city jail to the nearby county jail. At 11:21 a.m., Dallas nightclub operator and Chicago mob associate Jacob Rubenstein, or Jack Ruby, approached Oswald from the side of the crowd and shot him once in the abdomen at close range. An unconscious Oswald was taken by ambulance to Parkland Memorial Hospital. Oswald died at 1:07 p.m. Oswald's body was buried on November 25th in Shannon Rose Hill Memorial Burial Park in Fort Worth. The original tombstone, which gave Oswald's full name as well as birth and death dates, was stolen. Officials replaced it with a marker simply inscribed Oswald. George Kalura, a.k.a. Wolfman, was a good friend and associate from Melrose Park, Illinois, who was an expert gunsmith. He had a gun workshop in his home basement, and he did custom work for the Chicago outfit. I met him at the Harlow Grill in either June or July 1961. The first time I encountered Wolfman, I bought some fireworks from him. Dempsey, owner of the Harlow Grill, saw us talking and said, "I see you two have met." Kalura was wearing camouflage, and I asked if he'd been hunting. He said, "No, I brought them from home, from the corpse." I said, "So you're a jarhead." "I'm ex-Army." Wolfman and I hit it off as friends. He was a few years older than me, and served as a Marine on Operation Blue Light in Beirut. Over the years, when I was home from my adventures, we both enjoyed going to the range and shooting together. We both shot Colt 1911 45 handguns with a light trigger pull. We would collect the spent brass, and Wolfman would use them for reloading. When I needed anything regarding a handgun, shotgun, or rifle, Wolfman was an expert and could do custom modifications on any type of weapon. Wolfman, and yes, I gave him that nickname, sort of reminded me of Lon Chaney, the old Wolfman of the 1940s and 50s. George Corolla and I would remain friends for many years, right up till the day he died. I don't remember the day of his death, however. I spoke on the phone with him that morning, as I called him from Stateville to see if he had made up his mind about talking with Joe West. He said yes. I may as well sit down and talk with him. Wolfman was going to tell Joe West about the explosive mercury rounds he had made for me to take to Dallas to use with the XP-100 Remington Fireball. When we were talking on the phone, he also told me the day before he had been to the doctor and got a clean bill of health. He said he had a few errands to run that morning. The next I heard, he stepped out his door, then instantly had a heart attack and died. It all seemed pretty strange to me. George Corolla had always been a very healthy man. He didn't drink or smoke, and he exercised regularly. But the death certificate reads, death, natural causes. Gary Eugene Marlowe, the Raven, 1940 to 2007, was born in Bessemer, Alabama, and died in Connors, Georgia. Gary Marlowe was a childhood friend of mine. We grew up together in Melrose Park, Illinois. As we grew older, and it seemed I always had money, but no job, Gary got curious and asked if he could be of help. I started using Gary with me on a few minor jobs that were local. Those would be jobs I would be asked to do by Charles Nicoletti or Sam Giancana. A few years later, I introduced Gary to David Atlee Phillips. When David Phillips ran a check on Gary, he approved me using Gary in the Central and Southern Hemisphere. Later on, when Phillips learned that Gary loved fishing, he wanted to put Gary in charge of running a fishing camp in the Everglades that we used for running mercenaries through. Gary ran that for a while, but wanted to go back to school and finish his education. Gary grew tired of the life I was living and wanted to get out of it while he still could walk away with no problems. Me, I was too far down the road to walk away. On November 22nd, 1963, I was very surprised when the Raven showed up at my motel in Mesquite, Texas, after the assassination. After telling me he had to shoot a cop, he wanted to know if I would take his revolver back to Chicago. I told him, no, keep it and get rid of it. Get out of here. Go! If people wonder why I would be this way to a friend, it is easy to explain. I had gotten away with the Dealey Plaza crime scene with no problems. I did not need to be caught with a cop killer. Typically, the Raven was using me to take guns to Wolfman after a job, but this time it was very different, and that is why I was so short with him at the door. In 1966, I was the best man at Gary Marlowe's wedding, and honestly, I don't remember being there. If there weren't pictures to prove it, I would not believe it. This is during the time of my career with the CIA when they were doing super soldier enhancements, and I was being put through a variety of MK-Ultra programs. The Raven and I had a falling out after his brother Jay died. We didn't stay in touch, and the last time I spoke to him was in the 1970s. Tony Accardo, also known by the nicknames Joe Batters and Big Tuna Accardo, was a longtime American mobster in a criminal career that spanned 8 decades. He rose from small-time hoodlum to the position of day-to-day boss of the Chicago outfit, to ultimately becoming the final outfit authority. Accardo moved the outfit into new operations and territories, greatly increasing its power and wealth during his tenure as boss. Known as the outfit, the Boys, Capone Mob, Syndicate, Invisible Government, the Mob, Cosa Nostra, Mafia, and the Italian Organization, the Chicago branch of the crime cartel is the most politically insulated and police-pampered family this side of Sicily. After Capone, Frank Nitti took the reins until his suicide in 1943. Tony Accardo assumed the head role, even though for public consumption, Sam Giancana was the day-to-day underboss. However, Tony Accardo was on the commission, the 5 ruling families concentrated on the East Coast, and it was the commission that made decisions concerning what was best for the La Cosa Nostra. The commission members were the CEOs of operations and were the ones voting on when it was okay for a hit to be made. Also, Tony Accardo had to answer to High Larner as well. High Larner even controlled the gambling in Iran and other parts of the Middle East. Hyman Larner was an American gangster associated with Sam Giancana and the Chicago Outfit. Known in the newspapers as the Ivy League mobster, he was the head of the Chicago Outfit's slot machine racket. Larner, who was Jewish, kept a low profile, but was very powerful with the Chicago underworld. After Eddie Vogel retired from the gambling machine business, Larner became the power behind the scenes. When he testified before the U.S. Senate Select Committee on Improper Activities in Labor and Management in 1959, he evoked his Fifth Amendment rights 54 times. Larner expanded the outfit's gambling and smuggling operations to Latin America, moving the organization's Miami operation to Latin America, headquartering in Panama, where money laundering was more easily facilitated by local banks. These operations were conducted as a partnership between the Mafia and the CIA. By 1966, this partnership had developed into arms smuggling to the Middle East for the Israel Mossad. Larner had friends amongst the world leaders and key players in the Central Intelligence Agency and the U.S. military, and he was also well connected with Las Vegas bosses like the Teamsters Alan Dorfman and media mogul Hank Greenspun. One of Larner's closest friends was Mayor Lansky, and the two shared in their passionate Zionism and defense for the Jews' divine right to the land of Israel. Sam Giancana was a Sicilian-American mobster, notable for being the boss of the criminal Chicago Outfit from 1957 to 1966. His nicknames were Mooney, Momo, Mo, the Cigar, Sam the Cigar, Sam Mooney, Jay Mooney, Sam Giancani, Giancano, Giancana, and Giancane. He was born in Salvatore, Giancana, in the Patch on Chicago's west side, to Italian-Sicilian immigrants from Partana, in the province of Trapani. His father, Antonio Giancana, owned a pushcart and later briefly owned an Italian ice shop, which was later firebombed by criminal rivals of his son, Sam Giancana. Sam joined the 42 Gang, a juvenile street crew working for political boss Joseph Esposito. The names of the 42 Gang came from associating themselves with Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves. Giancana soon developed a reputation for being an excellent getaway driver, a high earner, and a vicious killer. After Esposito's murder, in which Giancana was allegedly involved, the 42 Gang was transformed into a de facto extension of the Chicago Outfit. The outfit was initially wary of the 42ers, thinking they were too wild. However, Giancana's reputation gained him the notice of outfit leaders such as Frank the Enforcer Nitti, Paul the Waiter Rica, and Tony Accardo. Giancana married Angela di Tolve, the daughter of immigrants from the Italian region of Basilicata, on September 23, 1933. They had 3 daughters. His wife died during 1954, leaving him to raise his daughters alone. Giancana was present at the Mafia's 1957 appellation meeting at the upstate New York estate of Joseph Barba. Later, Buffalo crime boss Stefano Magaddino and Giancana were overheard by wiretap, saying the meeting should have occurred in the Chicago area. Giancana claimed that the Chicago area was the safest place in the world for major underworld meetings because he had several police chiefs on his payroll. If the syndicate ever wanted to hold a meeting in or around Chicago, Giancana said they had nothing to fear because they had the area locked up tight. Some journalists claim that Giancana and his Chicago crime syndicate played a role in John F. Kennedy's victory in the 1960 presidential election. It is widely reputed and partially corroborated by the Church Committee hearings that during the Kennedy administration, the CIA recruited Giancana and other mobsters such as Johnny Roselli to assassinate Fidel Castro. Giancana reportedly said that the CIA and the Cosa Nostra were different sides of the same coin. Judith Exner claimed to be the mistress of both Giancana and JFK, and that she delivered communications between the two regarding Fidel Castro. After Giancana's return to the U.S. from Mexico, the police detailed officers to guard his house in Oak Park, Illinois. However, on the night of June 19, 1975, shortly before he was scheduled to appear before the Church Committee, which was investigating CIA and Cosa Nostra collusion, somebody recalled the police detail guarding his property. A gunman later entered Giancana's basement kitchen and shot him in the back of the head as he was frying sausage and peppers. After Giancana fell to the floor, the gunman turned him over and shot him 6 more times in the face and neck. Giancana was interred next to his wife Angelina in a family memorial at Mount Carmel Cemetery in Hillside, Illinois. Despite rumors that the CIA may have killed Giancana because of his links to the agency, former CIA Director William Colby had been quoted saying, "We had nothing to do with it." Charles Nicoletti, also known as the Typewriter and Chucky Typewriter, was a top Chicago outfit hitman under Sam Giancana, who was an underboss for Tony Accardo. Nicoletti was a syndicate enforcer in charge of planning and executing gangland murders. Nicoletti grew up in an impoverished and dysfunctional family in Chicago. His parents were both natives of Sicily. On February 25, 1929, at the age of 12, Charles shot and killed his own father, allegedly in self-defense. The 39-year-old Philip Nicoletti was a drunkard who regularly beat his wife and 2 sons. On this occasion, Philip viciously attacked his younger son and pursued him with a knife. According to Chicago police records, Charles ran into a bedroom where a gun was kept in a dresser drawer. Nicoletti was exonerated by the Cook County coroner. Nicoletti dropped out of school in the 8th grade and soon joined the 42 gang. At the time, the West Side teenage gang included such future outfit members as Sam Giancana, Sam Battaliga, Lou Farrell, Mad Sam DeFestino, William Willie Potatoes Dadino, Felix Milwaukee Phil, and many others. Most of the key figures who later formed the nucleus of Giancana's band of young bloods, a new generation of gangsters that came to power in the mid-1950s. By the late 1950s, along with Felix Alderizo, Nicoletti was one of the most feared triggermen in Chicago and was drawing attention from the FBI and the Chicago police. His legitimate business included several auto and insurance agencies, taverns, restaurants, and variety stores. Nicoletti was also a partner with James Files in a company called Metropolitan Volt, located in Main Street on Melrose Park. The company made the concrete vaults coffins were placed in. In 1962, Nicoletti took part in an infamous torture case. Nicoletti, Alderstino, and Mad Sam DeFestino had kidnapped 24-year-old Billy McCarthy, a thug who had killed 2 outfit associates with the help of Jimmy Miragili. According to James Files, Mad Sam had a torture chamber in his home basement. In the 1960s, Nicoletti was questioned by 2 FBI agents, including William Romer Jr., to see whether they could develop Nicoletti as an informant against the outfit. According to Romer, Nicoletti gave him several names of car dealerships he worked at and was very cordial. Apparently, all the employment leads checked out, but Nicoletti never flipped and never talked to the FBI again. Nicoletti was involved in as many as 60 mob hits during his career as a hitman. And as a bizarre insurance policy, Nicoletti kept a ledger, or diary, chronicling the date, who ordered the hit, and payments. Close friend and mob associate James Files revealed in 1994 from Stateville Prison that in 1963, he, Charles Nicoletti, and Johnny Roselli were part of the JFK assassination team, brought in from Chicago, and while in Dallas on November 22nd, Nicoletti was a shooter from the Dow Tex building, and Files was a shooter from the grassy knoll. Johnny Roselli was born in Esperia, Italy, and was an influential mobster for the Chicago outfit, who helped that organization control Hollywood and the Las Vegas Strip. Roselli had ties to organized crime in Los Angeles, Miami, Las Vegas, and New York. In the early 1960s, Roselli was recruited by the CIA in a plot to assassinate Fidel Castro. James Files first met Johnny Roselli through his CIA controller, David Atlee Phillips, in Miami in the early 1960s, when Files was there training Cubans for the Bay of Pigs invasion for the CIA. Files stated Roselli was the liaison between the CIA and organized crime. On June 24th and September 22nd, 1975, Roselli testified before the U.S. Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, led by Idaho Senator Frank Church, about the CIA plan to kill Castro, Operation Mongoose. At the time, during the news broadcast, James Files said he saw Johnny Roselli on TV walking down the Senate steps and said to himself, "Looks like Johnny is a walking dead man." Shortly before Roselli testified, an unknown person shot and killed Giancana in the basement of his Illinois home. James Files said he saw Johnny Roselli going to Sam Giancana's home the night of his murder. The CIA wanted Sam Giancana dead, and they used Johnny Roselli to kill him. Files credits Roselli for Giancana's death. On April 23, 1976, Roselli was called before the committee to testify about a conspiracy to kill President Kennedy, 3 months after his first round of testimony on the assassination. The committee wanted to recall Roselli. However, at this point, he had been missing since July 28th. James Files has an opinion on why Johnny Roselli was murdered. Johnny Roselli was chosen by the CIA to terminate Sam Giancana before he could testify to the committee. Johnny Roselli went before the committee and testified and put family business on the street, but at the time, he had not involved the CIA. But the CIA got nervous when he started talking about organized crime. When you start talking, you never shut up. Johnny Roselli had become a loose end that had to be tied up. The CIA could not afford the risk of Johnny Roselli testifying that the CIA had sent him to kill Sam Giancana. The CIA had Johnny Roselli killed, and it was done in such a way that it was blamed on organized crime. David Atlee Phillips, 1922 to 1988, was a Central Intelligence Agency officer of 25-plus years and a recipient of the Career Intelligence Medal. Phillips was born in Fort Worth, Texas, and attended the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia, and Texas Christian University in Fort Worth. Phillips was an actor prior to World War II. During the war, he served as a nose gunner in the United States Air Forces. He was shot down over Austria and captured by the Germans, but was somehow able to escape and make it back to Allied lines. Phillips rose to become the CIA's chief of operations for the Western Hemisphere. In 1975, he founded the Association of Former Intelligence Officers, an alumni association compromising intelligence officers from around the services. James Files first met David Phillips in late 1960 when he was at the Veterans Hospital for a 90-day observation after returning from Laos. Phillips came into the room and asked if he was Jimmy Sutton. Sutton/Files replied he was. After introducing himself as David Phillips, he wanted to know if Files was interested in paramilitary training of Cubans with weapons and explosives. Having his attention and curiosity, Files wanted to know more. Phillips said he had read his entire central file and was interested in using him in operations in Florida. After hearing what had happened in Southeast Asia, Ted Shackley had recommended Files to Phillips. Phillips said he had some people he wanted Files to meet and work with. Phillips had already made discharge arrangements, so they left the hospital together that day and headed to Florida. Upon arriving there, Phillips introduced him to Frank Sturgis, Barry Seal, Louis Corrales, Antonio Vicinira, Orlando Botch, and a few other Cubans at one of their training camps in the Everglades. This training was in preparation for the Bay of Pigs invasion, which happened in April 1961. David Phillips was the CIA controller and handler for both James Files and Lee Harvey Oswald. Phillips instructed Oswald and James Files to meet him at the Texas Theater if anything went wrong when Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas. Part 2. Covert Orchestration, Phillips, Lansdale, Marlowe, and the CIA. In the shadow war of the Cold War era, few operatives wielded more clandestine influence than CIA officer David Atlee Phillips. Phillips, chief architect of covert operations and propaganda across Latin America, was at the heart of the agency's anti-Castro crusade, running operations from CIA stations in Mexico City and Miami. Phillips directed propaganda and espionage efforts, overseeing figures like Lee Harvey Oswald, whom the CIA watched closely in Mexico City just weeks before Kennedy's assassination. But Oswald was not Phillips' only covert asset. Former Chicago mob hitman James Files explicitly named Phillips as a CIA handler, the man responsible for coordinating Files' movements leading to Dallas.
I want to say one thing. I have not said that there was not a conspiracy to kill Jack Kennedy. The statement was made earlier by Mark himself, quoting my book. I've been talking about those things I know about and what I'm convinced. I don't know what happened in Dallas. What I'm trying to say today is let's find out. The investigation has now been going on for almost a year, and in the meantime, let's don't do it with gamesmanship.
May we thank our participants.
Operating alongside Phillips was General Edward Lansdale, the CIA's legendary PSYOPs strategist. Lansdale had masterminded regime changes in Southeast Asia, applying psychological warfare tactics honed in the Philippines and Vietnam. His techniques of manipulation, propaganda, and assassination were unparalleled. James Files describes Lansdale as more than just a name. He was present on the ground in Dallas itself.
You sent a memo to Defense Secretary McNamara on January 17th, 1961, just before the Kennedy inauguration. There's a phrase that was in that memo. You said, "There are practically no George Washingtons, Thomas Jeffersons, or Tom Paines in Saigon today." What did you mean by that?
By referring to Americans in the American Revolution, I am naming such people in this memo that I wrote after my trip out in Vietnam in the end of 1960. I was trying to tell American leaders who were making policy that they were looking to at a country in a time of its peril and of its great need, to not think of them in ordinary terms. That we had our George Washington, we had Tom Paine, we had Ben Franklin, but they didn't out there, and they couldn't solve problems the way we Americans thought they should. They had to solve it from their own backgrounds and their own ways. And if we saw people that didn't look as big in stature as our own heroes from our own revolution, we should have some compassion and some understanding and empathy with the people who are in a tough spot and help them overcome some of their difficulties without just saying, "You must do this," or "We want you to do this," and then walking away, and when it isn't done the way we'd like to see it, just be hypercritical of their performance.
But Phillips and Lansdale did not operate alone. Supporting their shadow operations was another CIA-linked operative named Gary Marlowe, known to insiders as the Raven. Marlowe conducted black operations frequently alongside Files, often handling covert weapons and cleanup assignments. Marlowe's presence in Dallas, as confirmed by Files, suggests a deeper layer of contingency, a second operative assigned to remove loose ends like Oswald and possibly Tippit. Files' accounts match known covert practices, redundant planning, multiple shooters, and plausible deniability.
The CIA picked me up. They took me from the Army. They wanted me from the Army. And the Army, they shredded my 201, turned me over to the CIA. And that's, like I say, I went from there. I got out of the Veterans Hospital in Broadview, Illinois, and went down to Florida, met Frank Sturgis. He was the first one I met. David Phillips woke me out of the hospital, and I never looked back. It was pretty interesting, down there. So we got through with that. I was there for the Bay of Pigs and for the second invasion when everybody got arrested, and then the Kennedy deal come along, and Operation Group 40 was formed, and George Bush recruited for it. Luis Posada Corrales and I, we were the first two recruited for Operation Group 40. What was a worldwide assassination group. We were based out of Mexico City, and finally Kennedy comes along, and Kennedy's got to go. The reason they wanted to get rid of Kennedy was he gave his famous speech, beat on the podium, and said he was going to break the CIA into 1,000 pieces and scatter it to the wind, and what's left he would give to the JCS. The reason he wanted to do that was the CIA went around him to kill a general in Europe when the British asked us to help them with it, and John F. Kennedy said, "We will not supply the technology, the weaponry, nor the personnel. Forget it." Well, General got died. Kennedy was upset over that.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it.
The CIA's covert network reached higher still, extending to powerful American politicians. Future President George H.W. Bush, documented in FBI files released decades later, was reportedly briefed on an anti-Castro operation just days after the assassination.
After a deluded gunman assassinated President Kennedy, our nation turned to Gerald Ford and a select handful of others to make sense of that madness. And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but the Warren Commission report will always have the final, definitive say on this tragic matter. Why? Because Jerry Ford put his name on it, and Jerry Ford's word was always good.
And Vice President Lyndon B. Johnson maintained close ties with operatives who would later be implicated in suspicious deaths connected to the JFK case, notably through his aide, Mac Wallace.
It's sure good to see you. How's life treating you today?
Well, Saul, it's been a pretty touch and go situation. Lyndon and I have had quite a few unpleasant words here lately over the deal with that he hired Mike Wallace to assassinate the president. It's been hectic in every way, but we've lived through it this far, and I guess we'll continue to do so. Lyndon should have never issued that order to Mike, but we've had our differences, and I'm a true blue to Lyndon, as I've always been, and tried to carry out every order that he'd ever given me. But this is one I'll probably never be able to forget. And the times that we've had in Texas, and the embarrassment that Lyndon had gotten from Kennedy, I guess there wasn't anything else to do but what he did.
Well, you know, Lyndon could have really hit me if he would.
Well, Lyndon's the kind of person that doesn't want to help anyone. He's all for Lyndon, and that's the way he's pretty much always been.
Well, they had me backed up on that Henry Marshall killing, and they just kind of blackmailed me to keep my mouth shut. And if I hadn't had a bunch of tapes that I'd played after I got killed, because, 17 got killed in this situation very mysteriously. And I've done a lot of time, and I've lost a lot of money, and hurt my family a whole lot. And it's really got me just disgusted with Lyndon in one way. In one way, I feel real sorry for him. But I really feel like that in Lyndon's heart, he felt like that he was doing the right thing. He felt like that he was the savior of the common man. I feel like that in his heart he wanted to help people that had not. But I don't believe that anything, my church-like background would have never let me sanction all the killings that he has done. What do you think about it, Cliff? Do you really believe that it could have been handled anyway without killing all these people and got rid of the Kennedys? You think he would have won the election against him?
Well, I don't really believe so. He tried desperately to do just that, and there didn't seem to be any other way. I know that he regrets a lot of things that he has done, but still, it's been a battle from day one.
Well, Dale, I sure do appreciate all the things that you've done for us, and I appreciate the trust that I have. You've had anytime for a long-time friend, and I'm just sorry that I've embarrassed all my friends and put all my friends through this. Oh, you didn't embarrass me. And what I was really afraid of, my brother Bob that got killed, our plane was down at Bryan the day that Mike Wallace tie him into the thing, and we couldn't afford to. In fact, Pam started to write a book, and when she really got scared when she got into the thing. It was just too scary a deal. But anyhow, this too will pass. Well, it's been a long old journey. What do you think about F.O. Bankston?
Well, W.O. was a great leader, and he's been probably one of the best things that ever happened in Dallas, Texas. Of course, he's got a lot of real good friends, and Lyndon's been one of his true buddies for many years. And anything that he just has to have, W.O. will see that it's done.
Well, I just can't believe that F.O. Bankston has the power over the police department that he has. He buys every year, the sheriff buys him a brand new car, Bill Decker, and I just don't see how politically that he can get with it. But nobody will ever understand, and really in the early years I thought that Lyndon really had a mission from a higher power, who I choose to call God, to carry out a lot of things for the common people. And I really believe in his heart that he thought that he was destined to rule the people. How do you size up Lyndon Cliff after all these years of horror?
Well, actually, Lyndon's just been kind of going downhill health-wise and politically wise. He's just wore out, and I feel like he's come to his end of his rope. But all these things that's been eating on him for all these years have just now taken its course. And I feel like Lyndon's done a lot of good things in his life, and he's done a lot of bad things.
But Cliff, I hate to see you so downtrodden and so discouraged, and I just hope that you can get a hold of yourself and not be so tore up. But anyhow, let's go in the house and let's have a cup of coffee and something to eat. Okay?
Sounds good to me. Bye.
The Kennedy assassination was not the act of one lone gunman. It was orchestrated by skilled CIA operatives, strategic planners, and covert assassins. David Atlee Phillips, Ed Lansdale, and Gary Marlowe each played critical roles. Operatives whose true stories only emerge clearly now, decades later. As we unravel this tangled web, their involvement transforms our understanding of history, revealing a hidden structure behind one of America's darkest days.
Were you a CIA contractor? How would you have described your
asset? CIA asset.
Asset. Okay. Now,
I call David Phillips every day to see what assignments they had for me.
Yeah, David.
If they didn't have
Phillips.
nothing, I worked for the Chicago mob. And if they had something, then I went to the airport and got on the plane and went and took care of business. I had Colonel Fletcher Prouty as my commanding officer at that time.
You see, if you think seriously about this business of assassination, it's stereotyped, isn't it? Kennedy assassinated by a lone nut. Bobby Kennedy assassinated. James Earl Ray is a lone nut killing Martin Luther King and so on. Let's go one step ahead into the professional part of assassinations, because you can see right away this other story breaks down. When it was the objective of this government to assassinate Castro, the Bay of Pigs failed miserably because it was an over-the-beach landing, and we got involved with that, and that was so they created an organization called Mongoose. Mongoose was the cover word for it. Now, the objective of the Mongoose program, for those people who understood it, was to assassinate Castro by any means. And as we found out later during hearings in the 70s, we even used mafia hitmen, skilled mechanics, skilled killers. We used poisoned things. We used all kinds of... There's a lady that used to be a friend of Castro's, I think, that said she was being sent back there to feed him some pills or something that would kill him, and on and on and on, all kinds of things. But here's what we need to get from the format of that story, is that Mongoose is an organization created by the United States government to commit assassinations. Never mind Castro. It was created for assassinations. Now these people are selected, trained, equipped for that purpose, to get in there and shoot somebody and get out. And the getting out part is the hard part. That's where they need the rest of the organization. The hitmen are probably 4 or 5 experienced people that can do the job from any angle with any weapon and do it right. But to get them out of there and what the patterns are and how you're going to do it is a very intricate thing. So you have to have a trained program. And in this case, we called it Mongoose. Now, there's no reason to believe that Mongoose ended when somebody decided that, well, we're not going to kill Castro this year, we'll let it go. But Mongoose is an Assassination Incorporated organization. I've seen it used in foreign countries with the same men, the same people. And these are not all Americans. They're people who are mercenaries. They're people who have reasons, they think, for being in this kind of program. They live that life. They have families they're taken care of, and this is their business. And to think that it's put together for one assassination or for another assassination is not an understanding of the program. It's a permanent part of things. It's unfortunate that it is, but it is. It's a permanent part of things, and very carefully programmed and very carefully supported. Just consider, Kennedy was killed in 1963. I don't know a single newspaper in the United States that will print the words that Kennedy was killed by anyone other than Oswald. There's still a control. Well, a Mongoose-type professional organization sees to it that the conditioning of even newspapers persists. Or another way to say it is that the pressures on the newspapers persist. Mongoose is a real strong program. Now, I'm overworking one code name, but you see what I mean. It's what Lyndon Johnson called Murder Incorporated, and it's a continuing operation.
While operatives like David Atlee Phillips and Ed Lansdale had confirmed ties to the CIA, another name has persisted in the fog of assassination research: Roscoe White, a Dallas police officer, a former Marine, a man whose history may connect him to both the CIA and to Lee Harvey Oswald.
It's 1973 when this movie Executive Action, starring Burt Lancaster, hits theaters across the country. The movie is based on the book Rush to Judgment by author and Washington attorney Mark Lane. This Hollywood version of the assassination of President Kennedy would for the first time allege a conspiracy.
Secret Service are under regular orders to stay with the president no matter what happens. Once they get him to the hospital, they'll probably filter back. But for at least a half hour, you should be entirely free of them.
I'll have 6 men with Secret Service credentials in Dealey Plaza. Their insignia for this trip, incidentally, is double white bars on red.
Lane, who wrote the screenplay, says orders from upper management forced him to take out any CIA connection in the plot. Lane says the movie was a financial success, but short-lived. 2 weeks after its premiere, it was pulled out of theaters, and by 6 months would completely disappear until 1991, when it was released again, this time on video. But whose order did the film get pulled? Lane says no one knows for sure. Let's now fast forward to 1975. Allegations of a cover-up explode when Americans see for the first time Kennedy's execution. It's called the Zapruder film, shot by Abraham Zapruder, who captured the president's arrival in Dealey Plaza.
As the car came down, the last shot hit him almost directly in front of us.
Researchers say as you look closely at the film, it shows the probability Kennedy could have been shot by a bullet fired from the front. Although he didn't know it at the time, in 1975, the same year the Zapruder film was released, Midlander Ricky White would have a brush with his father's secret identity. An identity he says he now knows as the gunman behind the grassy knoll.
In 1975, in Paris, Texas, there was a break-in where Ricky White and his mother lived. And the people that broke in stole a box of material, assassination-related material. In this box of material were all of these photographs that Roscoe White had.
Howard says the men who burglarized the Whites' home were arrested in Arizona with the stolen photos still in their possession.
The police took the material out of the car. They realized it was assassination-related, so they informed the FBI. The FBI comes in, and lo and behold, there's a photograph of Oswald no one's ever seen before.
A year later, in 1976, the stolen photos turn up in Washington, D.C., in the hands of the newly formed House Select Committee on Assassinations. Members of the committee traveled to Paris, Texas, to talk with Ricky White and his mother. Out of the blue, they asked Geneva White if she's ever worked for Jack Ruby. She denies it. In 1978, a family friend, who we will call John Doe, warns Ricky that the House Select Committee is going to peg his father as the #1 shooter in the Kennedy assassination. Ricky doesn't believe him, but when the committee volumes, Roscoe White's name is mentioned in the investigation.
So even in 78, the House Select Committee knew about Roscoe White, but never followed up on it.
And though Geneva White denied it in the late 70s, what reason would the House Select Committee have to ask if she had ever worked for Jack Ruby? We may never know, but what we do know is that more than 10 years later, Geneva would admit to Ricky that she in fact had worked for Ruby in 1963, just prior to the assassination of the president. That revelation came after her picture was spotted in a magazine with none other than Jack Ruby.
In the 1950s, White and Oswald were reportedly stationed at Astugi Naval Air Station in Japan, home to a major CIA surveillance hub during the Cold War. While this overlap is not definitive proof of CIA recruitment, it places White in proximity to known intelligence activity. In 1990, White's son Ricky White alleged that his father had left behind a diary confessing involvement in the assassination of President Kennedy and claimed Roscoe was working under a CIA cover assignment.
Ricky White's father, Roscoe, died in 1971 after he was burned over 95% of his body in what Ricky says was a suspicious fire. Ricky says 7 years later, in 1978, a family friend told him his father was about to be implicated in the Kennedy killing by the House Select Committee on Assassinations.
And at that time, 2 weeks after our visit, they did come out with a verdict that they were 99% sure that they was a grassy knoll assassin. I mean, they couldn't prove who he was or where he came from, but they knew that there was a man standing there at the grassy knoll.
Still, Ricky says he didn't believe his father's friend, who we will call John Doe, to protect his identity.
He had just got out of the hospital. He had been shot twice in the abdomen and had probably been left to die. And
this person, John Doe.
Yes, it was a very good friend of my father's before he died.
Ricky says he didn't believe what John Doe told him that night in 1978 until 1985, when he started reading his father's diary.
When I came across a part in the diary which was leading up to the assassination, and then that's when I realized that John Doe was telling me the truth.
Ricky says his father's diary didn't become interesting until he read up through the year 1960.
And then from 1960 on, my father lived a very interesting life, a double life than anything that I ever knew of him.
Can you tell us some specifics?
Not a record, I can't. I mean, there's known things that my father was involved with that I'd rather just stick with the John F. Kennedy.
Although Ricky chose to reveal little about John Doe's identity, Reverend Jack Shaw, another family friend, did tell us what Ricky's mother told him about the man.
That person had been doubling for Oswald to give Oswald an alibi or to set Oswald up related to being in another location, specifically in Mexico, coming out of the Russian embassy. I got the impression that he was flying in from somewhere else. Not just him, but others were flying in and would be in place for taking care of the assassination.
Could this man possibly be John Doe?
Yes.
Sources close to John Doe tell us that since he learned of our plans to report on the Kennedy assassination, he has disappeared. If I tell you that John Doe is man, and if I'm right, will you tell me more?
Well, if you turn that camera off, we'll talk.
The diary, never fully authenticated, describes White as receiving orders to eliminate Kennedy. It also references a mission to kill Lee Harvey Oswald, raising suspicion that White may have been one of the several individuals tasked with ensuring Oswald was silenced. According to files, he never personally crossed paths with White, yet multiple researchers have pointed out that White's alleged assignment overlaps with the same operational goals. Both men, White and Files, claim that they were backed by intelligence networks. Both describe coordinated efforts involving multiple shooters, multiple fallback plans, and CIA-connected handlers. White allegedly wore a Dallas police uniform the day of the assassination. Files concealed a Remington XP-100 behind the picket fence. While no document has surfaced proving a direct link between Roscoe White and the CIA handlers like David Atlee Phillips or Ed Lansdale, White's connection to the agency has not been dismissed by all researchers, and his diary was reportedly taken away by the FBI in 1985. Whether Roscoe White was another piece of the same machine or a separate operator running parallel is still unknown, but like James Files, his name remains embedded in the layers of cover, contingency, and conspiracy that surround Dealey Plaza.
You said Roscoe White, right? That's your book?
Yes.
Do you think James Files was one of the shooters?
Don't get me started on James Files. No, James Files, I think, is a liar. He's in prison, and he supposedly has nothing to do but listen to other people tell stories and read books, and I don't believe him. Here's a quick story about James Files. James Files was a convict who was arrested for some offense and put in prison, and then all of a sudden, about 10, 15 years ago, he comes forward and says, I was the one shot President Kennedy behind the fence. Well, how old were you? I was 17. Okay. What were you doing? Well, I was a chauffeur for the mob, and then all of a sudden, the day of the assassination, they called me and said, hey, can you step in for this guy? Our shooter has got a cold or something. Can you step in? Oh, sure, I can do that. Well, what I did was I watched it with the audio on my TV, and I had just, like a month before, had come back from an advanced interrogation school, Reed Interrogation School, where we read body language and nonverbal cues of deception. This guy has nothing but deception in his voice. So I turned the audio down and just watched his face. He's lying. The only thing he said was true. He's in prison. His name is James Files, which really isn't his real name. So he's in prison. That's the only truth he said. Yes.
I wonder is there someone, is the mafia responsible? Is Johnson responsible? Do you have
Keep going. Keep going.
Oh.
Yeah. Yes. And yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The mob had the connection to Jack Ruby. Jack Ruby was connected to the mob, and they made him an offer he couldn't refuse. My scenario is that Oswald was supposed to get killed in the book depository by some hero cop. And when he got away, they all went, oh, what now? What does he tell? Excuse my language. What is he telling these cops? So now they had to get rid of him. He's in police custody. We can't walk in there and kill him. Hey, we got a guy who knows every cop in town. Let's get Jack. Jack, you'll be a hero. Okay. So they bring Oswald out. Jack steps up. Boom, it's over with. You're a hero. Oh, you're going to get the death penalty. He got the death penalty because they injected him with cancer, and he died in jail before his appeal could go through.
One of the things that I wanted to talk to you about is the JFK files. And one of the things that you said was that if they showed you what they showed me, this was your quote, you wouldn't want people to know it either.
So I opened them up partially. I was met with, from good people, good people. People that were well-meaning. Mike Pompeo was one of them. He's a good person. They called me, they said, Sir, would rather have you not. And I did open them, but I was asked by some people not to open them. There's a Martin Luther King file too, by the way, that they'd like to see. I don't know if you know, but there is that. But JFK in particular. So they called me, a lot of good people called me, people that that you would find reasonable people, and they asked me not to do it. So I said, well, we'll close it for another time. But if I win, I'm going to open them up. I'm just going to open enough.
Why didn't you open it up the first time?
Because
though?
a lot of times,
what was the hesitation? Though?
Addresses, people that are still living. There are people that are affected. And there could be some national security reason that that I don't have to necessarily know about. But some very good, talented people asked me not to do it. I opened it up, and then they said, would it be possible for us to do that a different day?
How much of it did you read into?
I think it's going to be just fine to open it. Let me put it that way. I think it's fine. It's going to be time. It's a cleansing. It's really a cleansing. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it immediately, almost immediately upon entering office.
Well,
I really appreciate you talking about that. Jimmy, I see you wear lots of MAGA stuff, and there were some letters. Have you been in correspondence with Trump? Does he know about you and your story?
We've got one. He knows about me and the story. Yeah. He's known about me for a long time. He sent my wife and me a letter.
He sent you a letter?
Yeah.
Anything related to the records release or anything? He went.
No, but the judge had called him and asked him to release 8 criminals. He released all 8. When he called the judge up, the judge told him, fine, said you did what you said you would do here, but you broke your word on the Kennedy assassination, the Kennedy papers. He said, you broke your word, you only released part of them. And he told the judge, in Kennedy's word, he said, Judge, he said, if you would have read what I read and seen what I seen, you'd break your word too.
Told the judge not to have that.
Is this about the spot you were in?
I just
You want to go to it?
Kind of thing.
You
Yeah,
want to
right
go
there.
to your best recollection?
Right here. Right here. Get over here and look. Yeah. I laid the tilted pearl on the 42, scanned the crowd with the scope. I was looking for bulges, for people that might be carrying weapons that could be a threat. And there was no badge man. Had there been a badge man with a rifle there, he would have been the second one to die right after Kennedy, within, I would say, 4 seconds. Basically here, and I searched, it looked like old Homewood. A lot of the Cubans were here, Frank Sturgis was here, George Bush was here, everybody was here. So everybody wanted to see it happen, I guess. It was no secret that Kennedy was going to get it.
James, some of us didn't hear. Why did you kill Kennedy?
Why? My orders. I was sent here.
By who?
I was sent here by the Chicago outfit. And you don't say no to them when they offer you a job. You do the job, or you're going to be trunk music, and you wind up in the trunk. And I carried a lot of people away in the trunk to the cornfield and buried them there. I had a backhoe digger there.
Is this fence being moved back?
Pardon me?
Is this fence being moved back?
It's been moved up here twice since '63. Just recently moved up to this spot here.
Based on the picture that I seen, like Mary Morgan's shot, there's one tree basically. All these other ones live in front.
Right.
And that would be that tree over there, wouldn't it?
Well, there's a ledge, I think it's still there, that you can see where they've got the thing holding the soil up.
Yeah.
You know, you can look down there and see where the fence used to be.
So that's the fence has been
Yeah.
moved.
And then since last year, the fence has been moved up here to this spot.
But you were about 8 feet from the corner of the original fence.
8 to 10 feet, yeah.
Yeah. Is based on the Norman feature, that tree would have been about 8 feet from the corner of the fence that, like from the pictures that are available from that time. And so.
Well, let's put it this way. If there would have been someone there with a rifle in front of me, not knowing who they were, with everybody seeing them and me back here, believe me, I would have had no trouble dropping the hammer from the 45 on him. I used a 221 on JFK. On the way out, I had the 45 in my right pocket, or under my belt, and then I had a grenade in my left pocket, the briefcase in my right hand. So I had no intentions of stopping, no intentions of giving up, not after you shot the president.
I'm not saying there was another person 8 feet down, like in front of you. I'm saying that the distance has changed somewhat because the fence location has changed. That big tree is the tree that was about 8 feet in.
Yeah, I know. The first time I come back here was in 2016. That's when they released me from prison, May of 2016.
Part of the deal with the CIA and the mob overlay is the CIA wanted the mob to do some of their work sometimes and blame it on the mob, right? And I think, that's your testimony.
Johnny was relations between them
CIA and the mob.
And so he was in Dallas when Kennedy was shot. And why do you talk about why you think that was? Why do you think they sent Johnny to Dallas?
Well, he was with Chuck in the Daltech building.
No, the cover about Tosh and those guys flying in with the board game and all that, and then why Johnny wouldn't shoot.
But so he was in the Daltech building with Chuck Nicolay.
Yeah, that's why he was there.
But
he was the second. He was going to be secondary shooter. He was going to fire with Chuck.
But he did.
But Lansdale had gotten the change. We figured it was Lansdale that had changed because Lansdale wanted me there and I had already chosen the picket fence, and Lansdale trusted me because I did several assignments for Lansdale, and I'd never blown one of them. Every one of them was complete. I got away with every one of them.
Wow. And so at the last minute, so there's two things that, well, not two things. One of the things that people say, that's the Remington, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the fireball.
You said Lansdale, and another time you said Phillips gave you this. Did Lansdale give you this prior?
Phillips gave me that. Lansdale didn't.
But he told you to go use it somewhere in another country for the same kind of thing.
Yeah.
So Lansdale knew you could shoot that bad boy.
Yeah, he knew
He knew he wouldn't miss.
Yeah.
If he had one shot, he wouldn't
How
miss.
big is that gun? I see the picture, but is it as big as your arm, or how big is a Remington?
It's
fireball.
I don't know from the elbow out to the wrist here.
Yeah.
And it's got a scope on it. You don't really need a scope, but at 100 yards, it'll take a man's head off if you got the right load in it.
Well, it did from 80 feet, right? That's what.
And in 1969, I won't say who before, but I took a Chinese general out 1,400 yards.
Not with this.
Not with that, no. That was with the XM21. And after it had been proven and tested in the field, they removed the X, because the X is an experimental model, and it was called the M21, which was a modified M14.
So you said you shot a Chinese general from 1,400 yards.
Yeah, at that time. That was a hell of a shot at that time in 69. Today, we've got confirmed kills of 2 miles.
I know, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow. So, all right, James. So when the day you were in Dallas, you didn't even know you were shooting. You were going to be involved. You were just driving.
I was a driver and a weapons bearer. I took several weapons to Dallas.
And until the morning of, Mr. I don't know the name.
Nicoletti, Charles Nicoletti.
No, not Nicoletti, but who's the guy that said, "I want you, not Roselli, taking the shot"? You said
General
Nicoletti.
And Lansdale.
Lansdale showed up later, right before the assassination, but Chuck had asked me a couple hours prior to that.
Okay.
Because it already told Johnny Roselli he was going to back down, that he was not going to be the shooter. He was only going to police Chucky's brass as he checked it.
Okay, and so when you say they, who would have been the they? It would have said it to Mr. Roselli.
That would have been Lansdale.
Lansdale. And so I don't know who Lansdale is. It would
General Lansdale. Oh. He was Air Force, yeah.
He was Air Force.
I always put it this way. He was Air Force, he was Army, he was whatever he wanted to be.
He worked for Allen Dulles.
We would walk into the Air Force base and we'd get with paperwork and we'd withdraw a couple of planes, and they used to crack because they knew they wasn't getting them back. And the first time he got me out, I went to Scotland to meet Lansdale.
I got it.
And I sit there at the Air Force base on the floor, my legs stretched out reading the manual, and somebody walked up and kicked my foot, and I was ready to get him to kick somebody bottom end because they kicked him. But that was a challenge to me.
Right.
I looked up, and here's a guy in uniform with all the salad on his blouse, and I looked at him, and I said, and he says, "I hear you're a cowboy." And I said, "You might say that." And he says, "Come to me, I got you for the next couple of weeks."
Wow.
How is it possible that anyone at Dealey Plaza that day, and here these men are probably being marched across there 5 minutes after the president was killed. This man's looking at nobody. And I recognized immediately that man is General Lansdale. Now, Lansdale is a very interesting figure in the Kennedy era. And I know Lansdale. I worked with him off and on from about 1952 to 1963. So he retired. Now, this is interesting. He retired from the Air Force on October 31st, 1963. Well, of course, the picture could have been 100 other people, and I could be wrong, because these pictures were taken by a professional news cameraman. I got a clear picture. And I started mailing the picture to acquaintances of mine and acquaintances of Lansdale who knew him without any of my thoughts. I simply would send the picture and say, "Can you tell me what this looks like to you?" This was taken shortly after the death of the president, and I wonder if this picture
calls anything to mind to you. You'd be amazed to find that from senior people in the government, such as Lansdale was or such as I was at the time, I got immediate confirmation. That's Ed Lansdale. Well, now, I don't know why he was in Dallas. I can't go into that.
In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
We need to have more transparency in our government, and he's keeping his promise to have the government tell the truth to the American people about everything.
However, JFK's grandson, Jack Schlossberg, criticized the president's move on social media, posting, quote, "Declassification is using JFK as a political prop when he's not here to punch back, and there's nothing heroic about it."
Well, when it comes to giving somebody up, I've never given up anybody in my life. I'm not going to put anybody in prison. And as a matter of fact, you probably couldn't get the FBI to admit to it, but when a couple of their people forced their way into Stateville, I was offered all kind of deals and all kind of agreements if I would not give an interview on John F. Kennedy before.
2 FBI agents came to my facility at Stateville without me knowing, is reference to a conversation I had with James File where he mentioned in passing that he was going to have problems with his appeal because 2 FBI agents had threatened him about his willingness to speak openly about the JFK assassination, and that that could cause him problems in his appeal. Well, I really didn't think much about it at the time, except for the fact that a light bulb went on above my head and said, well, wait a minute, what FBI agents? And he said, and he swore up and down there were FBI agents that came to visit him. Well, I thought I finally, I got him now. I've got him in a lie. Because I would have been the first to know, or the second after the gatehouse officer. I should have been the second to know that there were FBI agents at my gatehouse, let alone inside my facility. Come to find out that, yeah, in fact, they interviewed him. How did I find out? Well, while I was researching the possibility of FBI agents entering my facility without me knowing, I got a call from one of them who admitted to me, yeah, he came to see Files on such and such a date. So I backtracked it and found the entry finally in the gatehouse, where they had, in fact, come in and interviewed James Files. And there was a case where, unbeknownst to James, I was researching, I wanted to catch him so badly, I wanted to catch him in a lie. And he was telling the truth.
Are you remorseful about shooting Kennedy?
For many years, no, I wasn't. But as the time goes by, I'm not saying remorseful for shooting Kennedy. Maybe I'm more remorseful for how it affected this country and for the things it's done. Maybe John F. Kennedy did do some good things for this country. I'm not really sure. But I got a lot of remorse for a lot of things that I've done. But that's for the simple reason I've got my life turned around a little bit. So I can't be as hard as I used to be. I try to have a lot of compassion for my fellow man. But for John F. Kennedy, gotta be honest, yeah, let's say I got a little remorse there for him because, not specifically maybe him, but like for his family, for the kids and all. But at the time when we acted, I felt that I was right in what we were doing.
How much money were you paid for your participation on November 22nd, 1963?
Well, the money that I received for that job in Dallas, I'd never asked for a specified amount. I'd never even asked for any money. I was just honored to do it with Mr. Nicoletti. But I had received $30,000 a short period thereafter. I remember there's 2-3 weeks went by, maybe a month even, before I met him one evening. He gave me an envelope and I asked him, I said, what's this for? And he said, this is for down in Texas. He said, you did excellent. The only thing he did, he criticized me once. He asked me, he says, when I left Ely Plaza that day and got in the car with them, he says, don't you think you overreacted? And I says, what do you mean? He says, maybe you shot too fast. Because I know they didn't want a shot coming to the front. They tried to put everything from the back side. And I told him at that point, I said, well, it's my last chance for the option. I said, if I didn't fire at that point, I couldn't fire without endangering Jackie.
Jimmy and Joe West notes and in Don Irving's interview notes with you, and in what you told me before, you told me you received $15,000.
$15,000.
You just said 30.
I just said 30.
How much did you receive?
All total, it was 30. I didn't want to say to you, I'm telling you the truth. I got 30,000 on the first part. I cut it in half from the beginning at 15 because There was an awful lot of money back then, and I didn't really think it mattered that much. And I didn't really plan to tell what money I got to it until I talked to Joe on that. But the total figure was 30.
Okay. I just want to clarify.
I'm clarifying everything now. We've been playing straight
That's
ball.
the only difference you've ever told me right there.
Well, in the beginning, I said 15 because I didn't think it mattered that much what the amount was. But since we've been playing square ball with everything else, and I've given you everything that I have, I'm not going to go back on that part. I'm just going to give you the actual figure, and that's what it was, and I never received no more, no less. The next money I received after that was for something else that we had done. But like I say, as far as I know, that's what the money I received was for Dallas when he gave me that envelope. Because I never took checks. He gave me cash, and I usually got money every other week from him, just for local work around town.
When did you first meet Lee Harvey Oswald?
Excuse me. I first met Lee Harvey Oswald in, God, it was back in early '63. We were running weapons down to, I believe it was '63. We were running guns down there when I first met him, and I met him through David Alley Phillips. And Lee Harvey Oswald and I had never been friends at that point or anything. We became more friends that we in Dallas together. But I had met him down there in New Orleans, and outside of New Orleans in a little town, I believe it was called Clinton down there. But I'd been taking down some semi-automatic 45 caliber perp guns. They were made, I believe, by Knoxville Arms at that time.
Am I to understand that Lee Harvey Oswald was working for the CIA?
Lee Harvey Oswald had the same controller that I had, David Alley Phillips, because David Alley Phillips introduced me to him.
And so that means that you have worked for the CIA also?
I had involvement with the CIA, yes.
Can you talk about any of that?
I don't wish to touch base with the CIA, and I think some of the people that you have dealt with, you recently found confirming proof of what I have told you through their knowledge and what they found out about the CIA. But I don't want to touch base or get back into CIA operations because it doesn't pertain to a lot of this other stuff.
Is there anything you can tell me about the death of Officer J.D. Tippit?
I do not wish to touch base on that. I have no comment on that.
Do you know who killed him?
Yes, I do.
Is the man still alive?
The man that killed T.J. Tippit is still alive. He was alive as of 3 years ago. I haven't talked to him in the past 3 years. But Lee Harvey Oswald did not kill T.J. Tippit. Because the man that killed the police officer that afternoon had come by my hotel and told me, he said, things got messed up today. He said, and I killed a cop. And my remarks to that was, well, you did what you had to do. And he left shortly thereafter.
So then there was one other person that was part of the team other than you and Nicolette Roselli?
The person I'm referring to now was not a part of the team to assassinate John F. Kennedy. As far as I know, his job would have been to kill Lee Harvey Oswald, from what I understood, without asking any direct questions, because I did not want to know what anyone else was doing. All I wanted to know was what my assignment was, what I was to do, and the least I know about other people, the better off I am, because I didn't want very many people knowing who I was or what I'm doing.
Would you have known who would have given him orders to kill Officer Tippit?
No, I would not, because that contract would have come from a different source.
Did you see Jack Ruby in that plaza that day?
Yes, Jack Ruby was in the plaza that day.
Where was he?
At one point, he was standing on the same side with his back to me from the grassy knoll, down close to the sidewalk. But I didn't watch other people in the plaza that day. I scanned the crowd. I just seen a few faces. But I was solely concentrated for the few moments that I had the weapon out looking through the scope. I was concentrating on the primary target. And when that was over with, I wasn't looking behind me to see who was coming or who was running. And I remember when the shots had been fired and it was all over, nobody responded immediately. I don't care how fast they say the police acted. People were stopped. They were stunned, including the police officers. And the police officers on the motorcycles, it took them, I'm going to say, maybe 10 seconds before they even responded to what was happening. It's like everybody was waiting for someone to tell them what to do. And at that point, I started to walk away. There had been a couple of people in the vicinity that I was in. I'm going to say probably 15 yards in front of me, close to the edge of the fence where I was at. And I was about 15 feet from the end of it. As I was walking away, the police were running up the grassy knoll and other people, and I know these two men were turning people back. Who they were, I don't know. I didn't bother to turn and look back. I kept walking away.
Did you notice a man dressed in a suit and tie And I believe he had a hat on with a camera up on the pergola.
No, I did not notice him.
I'm talking about Abraham Zapruder.
Yeah, I did not notice him. I was still walking. But if I would have seen someone making my picture at that point, I don't understand what my reaction would have been.
The car wanted in connection with the assassination of President Kennedy has been stopped in Fort Worth. Police report that the suspect in the shooting is in custody. Further word will come later. Fort Worth is 30 miles west of Dallas. Just a few minutes before this report, we heard from one of our newsmen in Dallas on the scene, James Kerr, who said that a Dallas policeman, J.D. Tippit, was shot to death by an unknown man in a car minutes after the president and Governor Connally were shot.
At 1:15 p.m. on November 22nd, just 45 minutes after JFK was shot, Dallas police officer J.D. Tippit was murdered in Oak Cliff. The official story: Lee Harvey Oswald gunned him down while fleeing the assassination scene. But the details have never lined up.
It's not easy for R.C. Nelson to go back to that day nearly 50 years ago.
For 20 years, I wouldn't even talk about it.
What gets to you?
Pretty much just that day.
Nelson was a 26-year-old Dallas police officer and patrol partner of J.D. Tippit, who was shot and killed by Lee Harvey Oswald.
We have information that a suspect just went in the Texas theater on...
Nelson helped arrest Oswald, and the now 76-year-old retiree believes he targeted Tippit intentionally because he wanted to be caught.
Oswald had not had his glory.
Nelson found no glory in his next assignment, protecting the man who killed his friend during an escort from the Dallas City jail.
Pretty mad. Mad indeed.
He's been shot. He's been shot. When Jack Ruby shot Oswald, Nelson put handcuffs on the well-known nightclub owner.
And he turned over and said, "Hey guys, it's Jack, it's me."
Why are you telling your story for the first time?
Several authors contacted me for a story and I blew them off.
He retired from the department years later, wishing his patrol partner could have done the same.
According to the autopsy reports, Tippit was shot 4 times, 3 times in the chest and once in the head, behind the right ear. Witnesses described 2 men, not 1. Multiple bystanders told police they saw a larger man working in Tatum with another shooter. A coordinated hit, clean, military style, and not the frantic act of a lone gunman. In recent decades, some researchers have speculated that the larger man may have been G. Gordon Liddy, the same man who would later orchestrate the Watergate burglary. Liddy, they argue, was with the CIA at the time and connected to black ops. Though no official evidence confirms this, the rumor persisted. So where does James Files fit into all of this? Files believes the Tippit murder was part of a larger deception, a critical plot in setting up Oswald as the patsy.
When you met Oswald, the day that you went down there to kind of do some pre-planning, you said you didn't talk about the assassination.
We didn't talk about the assassination, no. And I knew Oswald 6 months before that because I'd been running guns down there to Louisiana, to Baton Rouge, and giving them to Lee Harvey Oswald, and he was taking them over to New Orleans, getting them on a ship. We were sending weapons to Papa Doc at that time in Haiti. And after he died, we continued to ship weapons to Baby Doc.
Wow. Now, after the shooting, how did you get out of there, and how was it that, I mean, obviously, they arrested Oswald right away. Do you know why they chose him as the patsy and not any one of the other guys?
I don't know why they chose Oswald as a patsy. I never considered him as a patsy, and I didn't know it was going to fall down that way. But I was also supposed to meet with Oswald at the Texas Theater because David Allen Phillips, the night before that, he met with me first. I left, he met with Lee Harvey Oswald second. And if we had trouble, we were supposed to go to the Texas Theater and they'd fly us out of there into Mexico or somewhere out of the country. And I never let anybody plan my escape route. I always used my own judgment on that.
Yeah.
And I worked for the CIA for 28 years then as an asset. And I'm one of those people that don't exist.
In fact, some assassination researchers go even further, that Tippit's body may have been used as a double for Kennedy's autopsy photos. The theory suggests that Tippett's corpse, similar build, brown hair, and identical entrance wound in the skull, was used in fake autopsy photos to cover up the true nature of Kennedy's injuries. In fact, it's rumored that Tippett's nickname in the police force was JFK because he admired the president and looked very much like him. Whoever killed Officer Tippett wasn't trying to flee. They were trying to tie a bow on the cover story. With Oswald arrested for murder, the next day's headlines would deliver a simple narrative to the world. Oswald killed a cop, he killed the president, case closed. But for those paying attention, the truth had just begun to slip through the cracks.
Oswald did not kill Tippett.
No.
He didn't kill Tippett. He didn't kill JFK.
And Tippett was killed because why? Because
him and Gary Marlowe, the Raven.
Yeah.
They were good friends. They met down there doing the Bay of Pigs thing.
Right.
But
he was part of that.
The fishing camp that Gary had.
Right. Fishing camp. So anyway, they became beer buddies, you might say. They'd go out and they'd have a few beers together.
So they knew each other. When they'd see each other, they would know each other.
Tippett got out of the car. That's why I never pulled his gun. He was seeing a friend. If I was to get out of the car, I wouldn't pull a gun when I'm coming up to you.
For sure.
I'd be looking to shake your hand or hug your neck, one or the other.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, the Raven, since nobody's supposed to know he was in Texas and Dallas that day, he pulls a 6-gun out and bam, 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 bam.
And that was all part because they were at that point pursuing Oswald because Oswald was told to go to the Texas theater.
Yeah, he got set up. Oswald was set up.
That was the rendezvous point.
He was told to go there too, but he wouldn't show up there.
I
was told to go there the night before in case we had a problem.
Right.
They had flashed out of the country.
And so Oswald was there to get picked up. And then when he got picked up by the police, Oswald thought he was going to get off.
Yeah.
There was a phone call made. And then Ruby wanted it. You can see where it was just all collapsing.
Yeah.
Why was Ruby willing? Did Ruby think he was going to?
Ruby had cancer.
They gave him cancer in jail.
They might have had cancer before they gave it to him. But they gave him shots while he was in jail to make sure he died.
He was going to talk to that.
The last person to see Jack Ruby in prison, and which was on TV not long ago, just a few months ago, was, anyway, they said Joe West was the last one to see, what's his name, Oswald, in his cell. And
Joe West was the one, the gentleman that was trying to lie to you?
They said on the TV, and it blew in my mind, they said Joe West was an asset for the CIA.
Wow.
The theory? Tippett had past connections to covert intelligence operations in Florida when Marlowe, a known spook asset, crossed his path. It wasn't a chance encounter, it was a cleanup. But there's even more. What if Gary Marlowe didn't act alone? Files hints 2 men may have got the drop on Tippett, a coordinated ambush to take out a liability and frame Oswald. And the shot to the back of the head? Eerily similar to the fatal wound JFK received, and exactly the kind needed to create fake autopsy photos, using Tippett's corpse as a stand-in. A theory long whispered, rarely proven, yet never debunked. Eyewitnesses reported 2 men fleeing the scene, not one. One was slender, the other stocky and broad-shouldered. Descriptions that match Marlowe and possibly someone else. Roscoe White, Mac Wallace, or even someone like Charles Harrelson, Woody Harrelson's dad. Charles Harrelson's wife was even Diane Lou Oswald, intersecting with the Oswald family of New Orleans. A possible connection? We don't know.
I was 25 the day Kennedy was assassinated, and I would say that gentleman is probably in his mid to late 30s at the very least. But the facial structures isn't even close.
Mr. Harrelson's photograph was given along with the tall tramp photographs to forensic anthropologists, 2 independent bodies or people, and they came back with a report that there was a 90 to 95% probability that the photograph of the tall tramp arrested in connection with the president's killing and Charles V. Harrelson arrested for the death of a federal judge were one and the same.
So ask yourself, was Gary Marlowe the trigger man, or just part of a 2-man team working in the shadows, executing orders passed down from the top?
Charles Harrelson's function was to deliver the Secret Service badges to a group of people on the hill. What he says and what a lot of people say who were there that day, is that they did not know it was going to be assassination. That they knew there was going to be an incident, but they never imagined it would be a murder. And a lot of those people then realized that they were part of this, conspiracy in the death of the president. And they kind of scattered. A lot of them were subsequently murdered themselves, including the key members, Johnny Roselli, who the day that he was the liaison between the CIA and the mafia, the three mafia chiefs. The day that he was subpoenaed by the House Assassination Committee, he disappeared. Was found a week later, chopped into small pieces in a oil drum in Biscayne Bay in Miami. And Sam Giancana, when he was subpoenaed to testify by the mob boss, the Chicago outfit boss, he was subpoenaed to testify for that committee, and he was murdered in his basement by an assassin. So there's over 30 people who were killed, who were witnesses or potential witnesses. And then a lot of people have confessed.
Part 3, the last piece. What if we could finally solve it? After decades of classified files, deathbed confessions, and government stonewalling, after 62 years, 2025 finally broke the silence. President Donald J. Trump ordered the full release of the JFK assassination files. RFK Jr. supported it, and Oliver Stone testified. And in the files were names, timelines, actions, and betrayals. This is the timeline of key events and suspected participants, based on FBI files, CIA documents, and verified statements. Spring 1963. David Atlee Phillips, CIA propaganda chief, begins handling Lee Harvey Oswald via covert contacts in New Orleans. James Files, Chicago mob asset and CIA contract killer, begins prepping weapons with Charles Nicoletti. Johnny Roselli, mafia liaison to the CIA and anti-Castro ops, is informed of a parallel domestic hit. Mac Wallace, LBJ's longtime enforcer, is seen traveling between Texas and Washington, D.C. Ed Lansdale, former Air Force general and CIA coordinator, reemerges in internal memos as a ground operations planner. October 1963. Oswald travels to Mexico City. CIA surveillance teams, headed by Phillips, document his visits to the Cuban and Soviet embassies. Multiple declassified memos reveal Oswald was impersonated at least once. George H.W. Bush is briefed on an anti-Castro operation involving Operation 40 in Florida. James Files is dispatched to scout Dealey Plaza escape routes. November 15th to the 21st. Nicoletti, Files, and Roselli converge in Dallas. Jack Ruby, longtime mob associate and police informant, meets with Roselli at the Old South Pancake House. Ruby hands Roselli an envelope containing colored Secret Service badges and a route change map. Ed Lansdale is seen in Dallas by multiple witnesses, later identified in Dealey Plaza photos. Mac Wallace is allegedly positioned on a higher floor above or near the book depository, possibly in the Dow Tax Building. CIA files confirm Mac Wallace held Pentagon clearance and had access to classified locations. November 22nd, 12:30. Kennedy's motorcade turns onto Elm Street. Charles Nicoletti fires from the Dow Tax Building. James Files, behind the grassy knoll fence, fires the fatal shot with a Remington Fireball pistol. Mac Wallace may have fired from a third position as insurance, according to Files. And Roscoe White, Dallas cop with CIA ties, is suspected of positioning or assisting in the Knoll area. Witnesses report smoke and flashes from multiple angles. 12:35 p.m. Kennedy is pronounced fatally wounded en route to Parkland. A coordinated cover-up begins. J. Edgar Hoover directs the FBI narrative towards Oswald acting alone. Files claims Hoover knew, but protected intelligence channels. 1:15 p.m. Officer J.D. Tippit is shot dead. The suspected shooters, Gary Marlowe, Files' associate and dispatched by Phillips, or possibly Roscoe White or another coordinated agent. 2 p.m. Lee Harvey Oswald is arrested. Paraffin tests show no gunpowder residue on his cheek, suggesting he did not fire a rifle. November 24th, 1963. Oswald is shot by Jack Ruby, who is quickly arrested but never meaningfully interrogated. Ruby later says, "They didn't want Oswald to talk." Files, Phillips, Nicoletti, Ruby, Roselli, Bush, Wallace, Hoover, and Lansdale. A cable of power. Some CIA, some mob, and some political. And in the middle, one man who said he was a backup shooter, and who's still alive today, James E. Files.
The Zapruder film doesn't capture the grassy knoll shooter, does it?
No.
Yeah. And there's no video footage of you that day. Is there still a video?
As far as I know, there is. And
there is?
What people have claimed and said and told and talked about. Me, I always said, don't know, but the FBI knew about me. I thought, knew about me from a few days afterwards, but they knew about me from day one. I've come to find out.
That one Cuban snitch guy was Aldo Vera, and he told the FBI that you were there. That's all they've known since 1963-64.
He was one of the Cubans I worked with in Cuba.
It's good.
Why would they tell the public the truth now? Why would they tell the public? I've lied to you for the last 60 years because you're stupid. So after 61 years, I'm going to tell you the truth now. No, they're not going to do that.
These aren't loose ends. They're a design. This film is based on primary source documents, declassified files, and first-person testimony. The question is no longer if it was a conspiracy. The question is, how long did they think we wouldn't find out? I think we just solved Kennedy.
I am today announcing my candidacy for the presidency of the United States. The presidency is the most powerful office in the free world. Through its leadership can come a more vital life for all of our people. In it are centered the hopes of the globe around us for freedom and a more secure life. I am announcing today my candidacy for the presidency of the United States. I do not run for the presidency merely to oppose any man. I run because I am convinced that this country is on a perilous course. No one who knows what I know about the extraordinary demands of the presidency can be certain that any mortal can adequately fill that position.
Another one who's another great mind and a great guy and so popular, and I think he's right. He wants to make people healthy. It's driven him pretty wild over the last number of years. And the Democrats didn't treat him well. He was doing fantastically well. Today I nominated him for, I guess, if you like health and if you like people that live a long time, it's the most important position. RFK Jr. Bobby?
Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
I will establish a new independent presidential commission on assassination attempts. And they will be tasked with releasing all of the remaining documents pertaining to the assassination of President John F. Kennedy.
Among free men, said Abraham Lincoln, there can be no successful appeal from the ballot to the bullet. Violence breeds violence. Repression breeds retaliation. And only a cleansing of our whole society can remove this sickness from our souls.
I want to also congratulate somebody's going to make us all healthy. RFK Jr., we love you. I don't see if he's campaigning all over the place. He's campaigning. You're all over. Hello, you both. Nice to see you both. He's doing a good job. He's a great guy, too. He really is. He's going to make us a healthier place. We're going to let him go wild for a little while. Then I'm going to have to maybe rein him back. Because he's got some pretty wild ideas, but most of them are really good, I think. He's a good man, and he believes the environment, the healthy people. He wants healthy people. He wants healthy food. And he's going to do it. He's going to have a big chance to do it because we do need that.
And more, much more than this, I did it my way. Regrets, I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do, saw it through without exemption. I planned each charted course, each careful step along the byway. Much more than this, I did it my way. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when I bit off more than I could chew. But through it all, when there was doubt, my fill, my share of losing, and now as tears subside, I find it all so amusing to think I did all that, and may I say, not in a shy way. Oh no, not me. I did it my way. For what is a man? What has he got? If not himself, then he has not to say the he truly feels, and not the words of one who kneels. The record shows I took the blows and did it was
What's up, everyone? Today I'm continuing my series on solving Kennedy, and I'm here in Miami, Florida, at the former site of JM Wave, once one of the largest CIA stations outside of Langley. In the 1950s and 60s, this unassuming complex was the nerve center for covert operations aimed at overthrowing Fidel Castro, and it was where one man in particular rose through the ranks, David Atlee Phillips. Phillips was no ordinary agent. He was a propaganda mastermind, a psychological warfare expert, and according to both contract killer James Files and Cuban exile leader Antonio Viciana, he was their handler. Today, this site is just a military history museum, closed to the public when I visited, but for those who know what to look for, the secrets still echo from the walls. While I was in town, I also visited the University of Miami. Why? Because supposedly, they hold one of the last known copies of Phillips' 1988 memoir, The Secret War's Diary, a self-published book that's been virtually erased from the internet. No listings on Amazon, and none on eBay. Nothing. At first, I was excited. The catalog said it was available, so I headed up to the 6th floor stacks, only to find nothing but The Night Watch, Phillips' earlier and more sanitized autobiography. But The Secret War Diary? Gone. Vanished. The staff told me it had mysteriously gone missing in 2016. Did a spy remove it? A rogue researcher? Who knows? But let's just say I wasn't thrilled after driving hours for what could have been the missing piece of this puzzle. Still, the Kennedy section in the library was impressive. Books I'd only seen online were now in my hands, including works by key figures I mentioned in my first Solving Kennedy film. And The Night Watch? Turns out it had been heavily annotated by a past researcher. Underlines, highlights, and notes. For me, that's gold, because it means I can fast-track the clues. So now, let's dive deep into the shadowy world of David Atlee Phillips, the man who may have written the CIA script for Dallas. This is Solving Kennedy, the Phillips Connection. As you might know from my previous videos, I set out to solve this murder, the one they said was already solved. But buried beneath the bullets, beneath the patsies and the commissions, was a man, an actor, a liar, and a professional ghost. They called him David Atlee Phillips, but to at least one witness, he was Maurice Bishop, and he met with Lee Harvey Oswald 2 months before the assassination. He denied it under oath, but the files tell a different story, and so do the men who knew him, and one of them broke his silence 50 years later. This is not a theory, it's a puzzle, and this is my investigation into the man who may have helped murder a president and rewrote history to cover it up. Before he was a spy master, before he trained exiles, impersonated voices, or sent false cables that reshaped world events, David Atlee Phillips was just a man with a script. He was born on Halloween, 1922, Fort Worth, Texas. His father died young, oil stocks gone, country club revoked. He studied Spanish, chased dreams of the stage, and sold cemetery plots to get by. He also attended Texas Christian University. Phillips was an actor prior to World War II, and during his youth, used to star in plays. During the war, he served as a nose gunner in the United States Army Air Force. He was shot down over Austria and captured by the Germans, but somehow was able to escape and make it back to Allied lines. Captured by the Nazis after his plane went down, Phillips was sent to a POW camp in Germany. Most men waited for liberation, but Phillips chose escape and got lucky. Phillips dressed in a makeshift disguise. He walked calmly across the yard, carrying a clipboard and mumbling in broken German. His disguise was crude, his German was worse, but he moved with conviction, like a man on the inside, a lesson he'd never forget. He didn't run, he didn't hide, he just walked, all the way into the woods and out of captivity. And though he was only 23 at the time, his life would never be the same. In David Atlee Phillips' own memoir, The Night Watch from 1977, he wrote about his time as a World War II POW prisoner and described how he escaped from the prison camp. I was captured and held in a POW camp in Germany. I escaped by disguising myself, walking through a guard post, and slipping into the forest. His brief but vivid account of walking away in disguise has been widely cited by the CIA historians and interviewers, including the Washington Post obituary and CIA publications about Phillips' career. That escape wasn't the end. It was the beginning of a life built on illusion. A man who could easily become anyone and disappear just as easily. After the war, he returned home. failed as an actor in New York, wrote plays no one produced, and sold cemetery plots in Texas. Then boarded a plane to Santiago, Chile. He gave up the stage, but not the performance. In Chile, he bought a printing press, launched a newspaper, and waited for someone to notice him. And then, the CIA found their perfect messenger, the right voice in the right place, with the right instincts. They offered him $50 a month and a news script. In a New York safe house, Phillips sat in a brownstone apartment. His handler gave him a folder. A chalkboard behind them read, Tradecraft, Covert Persuasion. He was trained in psychological operations, propaganda, blackmail, and betrayal. In just 2 years, he'd be orchestrating a coup in Guatemala, not with guns, but with lies. The CIA saw potential in him. Fluent Spanish, theater background, owned a newspaper, the perfect cover. He was trained to create illusions, to manipulate crowds, to fabricate revolutions. The CIA called it psychological warfare. David called it the big lie. The next time he'd go undercover, it wouldn't be in a prison camp. It'd be in a country, a movement, a name. Guatemala, 1954. The CIA wanted a revolution, but they didn't have the troops. What they had was David Atlee Phillips. His job? To convince a country that it was already falling, to fake an army, to invent battles, to collapse a government with a signal. The president was told the country was lost. He resigned, without a single real shot fired. David Atlee Phillips called it a success. The agency called it genius. But it wasn't war. It was theater, and it worked. The big lie became a blueprint. If you can control the story, you can control the outcome. Phillips was promoted, given more resources, more influence. He made friends, powerful ones. E. Howard Hunt, David Morals, Theodore Shackley, a fraternity of covert killers, men who'd later circle back around another name, Kennedy. But this was just the opening act. The next stage would be Cuba, Castro, Miami, then Mexico City, and somewhere in that long shadow, Lee Harvey Oswald and James Files. The revolution came fast. On January 1st, 1959, Fidel Castro rolled into Havana. Batista fled. The world called it liberation. The CIA called it a problem. But one man stayed behind, deep cover, an American posing as public relations consultant, a tourist, a ghost. David Morals, Havana Station Chief. Phillips worked directly under David Morals, the CIA's chief of operations in Havana. Their job, monitor the new regime and plant the seeds for its destruction. In a leaked CIA internal memo, priority asset deployed to Havana under commercial cover was called Operation Psychological Penetration, under the code name Bishop. And that's the name that would follow David Atlee Phillips for the rest of his life. Not Phillips, but Maurice Bishop. One of his first recruits was a banking executive named Antonio Vecinia. He didn't know Phillips' real name, he only knew the voice, the orders, and the mission, kill Castro. He knew him as Maurice Bishop.
Sí, en la investigación que hizo el House sobre la muerte de Kennedy, ellos me llevaron a Filadelfia y alguien que decía que era muy bueno haciendo, yo le fui describiendo y él sacó esta.
Vecinia would later build Alpha 66, the most aggressive anti-Castro group in the hemisphere, funded by the CIA and trained by Maurice Bishop. But this wasn't just about Cuba anymore. The U.S. had created a monster, and Phillips held a leash. Phillips had perfected the art of disappearing, and Bishop, the name, gave him cover to do whatever the hell he wanted. No badge, no fingerprints, just whispers. What began in Havana didn't end there. Bishop/Phillips would show up again in Miami, in Mexico, and eventually in the company of Lee Harvey Oswald.
David Phillips, who was with the CIA in Mexico City then and is now retired from the agency. Why did you watch Americans going in and out of the Soviet and Cuban missions?
We didn't watch Americans going in and out. We watched these missions on our radar screen, and every once in a while there would be a blip, and the blip would turn out to be an American.
You know he was at the Cuban embassy?
I do.
No doubt in your mind about that?
There's no question in my mind.
You believe he was at the Soviet embassy?
I'm not sure about that. I'm positive that he made contact with them. They all thought he was so strange that they didn't want to have anything to do with him, and they rebuffed him and told him that they were not interested.
How certain are you of this?
I'm positive. I know there are a lot of stories about photographs of Lee Harvey Oswald taken in Mexico. None were taken. There were no photographs of Lee Harvey Oswald.
What about the accusation, and it's made flatly sometimes, that the pictures of Oswald were destroyed?
Absolutely untrue. I was there, and I know.
In Miami, the sun rose over palm trees and pastel motels, but below the surface, there was a secret war. To most people, Miami in the early 1960s looked like paradise, but underneath the surface, in bungalows, safe houses, and rented office parks, the CIA was preparing for a possible World War III.
Got to the point where it was just kind of a joke about how this secret operation working against Castro was being held down in Miami. And this wasn't a small building. It's hard to see. This is kind of a massive enterprise. These are big buildings, so it took this massive amount of space in Miami. These big buildings, it was considered the University of Miami South Campus. That's actually who they rented the space from, the University of Miami. And then UM basically said, you just keep it. Just keep it. You basically transformed it now completely into a government-run facility. It's all yours.
They called it JM Wave. It was the largest CIA station in the world outside of Langley. And the man in charge of psychological warfare was David Atlee Phillips himself. His team included ex-FBI men, propaganda experts, and Cuban exiles. Their mission, destabilize Fidel. Their tools, black radio, fake newspapers, psychological ops, and a growing militia of angry, armed patriots. Phillips was everywhere and nowhere, behind every broadcast, every article, every whisper that Cuba was about to fall. Cuban exile leaders announced attacks inside Cuba. Journalists took notes, cameras flashed, and in the back of the room, a man with sunglasses and a notebook, Phillips, watched quietly. He organized exile raids, coached spokesmen, and invented victories that never happened. Guerrilla units were created on paper. Explosions were staged for the press. This was a war by perception. And even that wasn't enough. Castro wasn't falling. Kennedy was losing patience. And Phillips, he was just getting started. In 1963, Phillips was transferred again, this time to a new stage, Mexico City, 2 embassies, 1 defector, and a name that wouldn't go away. The final act had begun.
I had been stationed in Cuba in 1959, 58. I was there 59 and 60 before I had to leave rather abruptly. I had an affinity for Cuba. The Cuban people are marvelous.
On every occasion, his interest was Fidel. When is Fidel leaving? Where is Fidel going? What are Fidel's itineraries? Clearly, they intended to assassinate him.
These operations against Cuba were known to the Attorney General of the United States, the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State, the Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs, the President of the United States himself.
In Mexico City in September 1963, the CIA had the Cuban and Soviet embassies wired like fortresses. Hidden cameras, microphones in the walls, every phone call recorded, every visitor photographed. And then a name showed up, Lee Harvey Oswald, an ex-Marine, defector, returned from the USSR, now trying to get into Cuba through the embassy in Mexico, a walking red flag. The CIA claimed Oswald called and visited both the Soviet and Cuban embassies, agitated and aggressive, but when the tapes were played back, something was wrong. It wasn't Oswald, not even close. The photos didn't match, and the voice didn't match. It wasn't him. This became known as the Oswald imposter incident, and the man responsible for the entire surveillance program in Mexico City
was David Atlee Phillips. He said he couldn't recall seeing Oswald's face in the photos. We were simply relaying information as we received it. He denied seeing the photos, denied managing the case, denied any link, but other agents said otherwise. So why would they fake Oswald? Because if they could place him in contact with Soviet or Cuban officials, the assassination could be blamed on Castro or the Kremlin.
There is now new evidence that someone in the CIA did try to implicate Cuba in the assassination, and on top of that, confuse the investigation into the activities of the real Lee Harvey Oswald. Antonio Veciana was once a CIA operative. He says that within days of the assassination, his CIA case officer asked him to persuade his cousin Reese in Cuba's embassy in Mexico to say Oswald had been there.
He questioned me, do you think if we can offer good money, a great deal of money to Reese, he can accept that he was with Lee Harvey Oswald in Mexico?
So you think that the American case officer, the American intelligence officer, was trying to make up a story?
Yes.
Why did you never give this information to the Warren Commission?
I never received a subpoena or I never received a call. And in my profession, you know, this is a risk to talk. And now it's 15 years. But in that time, it's better to be quiet and to be silent.
Sometimes we ask ourselves if someone did not wish to involve Cuba in this. Because I'm under the impression that Kennedy's assassination was organized by reactionaries in the United States, and that it was all the result of a conspiracy. This is my opinion. And my impression is that the man who carried it out was a provocateur.
In 1963, Antonio Veciana ran Alpha 66, the CIA's fiercest anti-Castro paramilitary group, but he didn't take orders from Langley. He took them from a man who didn't officially exist. Veciana only knew him as Maurice Bishop, his CIA handler. He never knew his real name until later. What Veciana saw changed everything. 2 months before the assassination, he walked into a Dallas office building and saw Bishop speaking with someone he'd never forgot, a man he'd only recognize later from the newspapers.
Since it involved the Cuban connection, I want you to tell me to the best of your recollection. I'm taping this now. What the contents of that transcript of that conversation were.
To the best of my recollection, there was something indicating in the translation this guy speaking terrible Russian.
All right.
My name is Lee Henry Oswald.
All right.
Have you had any word about me, about my visa? I'm not positive. Something along this line.
All right.
Some sort of indication that he expected, hoped to travel to Cuba with the idea of going on to the Soviet Union.
All right.
That is my best recollection.
Anything else?
At one point or another, there was something that left me with the impression that he said something like, "You should talk to me," or something like that. I do not recall that he said anything about paying for my trip. I cannot tie that recollection specifically to this transcript. It could have been, or it could have been something else.
All right. Yes, Tom.
Mr. Phillips, from the inflection in his voice in the transcript, on the conversation when he said, "You should talk to me." Today, what would you say that it inferred?
Well, of course, I was seeing only the written thing. If this had been under different circumstances, I would have drawn the inference that he was up to some sort of espionage, something very serious. From a man who just telephones the Soviet embassy. I would gather he was someone who was naive and didn't know that someone was probably listening to him. And I never heard the tape, so I don't know what the reflection was.
And on November 22nd, 2013, 50 years to the day after the assassination, Antonio Vicinia wrote a letter to Gaetan Fonzi's widow, Marie. Maurice Bishop, my CIA contact agent, was David Atlee Phillips. Phillips, or Bishop, was the man I saw with Lee Harvey Oswald in Dallas in September 1963. There it was, in black and white, the final piece. One man, 3 identities, one connection that ties the CIA directly to the accused assassin. Bishop was Phillips, and Bishop met with Oswald, and Phillips lied under oath, and the CIA knew. They called him a conspiracy theorist, but Fonzi was right. David Atlee Phillips was the master of everything. In 1978, David Atlee Phillips finally sat down before Congress. A House committee tasked with reinvestigating the murder of the president was ready to ask him about 2 names, Maurice Bishop and Antonio Vicinia. But he denied everything, calmly, directly, under oath. And just like that, the door slammed shut.
The CIA never had an official meeting where they said, hey, here's where we're going to plan on the murder of the president.
Pero un grupo de personas que pertenecían a la CIA, encabezado por David Phillips, decidieron matar al presidente porque lo consideraban traidor y que estaba poniendo en peligro la seguridad nacional.
But he happens to know that a group of officials working within the CIA got together with the clear plan to assassinate and murder the president because he thought he was a traitor to the national interest of the United States.
Desde entonces, algunos mandos militares aceptaron la muerte de Kennedy.
Once that decision was made, and from that point forward, there were segments within the military leadership of this country that also accepted and understood the plot to kill the president.
Fue una conspiración donde intervinieron algunos mafiosos.
And it was a conspiracy plot that also integrated the use of certain elements of the mafia.
Privately, when shown the composite sketch of Bishop, Phillips laughed, said it looked like one of his brothers, a family resemblance, a deflection. And one of David's brothers was a prolific writer. James Atlee Phillips, former pilot, suspiciously well-informed novelist, published under the pen name Philip Atlee, wrote books featuring a recurring hero, Joe Gal, a freelance U.S. government agent who solved international conspiracies and covered up dirty CIA operations, spy fiction, or a backdoor confession.
And who was this man, James Anthony Phillips, you were mentioning to me?
James Atlee, A-T-L-E-E.
Atlee Phillips. Well, you said that he was one of the most remarkable mystery writers in America, and I'm ashamed to say I don't know anything about
I think he's a damn good writer by any standard.
Yeah. What's he written? This book, Pagoda, you mentioned.
Pagoda, Suitable for Framing, The Deadly Mermaid, and he wrote one called The Shivering Chorus Girls, which I never could get hold of.
Yeah. It's the trouble. I believe there's some very good thrillers, you know, that publishers let get out of print and vanish off the scene. I'm sure in publishers' lists there are a lot of very good thrillers tucked away that have been forgotten and ought to be brought out and brushed down again. There aren't enough good thrillers for me. I mean, I like reading them in airplanes and trains, of kinds of books to pass the time with.
After retiring from the agency, Phillips became its defender-in-chief. He founded the Association of Former Intelligence Officers to shape public opinion, crush whistleblowers, and kill conspiracy stories. He spent his final years doing damage control, spinning his legacy, controlling the narrative one last time. But the name Maurice Bishop never left his trail.
The director of the CIA in 1963 was John McCone. He caused a sensation among committee staffers when he admitted there was an agent using the cover name Bishop. But a secret memo reveals he was allowed to reverse his testimony. A CIA lawyer wrote the committee. I should inform you that he had been in error. In summary, Mr. McCone withdraws his statements on this point. The man who fingered Maurice Bishop, Antonio Vicinia, was shot in the head soon after testifying, but survived. frightened. He will no longer talk about the case, as we caught up with him in Florida.
They wounded me in the head. They trying to kill me.
You know why? Why would anybody?
I don't know, perhaps the FBI knows. The FBI knows.
Did they tell you?
No. Actually,
David Atlee Phillips died of cancer in 1988. Investigators believe Phillips was angry at JFK for botching the Cuban Bay of Pigs operation.
But if Cesar was telling the truth, and the files say he was, then Phillips just committed perjury, and the CIA knew it. They had him, cold, but no charges were filed, no subpoenas extended. The committee walked away, and Phillips walked free for the rest of his life.
I made another phone call. I called David Atlee Phillips. I had a number to call. The call was put through to David Phillips, and he was notified where I was at, because I had not told him in advance that I was going to Dallas, Texas, because he always had to know where I was at because he was my controller. CIA purposes, special operations, or something that might be needed done. We always stayed in contact. We had numbers to call. He said, thank you, and let it go at that. We didn't have any great discussion on the phone. I told him where I was at, the location, and through David Atlee Phillips is the only way that Lee Harvey Oswald could have known where I was at. I was staying at the Lamplighter Inn right there in Mesquite, Texas.
And then the next thing you knew, Lee Harvey Oswald.
The following morning, Lee Harvey Oswald was there.
The master of disinformation had done it again. He lied under oath and got away with it, just like he had in Cuba, Guatemala, Mexico, and maybe Dealey Plaza. And by the time the House reopened the case in the late 1970s, many of the people who might have cracked it wide open were already gone. Call it coincidence, call it something much darker, but one name kept surviving: David Atlee Phillips. So after decades of espionage, propaganda, and black operations, David Atlee Phillips reinvented himself once more. As a writer, the former spy master became a chronicler. Some of his well-known books include The Night Watch, a field memoir, The Carlos Contract, a novel of international terrorism, and a book that's very rare today, The Secret Wars Diary. His final work, Secret Wars Diary, was published shortly before his death in 1988. Almost no one read it or knew about it. It vanished from shelves. Was it a confession, a coded memoir, or just another diversion from the man who made a career out of rewriting the truth?
I wonder if he's come across the James File confession and David Atlee Phillips.
Yeah.
Has he noticed those two names?
Yeah. The caller referenced James Files is a man who was in prison. I think he got out recently in the last couple of years, who claimed that he was the assassin, that he was the one who shot the president. You know, Files doesn't have any independent corroboration of his story, and so it's a little hard to know what to make of it. He could have, based on what he said, I think he could have learned all of the things that he said from just reading the literature of the assassination. So I don't know, I don't disbelieve it, I don't believe it. I just think we don't know enough to whether we should credit that story. You referenced David Atlee Phillips. Phillips was mentioned by James Files. He was a senior operations officer in the CIA. He's one of the senior officers who I mentioned before, who knew all about Oswald before the assassination. There's a big file on David Atlee Phillips that remains with many, many redactions, and we did not see any of that last week. So he's a person of interest. David Phillips is a person of interest to JFK researchers. He knew a lot about Oswald before the assassination. When he was called before investigations, he told a whole bunch of stories about Oswald, some of them quite contradictory. He couldn't keep his Oswald stories straight. So another reason why people are skeptical about the CIA's role in that. I mean, if it's so simple that Oswald up and shot the president, why would you tell so many different stories about him? You know, that's a good question about David Phillips. There's a lot of information that has not been made public about him.
James Files pointed the gun, Fonzie followed the evidence, Vicinia connected the names, and I followed them into that same damn maze. One by one, they all led me here, to a man who staged coups, lied to Congress, invented wars, and may have orchestrated the perfect political murder in American history.
So many people that are great people that work at the CIA, but back then there was an issue, and I think really it's the deep state controlling the CIA. I mean, we know of cases, you probably know too, and if you watch the Sean Ryan show and watch the episodes with Sarah Adams, I mean, things that, decisions that total thing, like the whole Benghazi thing about the protests that started, the Hillary Clinton lies about all that kind of stuff. We all know that those are made up intelligence report where the CIA lied to the president and to the public. That's what we need to stop. I mean, and it's not just for the greater good or whatever kind of BS, reason you come up with it. But, James was involved in a black op. He thought he was doing his job, and Gordon Ferry, our good friend, said Jimmy, his only problem was he didn't know how to say no. And I know when he was doing ops, if they came to him and said, "Hey, here's your mission," "Yes, sir," and he would go, and somebody was going to die. You know what I mean? Or whatever the mission was. And JFK was no different from that. And I've talked to him; he'll tell you right now that 29.3 yards, 88 feet. I've stood there behind that fence with Jimmy, and now the fence has been moved and it's about 100 feet. But with that Remington XP100 221 Fireball over that fence, about 8 feet from the corner, I've stood there with Jimmy back in 2023, and it would be an easy shot. And I know the CIA is petrified. I don't know why, 62 years later, there's nobody in the halls of Langley that's got anything to worry about being prosecuted or anything like that. Okay, yeah, they did some kind of crazy thing 60 years ago, but it was really a rogue operation. I mean, all the people with the CIA didn't take a vote and say, "Yeah, let's kill Kennedy." It was kind of a rogue thing that Dulles was behind. The deep state was pushing it, and I mean, we know that even like going into Iraq and the justification to go into the war in Afghanistan, total BS. I mean, they just made it's like the false flag. It's like the Maddox incident, the Vietnam War, another CIA false flag to just get us into a war.
Good evening, my fellow citizens. This government, as promised, has maintained the closest surveillance of the Soviet military buildup on the island of Cuba. Within the past week, unmistakable evidence has established the fact that a series of offensive missile sites is now in preparation on that imprisoned island. The purpose of these bases can be none other than to provide a nuclear strike capability against the Western Hemisphere. Upon receiving the first preliminary hard information of this nature, last Tuesday morning at 9 a.m., I directed that our surveillance be stepped up. And having now confirmed and completed our evaluation of the evidence and our decision on a course of action, this government feels obliged to report this new crisis to you in fullest detail. The characteristic of these new missile sites indicate two distinct types of installations. Several of them include medium-range ballistic missiles capable of carrying a nuclear warhead for a distance of more than 1,000 nautical miles. Each of these missiles, in short, is capable of striking Washington, D.C., the Panama Canal, Cape Canaveral, Mexico City, or any other city in the southeastern part of the United States, in Central America, or in the Caribbean area. Additional sites not yet completed appear to be designed for intermediate range ballistic missiles, capable of traveling more than twice as far, and thus capable of striking most of the major cities in the Western Hemisphere, ranging as far north as Hudson's Bay, Canada, and as far south as Lima, Peru. In addition, jet bombers, capable of carrying nuclear weapons, are now being uncrated and assembled in Cuba, while the necessary air bases are being prepared. This urgent transformation of Cuba into an important strategic base by the presence of these large, long-range, and clearly offensive weapons of sudden mass destruction constitutes an explicit threat to the peace and security of all the Americas.
David Atlee Phillips wasn't just a witness to history, he was its editor. He was Maurice Bishop. He handled Lee Harvey Oswald and James Files. He lied to Congress, and the U.S. government let him. For 65 years, David Atlee Phillips played roles: soldier, reporter, actor, and spy. But if you line them up, the story becomes clear. He walked through the gates of a Nazi prison camp and never stopped walking. He became head of psychological warfare. His script, chaos. He overthrew a government with a microphone. He invented a name, then buried his own inside it. He built a secret army in Florida and fed America a war that never happened. And the moment the mask slipped, he protected the lie. His final act, spin the truth so hard, no one could entangle it. No trial, no charges, no reckoning.
If the CIA had the power to run this country, would it really have let itself fall into this low disrepute that it's in now?
What happened?
Well, what happened in the 25 years since someone talked? I'm convinced that a great many decent Americans, men and women, 1/3 of the people who work at CIA are women, were in a profession which has been practiced as long as it's the second oldest profession. And they have believed that they were doing a job that was necessary. And they did it because their government asked them to do those things. There are a lot of them now that believe the things that they did were wrong, but it doesn't do any good to come with tears in your eyes. But what happened was that they got into trouble because American presidents and American secretaries of state adopted policies that called for covert action and secret operations.
He didn't pull the trigger, but he pulled the strings. And the CIA wanted a fall guy. They had Oswald. They needed a ghost. They had Bishop. If there was one man who could tie the plot together, it was David Atlee Phillips.
Fidel Castro says that his government had nothing to do with the assassination of President Kennedy and that he does not know this man, Lee Oswald, who is the suspect. What do you personally and what does the Cuban colony here in Miami think about Cuba's involvement in this?
Well, my opinion is I think he have to be something with what happened with Mr. Kennedy.
You think that Castro has something to do with the assassination?
That's what I think.
And what have you heard about this among other Cubans here in Miami? What are they saying?
Well, I don't speak too much with about that because everybody must know about that because Castro have to see something with that.
And the question which the jurors passed on, as I said earlier, every single juror, every one of them, who heard the testimony of the White Citizens Council, the black members of the Congress of Racial Equality, the others involved in a really unlikely conspiratorial group, who all testified about the close continuing relationship between Clay Shaw and Lee Harvey Oswald, despite the CIA's efforts to disparage Jim Garrison and to discredit him. That body of evidence is a very important body of evidence and remains there totally unrefuted by the CIA or by Mr. Shaw. Add to that the CIA's admission now...
Mr. Shaw, I thought Mr. Shaw was dead.
Yes, he is dead now. That's good. I'm not sure that was relevant to my point. Anyway, add to that the admissions by the Central Intelligence Agency of their close continuing relationship with Clay Shaw going back to 8 years before this period when he was involved with Lee Harvey Oswald. That being given, we have the documents, we have the testimony. How can you sit here, since you don't know anything about that, and say categorically, as you did, Oswald had no relationship with the CIA? How can you do that?
What I'm saying is based on, or I make a hypothesis based on the facts available to me, and I say that I'm convinced that he was not. Obviously, there could be some super operation, and they're not going to come tell Dave Phillips about it. I say I am convinced on the evidence available to me. And I do not buy the idea that because there was a connection between Clay Shaw and the CIA, if there was one, and Lee Harvey Oswald, that necessarily proves that the CIA used Clay Shaw to do this. I really had thought that all the Clay Shaw business had been considered by nearly all serious critics as just something that we didn't consider anymore.
And then there's David Perry and there's George Morenship. We haven't gone to those other CIA conduits to Lee Harvey Oswald. But just this one, if you're not familiar with that body of evidence, then I don't think you should be traveling around the country saying the CIA had no contact at all to anyone with Lee Harvey Oswald.
Will you answer the second question concerning the disclaimer?
The disclaimer. No, I am not going to say that I'll do that because I think I'll consult two brothers who are lawyers first. One reason being that I have 5 kids to send through college and I couldn't afford the cost of winning a suit.
I can't afford the cost of being libeled anymore.
Are we going to finish? Or?
Make one final sentence and then we will.
Okay. I feel I have to explain 2 things about using the New York Times and the Washington Post as sources today. The reason that happened was this. I came here and I had a certain idea from the correspondent sent to me about what kind of meeting this was going to be. I walked in this morning and watched, and boy, it got to be pretty hot this morning. And then I saw my former colleague Ray Klein leave, and as I started to go up the stairs, there was almost a fight going on. And I thought, this really is different than I thought it was. And when I first started lecturing a short time ago, my lecture agent said, never speak more than 55 minutes and don't ever have a drink before you speak. Well, I decided I better do 2 things. Go back to my room and have a good drink and get some newspaper clippings, because I made up my mind that I would not attack you personally.
Where did you find them in your hotel room?
No, I brought them with me.
Oh.
I brought them with me. I really don't understand that you see there's something wrong in knowing that you're going to go across the country to debate a ban and not bring a newspaper clipping that you have about it. Finally, I want to say one thing. I have not said that there was not a conspiracy to kill Jack Kennedy. The statement was made earlier by Mark himself, quoting my book. I've been talking about those things I know about and what I'm convinced. I don't know what happened to Kennedy. What I'm trying to say today is let's find out. The investigation has now been going on for almost a year, and in the meantime, let's don't do it with gamesmanship.
One of the people I interviewed was the nephew of David Atlee Phillips, named Sean. And according to Sean Phillips, just before his death, David Atlee Phillips told his brother, who was Sean's father, that he was in Dealey Plaza on November 22nd. Now, we've placed David Atlee Phillips in the training camps, the anti-Castro training camps. We placed him with Oswald, and now we see that somehow he is there in Dealey Plaza on November 22nd, looking over what there is to see. I doubt he was certainly not a shooter, but he was there.
It's amazing. I mean, that's amazing. And you had some information that I had not seen before that said that Lee Harvey Oswald was debriefed at Sugi. Is that how you pronounce that? I'm not sure. After the defection?
I found new information about Oswald being debriefed even in New York. Information that is not in A Farewell to Justice, but that I managed to get my hands on. So people always said, well, how come Oswald wasn't debriefed? Yes, he was. And there was, of course, also CIA people at Atsugi who testified that Oswald was involved with the CIA and involved in the Kennedy assassination. And that's James Wilcon. And that, again, then, of course, the government has to discredit the witness. And one of the people who discredited that witness was named Harold Leap, who worked for the House Select Committee on Assassinations. And Robert Burris, who was the police investigator for the state of Louisiana, said he spotted him instantly as a CIA operative who had infiltrated the House Select Committee on Assassinations.
Now, I have not changed my story in the 5 years I've been telling it this way. When we were 15 years old, my companion Vicki and I spoke with Lee Oswald and the CIA's David Phillips, with Antonio Veciano present, in the lobby of the Southland Center in downtown Dallas on the morning of September 7th, 1963. Okay. Now I'm here to tell a story with some information. I'm not here to give you, to preach an angry sermon and talk to you about good guys and bad guys. Okay. This is just information. It derives from my memory. I'm afraid I cannot give good documentation. I state flatly that I'm not lying and I'm not deluded. Okay. All right. Excuse me? Vicky spoke. Neither I nor Veciana said anything when the five of us were together. I simply listened. All right, in 1979, the House Select Committee on Assassinations learned of the lobby meeting from Veciana, almost accidentally, by the way. It showed a connection between Oswald and the CIA, and they were not sure about that at the time. In 1979, Veciana was not yet identifying Maurice Bishop, Phillips' pseudonym, as Phillips, but it was clear that, quote, Bishop, unquote, was highly placed in the federal government, probably with the CIA, which is, of course, a deep. You know who David Phillips is.
The CIA never charged him. Instead, they welcomed him. The FBI never exposed him. And the Warren Commission never even mentioned his name and never even bothered to call. But we just solved the puzzle. David Adley Phillips helped to orchestrate the assassination of John F. Kennedy. He didn't pull the trigger, he pulled the strings. And history let him vanish. I think we just solved the Phillips connection to Kennedy. What's up, everyone? I'm a 26-year-old amateur documentary filmmaker, and after digging deep into the JFK assassination for my last video, I'm back. Since releasing that doc, a lot of you here on YouTube and on Facebook dropped comments suggesting that James Files might have been lying. Some said the real killer was a Secret Service agent named George Hickley with an AR-15, accidentally or intentionally firing the fatal shot. And honestly, after more research, I get it. There are serious questions about Files, but I'm still not fully throwing out his story. Why? Because Files' testimony lines up pretty damn well with verified CIA operations and known Chicago mob connections. And the truth? It might finally break wide open later this year, with the release of November 1963, a new JFK biopic film promising to tell the real story of the Chicago mob and the CIA's role.
3 Hollywood stars are descending on Winnipeg to film a mob movie about the assassination of U.S. President John F. Kennedy. According to IMDb, November 1963 will star John Travolta and Mandy Patinkin alongside Dermot Mulroney. The crime thriller will focus on JFK's assassination over the course of 2 days. It's told through the eyes of Joseph Giannakanen, the brother of real-life mob boss Sam Giannakanen. Details at this point are pretty scarce. Manitoba Film and Music confirmed it is filming in Winnipeg. However, they don't know when crews are coming to town.
But now we're shifting gears from Dallas to Los Angeles, from JFK to MLK to RFK. Because after JFK fell, his brother, Robert F. Kennedy, became a major target too. And just months after Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated, RFK was gunned down in a hotel pantry in Los Angeles. And here's the bombshell. There's growing evidence that lone gunman Sirhan didn't act alone, and there was a second shooter. And maybe, just maybe, the same people who silenced MLK silenced RFK too.
James Earl Ray killed Martin Luther King, which was another lie. And
Sirhan didn't shoot Bobby Kennedy.
The guy that shot Bobby Kennedy did the kill shot on him and Martin Luther King.
Same guy.
Is still alive today, and don't you dare say his name.
So that guy's still alive.
He's still alive today.
He's down in Miami, Florida.
In Florida.
Yeah, good friends with George Bush Sr., and he's down in Miami, Florida.
And
he killed Martin Luther King, not James Earl Ray.
And same with Sirhan.
Sirhan wasn't the one that made the final shot that hit Senator Robert Kennedy.
Yeah.
It was the Thane Cesar. It was I think it was a Wackenhut security guard that was in there.
I was out of the country at that time. I get a good alibi. I was in Central America. You ain't gonna blame me for that one.
So now in the year 2025, fueled by the recent FBI file releases by President Donald J. Trump and explosive new accusations by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. himself, naming Than Eugene Cesar as the real killer.
The first shot that Sirhan fired hit Paul in the head.
Paul survived, and he just died less than a year ago. And he spent the last 20 years of his life trying to get Sirhan out of jail because he did not believe that Sirhan killed my father. And I just sort of dismissed what, over years, I'd hear that Al Lowenstein, who you may remember, was trying to get my father, Sirhan out, because Al Lowenstein was a congressman, a great friend of my father's, started the Dump Johnson movement. He was later assassinated himself. He became a congressman, was killed. But he fought for many years to get Sirhan out and get the case reopened because he did not believe that my father was killed by Sirhan. But I never looked into any details. I just assumed there were 77 eyewitnesses. Sirhan killed Robert Kennedy.
Right.
And then Paul Schrade made me come over to his house one day and read the autopsy report. How did he make me? He told me, you have to do this. And because he was such a close friend of my father's, and because he himself had been shot, I felt like I couldn't say no to him. And when I sat down and read the autopsy report, it became clear to me, as it would to anybody who read that report, that Sirhan could not have killed my father, which is what Thomas Noguchi, the coroner, the most important coroner probably in American history, concluded also and said in his autobiography. And here's what happened, the short story. Sirhan fired 2 shots at my father. He was 5 feet away. There was, as I said, there was absolute mayhem in the kitchen of the Ambassador Hotel. My father just won the primary. He said from the stage, and now it's on to Chicago, which was where the convention was. Then he walks off the stage and he went into a route that was not expected. He was led into a route through the kitchen, which he was not supposed to go to. And waiting in the kitchen in an ambush was Sirhan standing in front of a steam table. And as my father approached the steam table, Sirhan fired at him 2 shots. One of those hit Paul Schrade. The other one went past my father's ear and hit a door jamb behind my father, a wooden door jamb, from which it was later removed by the LAPD. Sirhan was then grabbed by 6 men in a dog pile, and he was backed onto the steam table. And his hand, Rayford Johnson, who was a great friend of mine, one of my father's close friends, he was the decathlon gold medal winner in 1960. He was one of the people who grabbed it, and he was the one who actually grabbed his hand. And he said that Sirhan, who's a tiny little man, I've been to meet him and visit him in prison. He said the tiniest little guy. But Rayford said he had superhuman strength, and he could not get that gun out of his hand. And Sirhan now was pointing the gun away from my father and fired 6 more shots. So there's 8 shots in the barrel. He fired 6 in the other direction, the opposite direction from where my father was. All of those shots hit people. So we know who they hit. We know what happened to all of those bullets. So he was a distractor. And the real shooter was behind my father. He was a man called Eugene Thane Cesar, who was a security guard who worked for Lockheed. He was a CIA operative. He was a vocal racist who hated the Kennedys. And he had been the one who led my father through the kitchen toward the ambush. He was holding my father's arm. He drew his gun.
Right.
And my father was shot 4 times from behind. One of the shots passed through the shoulder pad of his, harmlessly through the shoulder pad of his coat. The other 2 were into his back, and then one behind his ear, which was the fatal shot.
Did you shoot Bobby Kennedy intentionally or accidentally?
Neither.
Now, over the years, a lot of people have, when they talk about the possibility of a second gun at the Bob Kennedy murder, your name comes up. Why do you think that is?
Because I was the closest person to him that had a gun.
And you have been falsely accused all these years. And how does that make you feel? How has this affected you, your life?
Well, you almost have to go into hiding in a way. You don't want anybody to know where you live, especially the news media. They've tried to find me. I've had Enquirer, I've had the Globe, I've had a lot of people try to find me, and basically they couldn't because I didn't make it very obvious where I was because I didn't want to be harassed by anybody.
There were 77 eyewitnesses who saw that Sirhan was never behind my father. He was always in front of him, always about 5 feet away, and all the shots that killed him. Now,
it seems so open.
He fell, and as my father fell, he must have known he was being shot from behind because he turned around and grabbed off Cesar's clip-on tie. And you can see pictures of him lying on the floor, and he's actually lying on top of Cesar with the clip-on tie in his hand. And there's pictures of Cesar without his tie on. Cesar pushed my father off him and stood up. He was knocked down when my father fell onto him. He stood up and was seen with his gun. The police did not confiscate the gun that night. And they asked him what he was doing, and he said he drew the gun to shoot at Sirhan. And, and then that's the beginning of the story. And then Cesar made a series of changing, deceptive, lying statements after that in the different times he was questioned over many, many years.
We're diving deep, following the facts, and maybe, just maybe, solving RFK's murder once and for all. It's June 5th, 1968. RFK is fresh off a major victory in the California Democratic primary. He's the front runner, and if he wins, he's on a direct path to the White House, the last hope for the Kennedy legacy. But in the shadows, plans are already in motion. According to RFK Jr., lurking just off stage is Than Eugene Cesar. Cesar worked for a classified division of Lockheed, a major CIA contractor, just weeks before he landed this security gig at the Ambassador Hotel. And after the assassination, Cesar quietly disappeared, moving to the Philippines, far from U.S. law enforcement reach. The LAPD unit that investigated RFK's assassination was run by active CIA operatives. They destroyed thousands of pieces of evidence. Turns out, the FBI and CIA had been actively targeting both King and RFK under secret programs and operations. When King broke ranks on Vietnam, he wasn't just a civil rights leader anymore. He was a threat to the war machine, same as RFK when he promised to end the war in Vietnam if elected, or JFK when he went against the military-industrial complex. 2 men, same year, both murdered.
A sniper is only a coward, not a hero. And an uncontrolled or uncontrollable mob is only the voice of madness, not the voice of the people. Among free men, said Abraham Lincoln, there can be no successful appeal from the ballot to the bullet. And those who take such appeal are sure to lose their case and pay the cost.
Now let's go back to November 22nd, 1963. It started just as another day in America. At that same moment, Robert F. Kennedy, the president's brother and attorney general, sat by his pool, laughing with friends, until the phone rang. It was J. Edgar Hoover. No emotion, no hesitation. He just said, "The president's been shot. It may be fatal." Then, "The president is dead." And he hung up the phone. RFK crumbled into Ethel's arms, and in that moment, everything shattered. Within minutes, Bobby was asking the questions the government didn't want asked. He called out Langley directly. "Did your outfit have something to do with this horror?" No straight answer back. He suspected the CIA. He suspected the mob. He even suspected forces within his own government. The murder of John F. Kennedy wasn't just the death of a man. It was a message. After JFK's funeral, Bobby was distraught. From that day forward, Robert F. Kennedy lived with one purpose: to find the truth and to take America back. He carried the torch his brother dropped. He grew harder, he grew wiser, but he never lost the dream.
Do they know about Martin Luther King?
We have left it up to you. It can be handled.
Could you lower those signs, please?
I have some very sad news for all of you, and that is that Martin Luther King was shot and was killed tonight in Memphis. Martin Luther King dedicated his life to love and to justice between fellow human beings. He died in the cause of that effort. In this difficult day, in this difficult time for the United States, it's perhaps well to ask what kind of a nation we are and what direction we want to move in.
Early in the morning of June 5th, Bobby decided to deliver an acceptance speech. These would become the last public words ever spoken by Robert F. Kennedy. In the Ambassador Hotel, the unimaginable happened. Not that RFK won the California Democratic primary, but that once again, promises of peace were obliterated by a cascade of carefully calculated bullets intent on shattering the American dream. After winning the primary late in the evening of June 4th, 1968, Robert Kennedy addressed his supporters in the embassy room of the Ambassador Hotel shortly after midnight. These were his final public remarks.
My thanks to all of you, and now on to Chicago and let's win there.
RFK was escorted away through the hotel kitchen. He was protected by former FBI agent William Berry and two former athlete bodyguards, Rayford Johnson and Rosie Grier. Bobby was shaking hands with the hotel staff and was in the process of shaking hands with a 17-year-old busboy, Juan Romero, when the shots rang out.
Bobby said, "Is everyone all right? Is everyone all right?"
Chacon says Romero's life changed immediately following the assassination. The teenage boy who rushed to help Kennedy became a man consumed with guilt, feelings he should have saved Kennedy's life. Together, Chacon and Romero visited Kennedy's gravesite at the Arlington National Cemetery.
He and I were conversing. He excused himself and he walked over to the grave. And that's when he started talking to Bobby and saying, "I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I wish I could have done more to save your life."
A Kennedy and a California busboy linked forever by an iconic photo.
Are we to believe that Sirhan could empty his revolver, hit 6 different people with those 8 bullets, reload his gun, and fire 5 more shots? As Kennedy lay seriously wounded, Romero pressed a rosary into his hand. FBI agent Berry placed his jacket under Bobby's head. Bobby asked, "Is everybody okay?" Romero tried to assure him, "Yes, everybody's okay." Kennedy turned his head towards Paul Schrade, lying near him, and said, "Everything's going to be okay, Paul."
He had his victory speech. So they came down the service elevator, which is behind the kitchen. I remember extending my hand as far as I could, and then I remember him shaking my hand, and as he let go, somebody shot him. I kneeled onto him and put my hand between the cold concrete and his head just to make him comfortable. I could see his lips moving, so I put my ear next to his lips and I heard him say, "Is everybody okay?" I said, "Yes, everybody's okay." I could feel a steady stream of blood coming through my fingers. I had a rosary in my shirt pocket and I took it out thinking that he would need it a lot more than me. I wrapped it around his right hand and then they wheeled him away. I remember looking at my hands and there was dry blood in between my nails. Then I received bags of letters addressed to a busboy. There was a couple of angry letters. One of them even went as far as to say that if he hadn't stopped to shake your hand, the senator would have been alive. So I should be ashamed of myself for being so selfish.
As they did regarding the John F. Kennedy assassination, Life magazine would once again misrepresent the facts. The infamous photos taken by Boris Yarrow were edited for the cover of Life magazine in order to obstruct the facts. Incredibly, critical evidence of another shooter behind Robert F. Kennedy, Than Eugene Cesar, was manipulated for this cover. As he was falling from his wounds, Robert Kennedy pulled the clip-on tie from Cesar, perhaps as a reactionary instinct after being shot from behind. However, in the Life magazine cover, it has been airbrushed out, a minor detail, but if the image were printed with the tie, logically the American people would be asking, whose tie is this? And there exists a photo of Than Eugene Cesar without the clip-on tie. If the American people were given this information in 1968, they would have immediately asked, why is this security guard's tie lying next to Senator Kennedy, and who is this guy? When one considers a possible conspiracy in RFK's murder, thought should be given to what organizations may have wanted him dead and what they stood to gain with RFK out of the way. At the front of the line, the American military-industrial complex, the CIA, and Texas Big Oil, all of whom were realizing unimaginable profits thanks to the Vietnam War.
I have some reservations, as I've stated them before, about some aspects of the war. But I think that the United States is making every effort to try to make it possible for the people of South Vietnam to determine their own destiny.
Are you saying that you approve of the activities of the Diem regime?
What activities?
You approve that they put 6 million in forced prison camps and that the American advisors did nothing but help them in this?
I challenge your history again. There is absolutely no record that 6 million people were put in concentration camps. They only have 16 million to begin with.
Had RFK gained the White House, the cash cow for all three would disappear. The war would end, tens of thousands of American lives would be saved, and the CIA's position as a major power in world intelligence would be severely compromised since RFK was convinced of their involvement in his brother's murder.
I do not run for the presidency merely to oppose any man, but to propose new policies. I run because I am convinced that this country is on a perilous course, and because I have such strong feelings about what must be done, and I feel that I'm obliged to do all that I can. I run to seek new policies to end the bloodshed in Vietnam and in our cities, policies to close the gaps that now exist between black and white, between rich and poor.
And in her 2018 book, author Lisa Price said she believes that RFK's assassination was the result of a conspiracy orchestrated by Robert Mao, an undercover operative of the CIA's Covert Actions Division.
91-year-old Robert Mayhew, the longtime right-hand man of billionaire Vegas mogul Howard Hughes, has died after battling cancer and heart problems. Mayhew was born in 1918 and joined the FBI in 1940 after college. In 1947, Mayhew established a private investigative company and counted the CIA among his clients. His work on the agency's secret assignments eventually led him to Hughes, who hired him full-time in 1966 under a unique job description.
He had appointed me as his alter ego. He told me that he wanted me to come up with a plan whereby when I spoke, the whole world would know that it is Howard Hughes speaking.
Than Eugene Cesar's full-time job was a maintenance plumber at Lockheed Aircraft Plant in Burbank. This position required a security clearance from the Department of Defense. A co-worker of Cesar's at Lockheed told researchers Turner and Christian that the plant was a CIA-controlled U-2 spy facility and that Cesar often worked in a restricted area that only special personnel had access to. At the time of RFK's assassination, Cesar had been employed as a security guard for the Ace Guard Service, where he had worked for one day only the previous week. Cesar was intentionally placed by the CIA to escort RFK through the pantry to the planned press conference, away from television and reporters' cameras. When Sirhan drew his gun, according to his own statement, Cesar drew his handgun as well. Witnesses corroborated his testimony, and one witness, reporter Don Schulman, claimed that Cesar fired his gun at least once, in a complete and alarming breach of normal police procedure. The LAPD chose not to examine Cesar's pistol, although he owned a .22 caliber firearm. Cesar claimed he was carrying a Rome .38 revolver on the evening RFK was shot. He could have easily been carrying the same caliber revolver that he knew Sirhan would be equipped with.
There was one other person who claimed to have been a witness, a guy by the name of Don Schumann. And did you know Schumann at all?
No, I did not.
Now, did you shoot Bob Kennedy?
No, I did not.
Don Schulman, one of our KNXT employees, witnessed the shooting that we've been telling you about. Kennedy was walking toward the kitchen. That was his route out of the ballroom. A man stepped out of a crowd and shot Kennedy. Kennedy's bodyguards fired back. The suspect now in custody at the Ambassador Hotel.
They did contact me at CBS as they did everyone else, but as soon as I told them what I told you earlier, they weren't interested in me.
Cesar stated that he did draw his gun, but never fired his weapon. He also claimed that he was knocked down after Sirhan's first shot and was unable to retaliate and fire his weapon. Cesar told investigators that he did own a .22 caliber Harrington and Richardson pistol and showed it to LAPD Sergeant P.E. Osteen on June 24, 1968. This conflicted with his original claim that he sold the gun to one Jim Yoder prior to the assassination. In October 1972, an ex-FBI agent, William Turner, tracked down Yoder. Yoder showed Turner the receipt for the H&R pistol, dated September 6, 1968, contracting Cesar's claim that he had sold the weapons months before the assassination. The receipt included Cesar's signature. Nonetheless, the LAPD eliminated Cesar as a suspect without further investigation. Cesar was considered a right-wing extremist who supported Alabama Governor George Wallace, who was often called racist by the press, and despised the Kennedys. Cesar was part of a CIA assassination team formed to eliminate Robert Kennedy. He had worked for Hughes Aircraft, part of Howard Hughes' organization. This was confirmed by John Meyer, a top aide to Howard Hughes. On June 13, 1968, Meyer wrote in his diary that Cesar's name was mentioned as one of the security guards on duty at the Ambassador Hotel on the evening of June 4th. He wrote, "I remember Thane from his trips to Las Vegas, where he was meeting with numerous gaming people and was introduced to me by Jack Hooper, an associate of Bob Mayo." In an interview with Lisa Peace, John Meyer told her that after hearing the radio broadcast, he called someone and discussed the fact that I knew Thane Cesar, who had been at the Ambassador that night. The next day, Meyer was summoned by Maru. Mahu was furious and wanted to know why I was checking up on Thane. I was stunned at his anger, and he told me that if I kept discussing this matter, he would see that I was no longer around the Hughes operation. Mahu did not want anyone to know that he personally knew Thane Cesar. The next day, Meyer informed Peace. Jack Hooper told me that he was speaking with Bob Mahu, and I was never to mention Thane Cesar's name or the Bel Air Patrol. Prior to the assassination, Thane Cesar was working for Robert Mahu, a man with known connections to the Mafia and CIA. During Peace's investigation, she had discovered through two prominent online public record database services that Cesar's profession was contract agent for the CIA. This information would seem to confirm that Thane Cesar was in fact a CIA operative and more than likely assassinated Robert Kennedy upon orders given by Robert Mahu. That story sounds eerily similar to the James Files story.
Considering your position relative to Kennedy, could you have fired your gun at him without being seen?
Yes, I could have.
Is it possible that your gun went off accidentally?
No.
Okay, once again, did you shoot Bobby Kennedy?
No, I did not.
12 people saw him when he got up. He pushed my father's off of him and stood up, and he had his gun drawn. And when the police came, he said he had pulled his gun to fire at Sirhan. But they never confiscated his gun. And then he lied about the gun later. And the gun has now been recovered. It had a very weird journey. It was stolen. It was thrown into a lake by some teenagers. The lake was drained, and there's a guy now. The gun is now being tested, but it's clear that Sirhan was involved, and there's a long, long backstory to that. to what might have happened that I'm not going to talk about or speculate because it's a long story. But that he did not actually fire the shots that killed my dad.
RFK Jr. pointed the finger at Than Eugene Cesar, a man with CIA-linked ties at Lockheed who was seen holding Kennedy's elbow, guiding him, positioning him right into the line of fire.
He ended up leaving the country. He was very outspoken against my father. He believed that my father would start a race war, and my father would put blacks in charge of the country. And he hated blacks. And he ended up leaving the country. He died about 1.5 years ago in the Philippines. Before he died, I tried to go over there and interview him. He originally said that it would cost me $10,000, but he would do it. And then when I got close to going, he said it's going to be 15. And then a day before I left, he said it's going to be 25,000. So then I thought he's playing a game.
Yeah.
And I ended up not going.
This is a totally premeditated political terrorist assassination.
Sirhan was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to die in California's gas chamber. But when the state briefly outlawed capital punishment, his sentence was commuted to life. And that meant every few years he'd come up for parole.
I believe that I am innocent of this crime and that I did not commit this crime.
For more than 5 decades, Sirhan has maintained he doesn't remember the shooting.
I did not shoot Robert Kennedy or kill him.
He says somebody else did it. He says, well, maybe.
You don't buy it at all. I know he's a murderer, so it's not a big leap to believe he's a liar.
Cesar fled to the Philippines soon after, and may have even gone to Miami, where he died without ever facing a trial. But today, thanks to voices like President Trump, Robert Kennedy Jr., and filmmaker Oliver Stone, the shadows are finally lifting. The same dark forces that destroyed the dream of Camelot destroyed the hope for real civil rights change, and they almost got away with it. But not anymore, because now we have RFK Jr. carrying on the Kennedy legacy. So this time, history will remember the truth. I think we just solved RFK. Next, we gotta solve JFK Jr.
What has violence ever accomplished? What has it ever created? No martyr's cause has ever been stilled by an assassin's bullet. No wrongs have ever been righted by riots and civil disorders. A sniper is only a coward, not a hero, and an uncontrolled or uncontrollable mob is only the voice of madness, not the voice of the people.
Now you are on the path of politicians. Well, I've got a long time to think about it, John. You have a family of political know-how, but have you committed yourself to the political future? I don't think so. I think I'll probably do some form of public service. I think everybody in my family really feels that a lot of my father's goals and ideals are worth pursuing. But I wouldn't necessarily restrict myself to politics. We can't all go into politics. Everybody ultimately lives in a neighborhood, in a community, or in an ecosystem that, in this point in history, is probably deteriorating. And on a street-by-street, house-by-house, mountain-by-mountain, river-by-river basis, we have to start taking control of our own lives and saying, we are not going to let this happen.
For some people, the ultimate goal in life has been becoming the President of the United States. Would you like to be the President of the United States?
I really don't believe I would, Lorna, but I would like to see somebody as the President who could do the job, and there are very capable people in this country.
Most people who are capable are not running for office. Most men are frightened of politics today.
It is a shame, isn't it?
Yes.
It is a shame. The most capable people are not necessarily running for political office, and that is a very sad commentary in the country. They had major corporations and they had this and that, but they are not running for political office.
among free men, said Abraham Lincoln, there can be no successful appeal from the ballot to the bullet. And those who take such appeal are sure to lose their case and pay the cost. Violence breeds violence. Repression breeds retaliation. And only a cleansing of our whole society can remove this sickness from our souls.
And this is a tribute in honor of Bobby. I am announcing tonight that upon my election, I will establish a new independent presidential commission on assassination attempts. And they will be tasked with releasing all of the remaining documents pertaining to the assassination of President John F. Kennedy.
What's up, everyone? I'm a 26-year-old amateur documentary filmmaker, and if you've been following my journey, you know we've already dug deep. First, into the truth behind the JFK assassination, and then into the shocking cover-up of RFK's murder. But today, we're stepping into the next chapter, a story the media buried even deeper. John F. Kennedy Jr. They called him America's Prince, destined to carry the Kennedy legacy back into the White House, until, just like his father and uncle before him, he was silenced. But was it really an accident? Or was it a final move in a long game of political chess, played by the same powerful elites who always feared the name Kennedy? Today, we follow the trail they didn't want us to find. From the missing black boxes to secret letters to a plan that might have changed America forever. On July 16th, 1999, John F. Kennedy Jr. took off from New Jersey in his Piper Saratoga aircraft, headed towards Martha's Vineyard. The weather was hazy, but not impassable. The flight was supposed to be simple, routine. The official story blames pilot error, saying John Jr. became sporadically disoriented and crashed into the Atlantic. Case closed, right? But not so fast. First, radar records show Kennedy's plane was flying level for most of the trip. No erratic behavior. Not until the final seconds did it suddenly drop at a terrifying rate of over 5,000 feet per minute. And worse yet, key FAA radar tapes? Gone. Navy divers' search logs? Missing. Transcripts from the Coast Guard's original reports? Redacted. And there's even more. Multiple witnesses near Martha's Vineyard reported seeing and hearing explosions in the sky that night. Not one explosion, several. So ask yourself, if the crash was due to bad weather and pilot error, then why did the Navy quietly recover JFK Jr.'s plane records days before announcing it publicly? What were they trying to hide?
This letter that you got from JFK, August 19th, July 19th, 99. Your father passed away when,
Right.
in July?
JFK Jr., that's exactly correct. He just, I mean, it must have been the last thing, one of the last things he did. He was a great guy. He was a friend of mine.
Dear Donald, I read over the weekend of your father's passing, and I just wanted to drop you a note. No matter where you are in life, losing a parent changes you. I know you had an active relationship, and I hope you'll get ample time to reflect. He sounds like a fascinating man from what I read in the Times. I like that he would go over his
various
work sites and pick up stray nails and return them. And clearly, he never lost his perspective. My condolences to you and your family. Sincerely, John Kennedy.
This was a tragedy that he died because he had so much going. He was a fabulous guy. I mean, he was really, truly a handsome, wonderful, great, bright guy.
Is that line correct? No matter where you are in life, losing a parent changes you.
Oh, it's tough. It's tough.
In the late 1990s, John F. Kennedy Jr. was everywhere. Politics, fashion, media, even Hollywood. He was the rare American who could sit at both tables, the Trump Tower boardroom and the White House Christmas party. He had friendships with both Donald Trump and Bill Clinton, but make no mistake, those relationships were very different. Trump and John were both social equals, both sons of wealthy fathers, both New York icons, both dated models, and in 1999, they were even political allies. John sent Trump a letter, published in Trump's book, The America We Deserve, expressing support for his run and offering guidance. The Clintons, on the other hand, were political friends on paper, but potential rivals in practice. By mid-1999, Hillary Rodham Clinton was preparing to run for the New York Senate seat, but rumors began to swirl. John F. Kennedy Jr. might challenge her. In every private poll, John crushed her. He didn't just threaten her campaign, he threatened the Clintons' potential future. And just weeks before his expected announcement, John's plane fell out of the sky.
Continues. I want to express our family's support and offer our prayers and those of all Americans for John Kennedy Jr., his wife Carolyn, her sister Lauren, and to their fine families. I also want to thank the Coast Guard and all those who have worked so hard in this endeavor. For more than 40 years now, the Kennedy family has inspired Americans to public service, strengthened our faith in the future, and moved our nation forward. Through it all, they have suffered much and given more. In recent years, in particular, John Kennedy Jr. and Carolyn have captured our imagination and won our affection. I will always be grateful for their kindnesses to Hillary and Chelsea and me. At this difficult moment, we hope the families of these three fine young people will feel the strength of God, the love of their friends, and the prayers of their fellow citizens.
For weeks, the media buzzed with rumors. John hadn't made it official, but everybody close to him, friends, staff, even political leaders, said he was leaning towards a run. The numbers weren't even close. In every private poll, John dominated. He was the people's candidate, heir to Camelot, and had less scandals than the Clintons, and even more popular than Hillary Clinton had ever been.
If you were to have a son, would you encourage a political career for him? Yes, and I hope if I had a daughter, I might encourage her to play some part. I don't think this should be confined to men only, but I would definitely. I would hope he would grow up to be, if not a politician in the sense of devoting all of his time, I would hope that whatever he did do, that he would have some sense of responsibility for what went on.
When you hear him talk about that, do you ever feel like your choice not to pursue a career in public service might have disappointed him?
No, I can't imagine that he would have said anything different being asked that question under those circumstances. He'd always said that he thought everyone should run for office. Listen, there's a lot of time in life to do all sorts of things. The world was very different. Politics was a different profession back then. There are other ways to contribute to the public discourse, we all want to do it in the way that participate in the way that we can.
So you feel as if you are doing that with your magazine, in a way
I guess
that,
so. I mean, it's.
Well, don't be modest. I mean, it's a political magazine. Yeah. You bring up various issues.
Exactly, and I think everyone has to find their way into politics or any other professions on their own. Do it on their own speed and in their own way.
Their own timetable. That sure sounds like you haven't given up the notion of maybe going into politics.
Maybe not.
Oh, come on, John.
No one's ever asked me that question before.
Really? I know. I'm so original, aren't I? As you look back on your father's political career, what do you think his greatest legacy will continue to be? What are you proudest of him as a son?
Well, I'm enormously proud of a lot of things. I was in Mount Rushmore the other day, and they do a vote of popular presidents, and among 18 to 25-year-olds, he is the fourth most popular president.
If John entered that race, Hillary Clinton's political career could end before it began. And for the Clintons, who had spent 2 terms consolidating power, planning dynasties, and selling influence, that was unacceptable. When John's plane went down, Bill Clinton told reporters he hadn't even been informed until 5 a.m. the next day. But why, if the Pentagon had taken control of the search just hours after the crash? Hillary declared her candidacy. John's seat was gone, and so was any chance the American people had of hearing his plans.
Did John F. Kennedy Jr. have any political ambitions?
Absolutely, and it took him a long time to get around to it, you know. I think one of the greatest lines he ever came up with was, you know, people keep telling me I can be a great man, I'd rather be a good one. He spent his whole life really trying to deserve a political life and experience what other people experience. So finally, sadly, at the very end of his life, he had made the decision. He had his marriage in order, you know, everything was fine. He was going to start a family, by the way. He'd even picked out a name for the first child that he would have. He wanted to call the child Flynn because it worked for both a boy and a girl. But he was going to run for the Senate. He's going to run for the New York Senate seat, being vacated by Daniel Patrick Moynihan. Hillary Clinton wanted that seat. It was the seat that was to launch her career, but she was very afraid that John would throw his hat in the ring at the last minute, and indeed that's exactly what he planned to do. And he told his best friend, you know, I've lived here all my life, New York. She's a carpetbagger. She's never spent any time here. So wait till Hillary gets here. She'll have her head handed to her. I mean, he was going to play hardball.
That's interesting because
I think the political landscape, yeah, it would be different.
Yeah, that's remarkable. I didn't realize that he actually had plans in motion to run for that Senate seat, and it's interesting because the Kennedys and Clintons were very close.
We want to welcome you to the White House, particularly because this belongs to all of you and because it's so intimately connected with the best in American history.
I was about the 3rd or 4th person in, and he started here, and I sort of muscled my way up and made sure I got to shake hands with the president. He was quite generous. He went down the line and shook hands with a pretty good number of us who were there that day. It had a very profound impact on me. I think that, you know, it's something that I carried with me always, and I was very fortunate that someone took a picture of it and gave it to me, so I was always able to remember it.
And in the 1990s, when political correctness was beginning to take form and other political voices played it safe, George magazine didn't just entertain, it exposed, it warned, and it spoke truth to power, with the Kennedy name stamped on the cover.
Certainly it helps and it draws attention, and what any new launch needs is that. But ultimately this magazine is going to stand or fall on whether or not it's a good magazine.
The magazine aims for a hip look at politics without heavy partisan ideology.
But beneath the glossy layout and designer spreads, John was playing a deeper game. Quietly, carefully, he began inserting stories that rattled cages. George dug into foreign assassinations, exposed internal connections, and even printed articles linking political violence to state actors. Privately, John began investigating the death of his father, and he was planning to publish findings in future editions. His magazine had become more than media. According to close friends and ex-agents, John believed that there had been a coup in 1963 and that the same forces were still in power. It was a weapon, a threat, and those being exposed, they noticed. He was getting a little bit too close, and George wasn't just a magazine, it was a message. He told friends he was preparing something big, something the public deserved to know.
I got to know John Kennedy very well. John, fantastic. I think he would have been president. I think he was, he was selling, he had a magazine named George, and he was going to be selling that. He wanted to get out. His mother wanted him to go into politics really strongly. He wanted to be an actor. And he loved the concept of being an actor. And he was a handsome guy, very handsome guy. And I think he probably would have been good at whatever he wanted to do. He was with Caroline. He just, I knew him before he got married, after he got married. They fought like cats and dogs, but they loved each other. This was a different than your relationship with your beautiful wife. But they fought, and then I'd say, this isn't going to work out, and then you see them hugging and kissing, right? So, they had a rather volatile relationship, as the expression goes. But it was fine, it worked. And then they got into that plan, and it was just a disaster. But he would have, he was getting ready to, I think he would have run for the Senate from New York, or someplace, but probably New York, and wanted to do it. And he was all set for that. And his mother really wanted him to do that. And had a great look, handsome, very handsome guy at the top of the line, really. And I think he probably would have done well, and he would have done well. He probably would have been president. I think he would have been president.
Yeah, I was waiting for him at his house in the Cape, for him and Carolyn, and it got later and later, and then I just started having a bad feeling, that night, and it was one of those things when that it's a bad news, and we were very, very close.
One family that loomed over the Kennedy name and the American public for decades was the Bushes. And when you think of American royalty, two names dominate the story: Kennedy and Bush. But beneath the surface, their legacies are less aligned than the public was led to believe. JFK was assassinated in broad daylight, and at the time, George H.W. Bush, a rising oil man and intelligence insider, claimed he didn't remember where he was. Odd, because years later, declassified memos showed a George Bush of the CIA was briefed on the assassination the day it happened, and some even believe he was featured in a photograph standing in front of the Texas Book Depository. Now fast forward to 1999. John F. Kennedy Jr., son of the slain president, was just about to step into the arena, and just like his father, he represented something that terrified the old guard. John wasn't just a magazine editor, he was a symbol, a son of promise, a public servant in waiting. He knew the Clintons, he knew the Bushes, he was even friends with Donald Trump, who later claimed John would have run for office and won. But then came the timing. In the summer of '99, Bush was quietly preparing his presidential run, and John, according to close friends, he was about to announce his candidacy, either for the Senate or for the presidency itself. But just like that, the son of America's fallen president was gone. His plane disintegrated in the waters off the coast, and the Bush campaign soared, and the Clinton dynasty took root. But Camelot was over, at least for now. The Bush family and the Kennedys were never enemies in public, but behind closed doors, maybe they were just rivals in the same brutal, unseen war for power, legacy, and survival.
After a deluded gunman assassinated President Kennedy, our nation turned to Gerald Ford and a select handful of others to make sense of that madness. And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but the Warren Commission report will always have the final, definitive say on this tragic matter. Why? Because Jerry Ford put his name on it, and Jerry Ford's word was always good.
And some even allege sightings of George H.W. Bush and Mossad figures at JFK Jr.'s airport. Overlaid documents from conspiracy books said witnesses placed George H.W. Bush, his son, George W. Bush, and covert operatives at the very airport where JFK Jr. stored his plane, days before the crash. A coincidence or a signal? A Kennedy once again crossing paths with a Bush and not surviving the encounter. For JFK Jr., life seemed to be following a script written by anonymous authors, a curious and ultimately lethal force guiding him to his untimely conclusion. Unknowingly, he was embroiled within a previously scripted role in an epic and unchangeable play, with no understudy and no escape. No matter what he tried, no matter what he said, no matter what he wanted, his purpose in life was predetermined. This force shaped his life and ensured that he would fulfill his destiny. He was, for the most part, an unwilling participant in a screenplay that had long ago decided his fate. John F. Kennedy Jr. was trapped in an unalterable story that hung over him his entire life. John was the first child born to a sitting president on November 25th, 1960.
So now my wife and I prepare for a new administration and for a new baby.
It was a new era, a new beginning for America, with high hopes and unfailing trust. America had christened the new Kennedy administration with the word Camelot, and John Jr. anointed as its first prince. Within the walls of this fairy tale castle, he would run and play, nary a care in the world, unknowing of the forces which would someday present him with the only choice he ever had, to return to this magical kingdom as its king, as President of the United States. And in the 1990s, the Kennedy legacy remained viable. its mystery, tragedy, and magic still resonating for many Americans.
I hope that you will use your time in school to the best advantage, that you will work hard, that you will look forward to playing your role in the life of our country, to participating in the public interest, working for the public welfare, being, in other words, a good American citizen. Someday, perhaps, maybe in 1990, one of you will be sitting in this desk, speaking to the students of America, pointing out to them the proud role and heritage of the United States.
Camelot's promise remained unfulfilled, and the most important goals of the Kennedy administration were cut short on November 22, 1963. For the next several decades, the mystery of John F. Kennedy's murder was stamped by sinister forces determined with unchecked power and cavalier viciousness that a Kennedy would never again occupy the White House. Nevertheless, in the minds of many Americans, JFK Jr. seemed destined to become president, and none of them were aware of the horror that would ultimately unfold.
It is almost 12:29. Any minute now, the big reveal. The crowd is big, ready to go.
However, despite his cult hero status, JFK's ascent to the presidency was not without blemish. Jack Kennedy became president of the United States through collusion and fraud. This is irrefutable, a deal brokered with the devil. With the promise of unfettered access to the White House, Joseph P. Kennedy, his father, had enlisted the help of two notorious individuals, Chicago Mayor Richard Daley and Chicago Mafia boss Sam Giancana. In November 1960, the night of the election, while the votes of 69 million Americans were being counted, the presidency hung on the balance of votes from Illinois. According to Washington Post editor Ben Bradley, JFK placed a late-night call to family friend and mayor of Chicago, Richard Daley. When Daley answered the call, he addressed Jack as Mr. President and said, "With a little bit of luck and the help of a few close friends, you're gonna carry Illinois." Daley supplied 10,000 votes from Cook County, a ward he controlled. The votes were held back until needed, and as history would show, they were needed. The margin was razor thin, 8,585 votes going. Daley used all the tricks to add the required votes, tombstone names, and tallying votes from those who had once lived on the streets, bulldozed out of existence by city redevelopment. Crime boss Sam Momo Giancana had a great deal of political power in Chicago. He bragged to Judith Campbell, the mistress he shared with JFK, that if it wasn't for me, your boyfriend wouldn't even be in the White House. The Chicago Tribune stated that the election of November 8, 1960 was characterized by such gross and palpable fraud as to justify the conclusion that Nixon was deprived of victory. Even J. Edgar Hoover, longtime director of the FBI, complained to a friend and editor of New York State Ledger that as far as he was concerned, Kennedy is not president-elect. Hoover complained that Eisenhower and Nixon had prevented him from opening an investigation into election fraud. Although Nixon knew the presidency had been stolen from him, to his credit, he would not challenge Kennedy. In his mind, America needed unification, and he chose the higher road, putting the welfare of the country ahead of his own personal gain. But life for JFK Jr. didn't begin easily. He was born prematurely, requiring Jackie to undergo a procedure. Like many premature infants, baby John had respiratory complications. He spent the first 6 days of his life in an incubator due to inflammation in his lungs membrane. His condition was listed as an undiagnosed respiratory ailment, and it could be due to JFK and Jackie Kennedy's amphetamine use. It's known that JFK was being injected with amphetamines throughout much of his life by his physician. But what about Jackie? According to New York Times bestselling author Christopher Anderson, Jackie was receiving the same treatment. In his book, The Good Son, Anderson recounts that during the inauguration balls following her husband's swearing in, Jackie had run out of energy and retreated to Queen's bedroom in the White House. Dr. Max Jacobson had been injecting JFK Jackie, and several other members of the Kennedy inner circle with amphetamines.
Oh, doctor, I wonder if you could send up a little extra medication. I gave it to Mrs. Lincoln. Did you send extra? Yeah, she has it on her desk. I see. We can get it up to you, up to your quarters? No, I'm in my office. Has she got it? Yes, she has. What about one of those blue pills? Oh, we can give her that too. Okay. She doesn't have that. I'll bring it right up.
His use and addiction to amphetamines produced a well-known side effect, hypersexual arousal. This could certainly account for JFK's well-known affairs, like the one to Marilyn Monroe. It would also explain why he risked everything in pursuit of sexual gratification. For JFK, the drug took control of his senses and fueled his womanizing, risking his presidency, his family, and his reputation. It became such a problem that his brother Bobby was constantly covering up these messes. Even FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover, never a Kennedy fan, alerted Bobby on numerous occasions of the dangers and risks that Jack was taking. On several occasions, Jack had affairs with a glamorous Soviet agent and a mafia mistress. Although JFK's affairs were well known to Jackie and many other members of the press, it remained a taboo subject, not to be reported on. The image of Camelot was not to be tainted. 1 week after JFK's death, Jackie and Bobby Kennedy told a friend, William Walton, that they believed Dallas was the work of a high-level domestic plot. Later, Walton was given a letter written by Jackie and Bobby to be delivered to Georgy Bolshakov, a Soviet journalist who'd served as a back channel between the Kennedy administration and the Soviet government. This letter stated that they knew JFK had been killed by enemies within the U.S. government as part of a domestic conspiracy. Walton conveyed the Kennedy family's belief that JFK had not been the victim of a Soviet or Cuban plot, which LBJ had suggested to the Warren Commission before switching gears and directing them to rule that Oswald acted alone. In fact, the official verdict by the U.S. House of Representatives Select Committee on Assassinations in 1978 concluded that JFK was assassinated as a result of a conspiracy. Years later, the adult John Kennedy Jr. would secretly make inquiries into his father's death.
What did we lose Dallas by? Do you remember in '60?
Yes, sir. You lost over 60,000 votes.
60,000 votes. Hell, I got they're up there talking to me about about having that federal building down there and all the rest of that stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know why we do anything for Dallas.
I'm telling you, they just murdered all of us.
Yeah.
But we're going to change that now. Our party's gone down.
80,000 pages of documents is a lot to sift through.
Yeah.
Can you just tell us who killed Kennedy?
Well, I was given the task of releasing that because many presidents have gone through it and they haven't released. And I said, release. We even released Social Security numbers. I didn't want anything deleted. They said, sir, what about Social Security? People long gone, but they're long gone, so I can't imagine. But I said, if you don't delete it, if you do delete it, we have people are going to say, why did you delete it? There's something in there. So we gave Social Security and we gave everything. And the rest is for you to look at, Peter. You're going to see whether or not you see anything. But we've given it. We're doing it with Dr. Martin Luther King, too. They're preparing all of that. They're going to release everything. And whoever else they want. I mean, we have nothing. We really have nothing to hide. We shouldn't have. When a lot of time goes by. But with the Kennedy files, in particular, they were going crazy on them. I don't think there's anything that's earth-shattering, but you'll have to make that determination. In those, it's 80,000. It's actually 88,000, and we have some additional things, as you know, come out today. And for that, you can go to the offices and you can see whatever you want to see.
Well, the day that my uncle was killed, the day my uncle was killed, I was picked up early. I was going to the Sidwell Friends School in Washington, D.C. with two of my siblings, or actually one of my siblings, Joe. We were picked up early from school that day, and as we were leaving school, there were flags in Washington, D.C. were being lowered to half-mast.
Wow.
And I asked my mom, why are they doing that? And she said, a bad man killed Uncle Jack. And when I got home, My father was walking in the yard with John McCone, who was the head of the CIA. My uncle had fired Allen Dulles after the Bay of Pigs, after Dulles lied to him. He actually wanted my father to run the CIA because they thought the CIA was so out of control, and he believed only my father could straighten it out. My grandfather had intervened and said, you can't, the optics for the whole world will be terrible. If a president's brother is running the secret police agency, it will be, there's too much temptation to collusion and, to politicize it.
Right.
And so they brought in John McCone, who was a Republican businessman, and he was a very pious Catholic. And they thought that he would straighten it out. But of course, in the CIA, nobody ever told him what was going on. And Dulles was still running it at that time from a distance.
I don't think that even if you had 10 more commissions, you'd ever get away from the idea that maybe there was a plot. We just didn't find any traces of it. Here is the commission's report. I keep it here at my right hand here. And here are the various volumes, 26 of them. And we put in that everything we thought was, the commission thought, was really important and really valuable to enable others to reach their own judgments. And we can't complain if some people didn't agree with us entirely. But here are the facts anyway.
Some of the papers and some of the documents that are in the archives are there, but are withheld from public view by the FBI, the CIA, an organization with which you have some experience. Is there anything in those which years from now, when they may be released, will upset apple carts?
Oh, no, I don't think so. No, I think everything that really is vital insofar as forming a judgment as to what really happened has been made available.
And you're satisfied with the judgment?
I am satisfied with the judgment, yes. I know of no new fact, no new evidence that has been presented. Many rumors, surely.
Mr. Dulles, let me put some of the criticisms to you.
Surely.
Was it a hasty job?
No. I don't understand where that came from. We had no time limit.
Was it a shoddy job, a slipshod job?
No, I don't think so. I think we examined all the witnesses that were available, whom we felt would add anything new.
The differences inside the commission substantive, or were they on minor matters?
Well, there were some rather substantive. For example, as has come out recently and as brought out in the report, Governor Connolly had certain rather strong views on certain points as to whether he was or was not hit with the same bullet that went through the president's throat. And there were certain points, but nothing that could not be resolved. When we disagreed, we indicated that there was some disagreement.
Mr. Dulles, you say you welcome the criticism of the report. Would you welcome a reopening of the investigation into President Kennedy's death?
Well, I don't see that if there isn't any new evidence to consider, that it would be very useful to do it, but that's beyond my ken. That's up to the president or others that the Congress possibly. I don't see that it's useful.
And so anyway, my father, the CIA is only about maybe half a mile from my house. We lived in Langley. We used to, when the CIA was being constructed, the headquarters, we would ride every day, go horseback riding. My father would wake us up at 6 every morning and take us horseback riding with 9 kids.
Jeez.
And we would go through the CIA property, so I watched it be built. And then when McComb was appointed, he would come to our house every day during the springtime and during the autumn to swim in our swimming pool after work. So he would leave work around 4 or 5, and he would come over and do laps, and our swimming pool was only a couple minutes away. A lot of times he'd come to lunch at my house. My father was walking with him in the yard, and I didn't know what he said at that time, but it's been reported since that my father said, "Did your people do this?" My father made 3 calls that day. He made the first call he made after J. Edgar Hoover, who told him my uncle had been shot. he called the desk officer at the CIA and he said the same question, did your people do this? Then the next call he made was to Harry Ruiz, who was one of the Cuban he was one of the Cuban activists. He had fought alongside of Castro, then turned against Castro and had been part of the Cubans, the militarized Cubans in this country who were part of the Bay of Pigs invasion. He didn't actually go in the Bay of Pigs, but he was part of it. And he was very close to my father and remained loyal to him, even when many of the other Bay of Pigs Cubans had turned against him. And my father called him. He was at a hotel in Washington. And my father said to him, was it your people who did this? His first suspicion, it was the Miami Cubans who were affiliated with the CIA and who were very, very hostile to Jack and my dad. And because they believed that my uncle should have invaded in the Bay of Pigs, should have provided air support and then gone in and deposed Castro. And they felt he was a traitor. Some of them felt that he was a traitor for that. And then in '62, during the Cuban Missile Crisis, they wanted him to go in. And he had instead begun a process of détente with Khrushchev and with Castro. In fact, the day that my uncle was killed, he had an emissary meeting with Castro at Castro's summer house at Verdadero Beach in Cuba, outside of Havana, and talking about what the conditions would be to end the embargo to Cuba, which my uncle wanted to do.
Wow.
And so, but he knew there was tremendous hostility toward him in the Cuban community, among some members of the Cuban community, and that a lot of those people had been working with the CIA on the assassination programs against Castro, and that a lot of them were highly, highly militarized. They'd been in Batista's army. They were sharpshooters. There was all kinds of, sort of highly militarized people who were capable of doing this.
So I'm watching a show, it's just out on Netflix, called The Octopus Murders. I don't know if you've heard of this, but it's another really bad period of the CIA, starting in the 1980s under Reagan, and killing, and it's horrible what they were doing.
Mainly like Operation Condor in Latin America, and Sandinistas.
Yes, but it's much deeper than that, it now seems. After the 60s, we had the Church Commission. Then the 80s, we're seeing it again with Iran-Contra. We're seeing it now. Is there a way to bring the CIA, NSA, NSC, all of it under control?
Yeah, I mean, my uncle actually, one of the documents that the CIA has been kept secret, and there's a few thousand documents left, but in the most recent release last year, one of the documents that was released was a memo from Arthur Schlesinger to my uncle that summarized my uncle's plans for reorganizing the CIA, for how to, end this kind of rogue, operation.
Right.
And my father, a week before he died, my father was asked by Pete Hamill, who was a famous New York kind of street reporter, and very close to my father. He was a high school dropout who'd become this, incredible important reporter in New York. And Hamill asked my father, they were on a bus in California campaigning, and Hamill asked him, what are you going to do about the CIA? And my father essentially paraphrased what this earlier memo said, which is that he was going to separate the plans division, which is the dirty tricks division, from the espionage division. And those are the two main functions of the CIA. The espionage is what you want the CIA to be doing. That's information gathering and analysis, analytics. And the president needs that service. He needs to know what's happening around the world, what the ramifications of various decisions will be. And so that is necessary. And that That was why the CIA was founded,
Correct.
to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But Allen Dulles very early on had changed the function of the CIA to allow it to do, all these other malevolent tasks, which overthrowing governments, fixing elections, bribing public officials, all of the sort of dirty tricks. That's called the Plans Division. And my father had seen that tail, the Plans Division tail, was now wagging the espionage dogs. And the Espionage Division had become the servant to the Plans Division. And the Espionage Division's function was to provide tasks for the Plans Division to fix things in other countries. And then it served the function of justifying those and making sure none of the blowback was ever accounted for or weighed or measured or reported. My father saw that was catastrophic, and that the Espionage Division was enabling the Plans Division to do all this stuff and making sure they were never held accountable. My father wanted to break them up into two separate agencies. The Espionage Division would be looking over the Dirty Tricks Division and saying, okay, what was the blowback? If you ask the CIA, one of the greatest coups in their history, that's not a good word to use because it's not the actual word, but one of the greatest triumphs in their history was overthrowing Mohammad Mossadegh in Iran in 1953, and then the next one in 1954, they overthrew Jacobo Arbenz in Guatemala. Guatemala's never recovered. It's got the highest murder rate in the hemisphere. It's got terrible poverty. It never recovered from that. Iran has never recovered from the overthrow of Mossadegh. The problems we're having in Iran today, and the problems that go to Gaza and Iraq and everything else, all come from that overthrow. We took the first democratically elected president in the 4,000 history of Iran, and who would love the United States, and he loved us. And Churchill tried to overthrow him first, and his advisor said to him, they threw out the British embassy closed, and his advisor said to him, you should throw out the United States too, because they're part of it. And he said, no, the United States would never do that. The United States is a colonial nation, and they stand up for democracy, and they believe in us. And that was when Truman was president. But as soon as Eisenhower came in, and Eisenhower kind of, had this relationship with Dulles, where Dulles became very powerful.
The media called him America's crown prince, born into tragedy, raised in a glass house, and somehow John F. Kennedy Jr. still grew up with a dream bigger than Camelot. John had two great loves, the stage and public service. He could have been a Hollywood star, acting in Shakespeare plays at Brown University, secretly training with Peter Lawford, one of the Rat Pack legends. But Jackie Kennedy, his mother, shut that dream down. You're your father's son, she told him. You have a legacy to uphold. Acting was beneath a Kennedy. John gave up his dream. He gave up acting for law school, and he gave up flying, his true passion, because Jackie had nightmares about it. By the late 1980s, America saw something new. John F. Kennedy Jr. wasn't just a Kennedy, he was the Kennedy. When he introduced Ted Kennedy, his uncle, at the 1988 DNC, it was obvious. This wasn't just nostalgia, this was the rebirth of hope. But fame is a brutal machine. Every failed exam, every new girlfriend, and every stumble was headline news. And in 1991, when his cousin, William Kennedy Smith, was charged with rape, John was caught in a nightmare. John believed Willie was guilty, but powerful forces leaned on him, pressured him, and blackmailed him to stand by family. And it was always a Kennedy family code that loyalty went over truth. And it tore John apart inside. Then came Carolyn Bessette, the woman who finally captured America's most eligible bachelor's heart. But before they could build a new life, another loss shook John's world. In May 1994, Jackie Kennedy Onassis passed away from cancer. John delivered the news himself, stoic, dignified, but shattered.
She was surrounded by her friends and her family and her books and the people and the things that she loved, and she did it in her own way and on her own terms, and we all feel lucky for that. And now she's in God's hands. There's been an enormous outpouring of good wishes from everyone, both in New York and beyond, and I speak for all of our family and we say we're extremely grateful. Everyone's been very generous, and I hope now that we can just have these next couple days in relative peace, and thank you all very much.
But peace and privacy are luxuries that always eluded Jackie Kennedy Onassis, and there was none today. Certainly not as a coffin arrived at her apartment for a private viewing of her remains. Following the coffin, a steady stream of Kennedy relatives and intimates. John Jr., Carolyn Kennedy Schlossberg, brother-in-law Ted Kennedy, accompanied by his wife, and Jackie's longtime companion, Maurice Templesman. A private gathering for a private woman. It took almost a day for the family to announce plans for her funeral. Her Mass will be held at St. Ignatius Loyola Catholic Church on the Upper East Side, a regular parish church.
After Jackie's death, John finally broke free. He wasn't going to live in his father's dream. He was going to reshape it. He created George Magazine, a bold mashup of politics, pop culture, and celebrity gossip, a new kind of American dialogue. Some even say the name was inspired by George H.W. Bush. He wanted to inspire a new generation. He wanted to make politics cool again. He wanted more influence, and he wanted to make service matter again. For the first time in his life, John was finally standing in the sunlight on his own terms. JFK Jr. wasn't just trying to be a celebrity. He was building a platform, a real one that mixed the flash of Hollywood with the hard truths of Washington. He was changing the game. He was asking the real questions. And George Magazine wasn't just selling gloss and glamour. It was challenging the powerful elites. But behind the scenes, John was growing restless. The more he learned, the less he liked. And declassified files reveal that JFK Jr. wasn't just playing journalist, he was making enemies. Yes, JFK Jr. called President Joe Biden a traitor in a private letter in the late 1990s. And he wasn't done. John sent another letter, this one to a rising real estate titan in New York City, Donald J. Trump. And in Donald Trump's 2000 book, The America We Deserve, which I have an audiobook on my YouTube channel of, he said this: "Dear Donald, keep fighting. America deserves better leadership." So at a time when politics was becoming darker and dirtier, JFK Jr. was waking up to the real world. He was planning to expose corruption, questioning the deep state. He was building influence that couldn't be controlled. And in 1999, just as John was preparing for an even bigger move, maybe even a Senate run against Hillary Rodham Clinton, he died in a suspicious plane crash off the coast of Martha's Vineyard. So what was John F. Kennedy Jr. about to reveal, and who wanted him silenced forever? In the days before his crash, John warned close friends that he was onto something big, that George Magazine's next series would be a bombshell. He even penned letters criticizing Joe Biden and praising Donald Trump. He was preparing to expose names tied to the globalist structure built after his father's death. And just days before announcing his Senate run, he was gone.
I think she's going to win. I think it's going to be wonderful for New York.
He was preparing to expose names tied to the globalist structure built after his father's death. And just days before announcing his Senate run, he was gone. Here's the theory. JFK Jr.'s death wasn't an accident. He was lured into flying late, in a no-lights, stormy flight path, without proper air traffic control warnings, and according to leaked radar data, multiple unknown aircraft were reported in the same airspace that night. And conveniently, this crash removed the last Kennedy with a real shot at reclaiming the White House. America had lost a son, and maybe lost his second chance at Camelot.
And what happened to your foot here? You're in a cast this evening.
Yeah, I'm in a cast. I broke my ankle. I was playing sports, and first weekend of the summer, and
I'm laid up for a couple weeks.
So I guess we won't see you racing around the course tonight in a 328, will we?
No, I asked them if they have any automatics, but...
Now we're going to take a look at one of the most controversial subjects in this documentary, the Clinton connection, adoration turned tragedy. It's one of the most iconic photos of the 20th century. A young Bill Clinton, wide-eyed, hopeful, shaking the hand of President John F. Kennedy. He was only in high school then, and in that handshake, Bill Clinton found inspiration. He idolized JFK. He modeled his early political dreams after the Kennedys: youth, vigor, and hope. But by the late 1990s, those dreams collided with brutal political realities. George magazine even criticized Bill Clinton for his relationship with Monica Lewinsky. And Hillary Rodham Clinton, First Lady of the United States, was preparing to run for Senate in New York City, a seat that many insiders say was already promised to her. And standing in her way, JFK Jr., the man who could have easily swept the state and the nation on the magic of his family name alone. So was Bill Clinton involved in a plot against JFK Jr.? It's not that simple. Friends say Bill Clinton truly admired the Kennedys. In his heart, he didn't want to harm them. But in 1999, Bill Clinton was deeply entangled in a second-term scandal storm, under siege from globalist donors and the politically concerned. He was politically cornered. In the shadow world of political politics, in the shadow world of power politics, loyalty sometimes comes second to survival. Remember, it wasn't just the Clintons playing the game. After JFK's death, the same forces, rogue intelligence, mob financiers, corrupt power brokers, they stayed alive. James Files said it best, although some say he's lying. The machine kept running, we just changed the drivers. Facing re-election, impeachment threats, and a deep state system that had crushed others before him, Bill Clinton may have been forced to look the other way, or worse, forced to allow something tragic to happen. In July 1999, just days before John's scheduled announcement for Senate, his plane vanished. The timing, too perfect. The investigation, rushed. The evidence, buried. And with John gone, Hillary Clinton's path to the Senate was wide open. And according to new research, shadow groups like MJ-12 or Operation 40 were born from the darkest Cold War secrets and still operated through the Clinton and Bush administrations in the 1990s. They controlled black budgets. They funded advanced weapons with drug money from secret CIA operations at places like Mena, Arkansas. And JFK Jr., his rise could have exposed it all. He had already begun using George magazine to hint at government corruption, to push for a new political revolution, just like RFK. And in the end, it wasn't just the Clintons or the Bushes who needed him silenced. It was the entire machine. Eyewitnesses, classified reports, FBI insiders all point to the same method. A C-4 bomb detonated by a pressure switch at cruising altitude. In other words, the altitude triggered the explosion, engineered to look like an accident. And after the explosion, the Pentagon seized control of the crash scene within hours. The Coast Guard was sidelined, the FAA was muzzled, even the media was ordered to silence. It was just enough to close the case quietly. John Jr. trusted America, trusted his own government, and trusted his friends. But he was betrayed by those he thought he could trust the most. The same forces that ended his father's dream in Dallas ended his life over the cold Atlantic. He wasn't just a magazine editor. He wasn't just a Kennedy. He was a real threat to the political machine, and they knew it. So who gained from John's death? Hillary Clinton took the New York Senate seat. George W. Bush took the White House, and the deep state, CIA, and MJ-12 kept their black budgets intact. And America lost its last best hope. JFK Jr. wasn't perfect. He didn't want to be a king. He didn't want to be a martyr. He just wanted to be a good man in a country that had forgotten what that meant. He carried the burden of a legacy soaked in blood. He dreamed of reclaiming Camelot, without the lies, without the murders, and without the corruption. But in America, in 1999, good men were still seen as threats. According to documents reportedly shown to George magazine before John's death,
A file known as the Gemstone File exposed a chilling link, placing George H.W. Bush in Dallas on the day of his father's assassination, not as a spectator, but as an asset. Former intelligence agents claimed George magazine had obtained this file, and that JFK Jr. was preparing to publish it. The issue never ran. Instead, 3 bodies vanished beneath the waves. The black box went missing, and witnesses went silent. Is it possible these authorities have been lying to us the whole time? And during its tenure, George was the most widely read political magazine in the U.S. In 2018, Christopher Fulton wrote in his book, The Inheritance, Poisoned Fruit in the JFK Assassination, that upon meeting JFK Jr., he said, "Mr. Kennedy, with all due respect, I knew I wanted to make this deal with you, that's why I'm here, but I'm not really entirely sure about why you want to interview me." JFK Jr. replied, "Because, Christopher, you are part of the chain of custody of material evidence in my father's assassination. The Inheritance is the story of how Christopher Fulton came to own the watch JFK was wearing when he was assassinated, and how owning the watch came to ruin Fulton's life because it was the last link to who actually killed Kennedy. President Kennedy was gifted a Cartier which shortly before his assassination he was wearing, and when he was murdered. The watch was then given to Bobby Kennedy along with other personal effects belonging to the president. Bobby entrusted Evelyn Lincoln, the president's personal secretary, with the Cartier watch and a treasure trove of presidential personal items and files. She guarded them for many years until her death, and Christopher Fulton claims to have acquired the watch through a second party during the distribution of Evelyn's estate. The nefarious forces who were involved in the president's killing were aware of this exchange, and Mr. Fulton claims his life was turned upside down by criminal events brought against him related to his possession of the watch. The Cartier watch could very well be the last solid evidence that could destroy the credibility of the Warren Commission forever. The watch would have been contaminated with the president's DNA when he was assassinated, and would have also held traces of mercury from the bullets that killed him, just like James Files said. Mercury is used in the manufacture of frangible exploding bullets. Had the watch been properly analyzed, it might have created embarrassing and criminal inquiries into the president's murder. The fiction of Oswald being characterized as a lone-known assassin would be forever dispelled, and the official story of JFK's assassination and who was responsible would finally be recognized as a plethora of lies. And in his book, Mr. Fulton states the watch was sold to John Jr. through a private auction house, and that John had possession of the watch when he was murdered. In support of Mr. Fulton's story, the following excerpt was taken from Fox Business News. On the 20th anniversary of John's death, the gold Cartier watch was left to the Schlossenbergs. In fact, John was in possession of this watch. Now I want to take a look at some information regarding something called the Gemstone File. The Gemstone File is a conspiracy document attributed to Bruce Porter Roberts. In 1975, Stephanie Carabana published a skeleton key to the Gemstone File. The key is a synopsis of Roberts' documents that presents a chronicle of interlocking conspiracies, including claims that world events since the 1950s were shaped by suppressed information, the names of JFK's supposed shooters, and the connections between a number of political assassinations, which occurred within a relatively short time frame. Authors Jamie McCoshy and Robin Tudge called the book The Ultimate Original Mega Conspiracy Theory. Hollywood actor, political insider, and possible contract agent Bruce Roberts authored the Gemstone Files along with his author over many years. The original manuscripts totaled more than 1,000 pages of dark-side American history. The final draft was then divided into many segments and distributed to various trusted individuals throughout the U.S. Originally distributed by hand and mail in photocopy form, the Gemstone File has appeared in slightly revised form in Hustler magazine and on the internet. Roberts, known only as Stephanie Cariana, and conspiracy theorist Mae Brussel purportedly began gathering information in the file when Howard Hughes stole his invention for processing synthetic rubies, hence the title Gemstone. Gerald Carroll, author of Project Seek, Onassis, Kennedy, and the Gemstone Thesis, states that Robert was born in New York on October 27, 1919, and died of lung cancer in San Francisco on July 16, 1976. According to Stephanie, author of Skeleton Key and Memoirs, which contains 250 pages of actual Gemstone files, both Roberts and his father were murdered for authoring the volumes. Between 1976 and 2006, 6 books have been written based on the Skeleton Key. The file was extremely damning towards George H.W. Bush, who in 1963 was the official head of the CIA in Dallas. The obvious indictment of the FBI and Dallas PD, and their subsequent squelching of information as outlined in the file, made Ott physically ill. There was no person in federal law enforcement he could trust with this info, assuming it was even legitimate. He thought the file might be fiction, and every aspect of it, his reasoning, intent, learning, instinct, and research supported that conclusion. But he wondered why his client even had such a file, and why, if he died suspiciously, he would want the file sent to Beverly Hills and to Hank Greenspan of the Las Vegas Sun newspaper. Ott realized the conundrum facing him. If true, this document would shake the foundations of American government. He was inclined to shed its contents, but couldn't bring himself to do so. Instead, he kept the file hidden until a chance meeting with an editor from George magazine. During the summer of 1998, Ott was involved in actively protesting the expansion of Circle 4 Farms, gigantic hog farm factory, into Iron County. His grassroots citizens organization, Citizens for Responsible and Substantial Agriculture, had received a bit of notoriety, with several AP wire stories circulating their story nationally. One such story caught the eye of George magazine. The editor and staff contacted Ott and scheduled an appointment to meet and review his story. Tell me, does John accept the official Warren Commission account of the assassination, or does he think there is more to it? At this later date, does it even matter? The editor nodded and said, of course he doesn't accept the Warren Commission, but there is not a lot he or anyone else can do about it. I guarantee you, it does indeed matter, at least to him. It is one of his major goals in life to find out the truth, Ott replied. Has he ever heard of something called the Gemstone Files? With that, the air became electrified. The editor laid down his salad fork and said, what do you know about the Gemstone? Ott answered, oh, it just might be that I have a copy of file number 5. Does that interest you? He almost screamed. You can't be serious! Are you serious? Don't kid around with something like that with me. Where did you fucking get it? The dinner was immediately over, even though their steaks were just coming from the kitchen. They had them placed in the containers to take out. The editor had to see the infamous Gemstone file immediately. He couldn't wait until the meal was finished. It was late on Saturday night in Cedar City, Utah. Ott handed him the file and he refused to compensate him for it. Ott refused, asking only one thing in return. If the information proved out to be genuine, he wanted to know. He wanted justice to be served, and the guilty parties prosecuted. Ott was awakened the next morning at 5 a.m. John's editor explained that he had been up all night reading the file. He had called John directly and was instructed to fly it back immediately for John. John again offered to compensate Ott up to $10,000 for the information. He said it was that good. Ott politely refused and gently reminded him of his earlier request. For him, that would be payment enough. The rest of 1998 went by quickly. The national political stage was being set. George H.W. Bush was seeking to secure the nomination to run against Vice President Al Gore. And on July 5, 1999, Ott's home phone rang. His wife Joan answered it and said, True, it's for you. As he answered, a very polite, masculine voice on the other end said, Hello, True Ott. Do you have a moment to speak? This is John Kennedy calling. Ott immediately asked him to hold and went to the privacy of his home office to take the call. After a few minutes of small talk, he told Ott, Well, I understand that you want to know what I think of your file. I want you to know that I've spent over 6 figures in private investigators to verify its contents, I can say to you without hesitation that its contents are indeed factual. As a matter of fact, because of this file, a federal grand jury will be convening within the next few weeks. It is my opinion, as well as my attorneys, that this federal grand jury will pass down an indictment against George Herbert Walker Bush for conspiracy to commit murder against my father, and will also indict others as the evidence unfolds. If George W. thinks he can run for dog catcher after this grand jury convenes and his father is indicted, he is sorely mistaken. Ott was thrilled, yet deeply saddened by John's disclosures. He asked John how he felt about making this information public. Did he understand that it would shake American politics, especially the Republican Party, to its very foundation? John Jr. replied, "Yes, I do realize the gravity of the story and my accusations, but the guilty must be brought to justice." Ott pressed, But Mr. Kennedy, how do you feel?" The phone went silent for a minute or two. Then John replied, "I feel like a mighty weight has been lifted from my shoulders. For the first time in my life, I feel empowered. I feel my father's spirit beside me on this. And finally, I can exorcise a few demons from my own life." He was emotional and very close to tears. Ott was as well. He would forever be a part of American history. He had helped a brother's search for truth. He warned John to be careful, suggesting that such actions were potentially very dangerous. John agreed and said that he was taking every precaution. Then, in a quiet voice, he asked Ott for his banking account, wanting to wire $50,000 to Watt's account. Ott declined, saying, "Give it to charity. I don't think it is right to accept money for such a terrible, informative document. I am totally satisfied knowing the file went to the right person that needed it the very most. Above all, John, please be careful." John thanked Ott profusely and said that he wished there were more people in America like true Ott. He said that someday he would somehow return the favor. Ott liked that. It was good to have a friend such as John F. Kennedy Jr. But a little over 2 weeks later, on July 16, 1999, John Kennedy Jr., along with his wife and her sister, were killed in a plane crash en route to Hyannis Port for a family wedding. Ott's new friend was gone, and the guilty involved in both murders have still not been punished. There is no doubt whatsoever why John was killed. It was not an accident. Ott was informed that the original gemstone file was lost with John's plane. Wisely, Ott had sent a copy of the file to his attorney in Washington, D.C., fearing for himself and for his family. He has not made the file available to anyone since that time. Columnist Jack Anderson saw the file several years ago and has declined to discuss it with anyone. "Best to let sleeping dogs lie," he said. "The sobering truth is that the criminal cartel running the United States is simply too big and too powerful for the common man to fight." George H.W. Bush is on record stating he couldn't remember where he was when JFK was assassinated. Apparently he and E. Howard Hunt were the only 2 people on the planet over the age of 5 who didn't know where they were on 12/30, on July 22nd, on November 22nd, 1963. And CIA documents prove that George H.W. Bush was in Houston shortly after JFK was assassinated. Specifically, he was at Zapta Oil, the company he worked for. And there is no reference to George H.W. Bush in any official capacity. It was just a private citizen who had heard some gossip about a potential assassin named Mr. George Parrott, Mr. James Parrott. Interesting, the actual assassin was Mr. James Files. It turns out that Mr. Parrott was nothing more than an individual who painted campaign signs for the local Republican headquarters. Assassination was not even in this man's realm of consciousness. George H.W. Bush needed to go on record regarding his whereabouts the morning of the Kennedy killing. Parrott was the perfect stooge. Local Republican headquarters, the perfect stage. Bush could control everything. Although Bush claimed he couldn't remember where he was, researchers have been able to locate his whereabouts. Additional evidence of George H.W. Bush being in Dallas, and more importantly, proof of his intelligence background with the CIA, was disclosed 1 week after the JFK assassination pursuant to a document released by J. Edgar Hoover. This document surfaced in 1988 when George H.W. Bush was running for president. He was asked to comment since it implicated he had an intelligence background with the CIA. The 41st president said, "It must be another George H.W. Bush in the CIA." Although difficult to read, the last paragraph on the preceding memorandum from J. Edgar Hoover says, "The substance of the foregoing information was orally furnished to Mr. George Bush of the Central Intelligence Agency and the Captain William Edwards of the Defense Intelligence Agency on November 23, 1963, by Mr. V.T. Forsyth of this Bureau." On November 21, 1963, on the front page of the Houston Chronicle, below a picture of JFK and Lyndon Johnson, is an article headlined, "First Family Jets Towards Houston." The article quotes George H.W. Bush as saying that he hoped people of Houston, including Republicans, would offer the Kennedys and their party a warm and cordial welcome, benefiting his high office. Bush said he hopes there will be no picketing or demonstrating against the president. "I would strongly condemn this," he said. "It would be a disgrace to the president and with the high office he holds. There may be some nuts around who might do something, but they won't be Republicans." The day after the assassination, Houston Police Chief Buddy McGill admitted, "I was scared to death something like this might happen here. I never really stopped shaking the whole time he was here."
And there's no video footage of you that day. Is there still?
As far as I know, there is. And
there is?
What people have claimed and said and told and talked about. Me, I always don't know, but the FBI knew about me. I thought, knew about me from a few days afterwards, but they knew about me from day one.
David Atlee Phillips met with Oswald 2 months before the assassination. Phillips was the CIA's chief of Western Hemisphere operations.
There's one question that's not been answered. Did President Kennedy and did Bobby Kennedy know that there were assassination plans against Fidel Castro? It's an unanswered question.
The most important topic on earth, peace. What kind of a peace do I mean, and what kind of a peace do we seek? Not a Pax Americana, enforced on the world by American weapons of war. Not the peace of the grave or the security of the slave. I am talking about genuine peace, the kind of peace that makes life on earth worth living.
They never stop thinking about new ways to harm our country and our people, and neither do we.
They're the kind that enables men and nations to grow and to hope and build a better life for their children. Not merely peace for Americans, but peace for all men and women. Not merely peace in our time, but peace in all time.
Americans have known wars, but for the past 136 years, they have been wars on foreign soil, except for one Sunday in 1941.
I speak of peace because of the new face of war. Total war makes no sense in an age where great powers can maintain large and relatively invulnerable nuclear forces and refuse to surrender without resort to those forces. It makes no sense in an age where a single nuclear weapon contains almost 10 times the explosive force delivered by all the Allied air forces in the Second World War.
Grab the next one. Grab the.
It makes no sense in an age when the deadly poisons produced by a nuclear exchange would be carried by wind and water and soil and seed to the far corners of the globe and to generations yet unborn. Today, the expenditure of billions of dollars every year on weapons acquired for the purpose of making sure we never need them is essential to the keeping of peace. But surely the acquisition of such idle stockpiles, which can only destroy and never create, is not the only, much less the most efficient, means of assuring peace.
These demands are not open to negotiation or discussion.
And towards freedom and peace here at home. First, examine our attitude towards peace itself. Too many of us think it is impossible. Too many think it is unreal. But that is a dangerous, defeatist belief. It leads to the conclusion that war is inevitable.
By our will, by our steadfast determination, by our courage, we will prevail in the war, first war of the 21st century.
I am not referring to the absolute, infinite concept of universal peace and goodwill, of which some fantasies and fanatics dream. I do not deny the value of hopes and dreams, but we merely invite discouragement and incredulity by making that our only and immediate goal. Let us focus instead on a more practical, more attainable peace.
And it is true that much of the intelligence turned out to be wrong. As president, I'm responsible.
Based not on a sudden revolution in human nature, but on a gradual evolution in human institutions, on a series of concrete actions and effective agreements which are in the interests of all concerned. There is no single simple key to this peace, no grand or magic formula to be adopted by one or two powers. Genuine peace must be the product of many nations.
About this notion of a curse on the family. Teddy Kennedy once spoke about it in public.
He did, and that was only 30 years ago, and we've seen other evidence of it. You know, you just have to think of, Peter, other families in American history, other famous families, who has had this kind of recurrent, horrible bad luck and tragedy.
So did John uncover the final truth of his father's death? Was he preparing to name names and restart Camelot in a new century? We may never know the full answer, but in the long shadows cast by the Clintons, the Bushes, and an intelligence community built on silence, the Kennedy light still flickers, and truth doesn't drown. They buried the bodies, but they couldn't bury the questions. I think we just solved Kennedy.
In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. We should take nothing for granted. Only an alert and knowledgeable citizenry can compel the proper meshing of the huge industrial and military machinery of defense with our peaceful methods and goals, so that security and liberty may prosper together.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society, and we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society by imitating its arbitrary restrictions. Even today, there is little value in ensuring the survival of our nation if our traditions do not survive with it. And there is very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control. And no official of my administration, whether his rank is high or low, civilian or military, should interpret my words here tonight as an excuse to censor the news, to stifle dissent, to cover up our mistakes, or to withhold from the press and the public the facts they deserve to know. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed. No president should fear public scrutiny of his program, for from that scrutiny comes understanding, and from that understanding comes support or opposition, and both are necessary. I am not asking your newspapers to support an administration, but I am asking your help in the tremendous task of informing and alerting the American people. For I have complete confidence in the response and dedication of our citizens whenever they are fully informed. I not only could not stifle controversy among your readers, I welcome it. This administration intends to be candid about its errors. For as a wise man once said, an error doesn't become a mistake until you refuse to correct it. We intend to accept full responsibility for our errors, and we expect you to point them out when we miss them. Without debate, without criticism, no administration and no country can succeed, and no republic can survive. That is why the Athenian lawmaker Solon decreed it a crime for any citizen to shrink from controversy. And that is why our press was protected by the First Amendment, the only business in America specifically protected by the Constitution, not primarily to amuse and entertain, not to emphasize the trivial and the sentimental, not to simply give the public what it wants, but to inform, to arouse, to reflect, to state our dangers and our opportunities.
My favorite poem, my favorite poet was Aeschylus. He once wrote, "Even in our sleep, pain which cannot forget falls drop by drop on the heart, until in our own despair, against our will, comes wisdom through the awful grace of God."
I attended my first Democratic convention at the age of 6 in 1960. And back then, the Democrats were the champions of the Constitution, of civil rights. The Democrats stood against authoritarianism, against censorship, against colonialism, imperialism, and unjust wars. We were the party of labor, of the working class. The Democrats were the party of government transparency and the champion of the environment. Our party was the bulwark against big money interests and corporate power. True to its name, it was the party of democracy. As you know, I left that party in October because it had departed so dramatically from the core values that I grew up with. It had become the party of war, censorship, corruption, big pharma, big tech, big ag, and big money. When it abandoned democracy by canceling the primary to conceal the cognitive decline of the sitting president, I left the party to run as an independent. The mainstream of American politics and journalism derided my decision. Conventional wisdom said that it would be impossible even to get on the ballot as an independent because each state poses an insurmountable tangle of arbitrary rules for collecting signatures. I would need over 1 million signatures, something no presidential candidate in history had ever achieved. And then I'd need a team of attorneys and millions of dollars to handle all the legal challenges from the DNC. The naysayers told us that we were climbing a glass version of Mount Impossible. So the first thing I want to tell you is that we proved them wrong. We did it because beneath the radar of mainstream media organs, we inspired a massive independent political movement. More than 100,000 volunteers sprang into action, hopeful that they could reverse our nation's decline.
After the Secret Service discovered cocaine in the West Wing of the White House, Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said President Biden expected a thorough investigation.
The president thinks it's very important to get to the bottom of this.
But after just 10 days, the Secret Service closed its investigation, unable to identify whose cocaine it was and how it got inside the White House.
I started taking drugs soon after my dad's death. I started when I was 15 years old. I didn't like being an addict. I wanted to stop. And that's when I picked up this book called Synchronicity by Carl Jung. Jung was a disciple of Freud's, and they were kind of the co-fathers of modern psychiatry. Jung says people who believe in God get better faster, and that the recovery is more durable than people who do not. And so I just said there's God up there watching me 24 hours a day, and that life is just a series of tests. And every day is broken to about 40 different decisions, and I invested each one of those decisions with a moral dimension. For example, when the alarm goes off in the morning, do I stay in bed with my indolent thoughts, or do I jump right out of bed and get the day going? Do I hang up the towels after I get out of my shower? Or do I say, that's somebody else's job, I'm too busy for that, I'm too important for that? But 6 weeks after I got sober, my life began to get big quickly.
We want to welcome you to the White House, particularly because this belongs to all of you and because it's so intimately connected with the best in American history.
I was about the third or fourth person in, and he started here, and I sort of muscled my way up. And
So to be clear, you're not concerned about anything that could come out about you and Jeffrey Epstein?
My plane rides with Jeffrey Epstein, I took 2 plane rides with him. Once in 1993, when I went down to visit my mother in Palm Beach. Remember, nobody knew about anything about Jeffrey Epstein's nefarious activities until 2006. He was a public figure and a big philanthropist. My wife knew his girlfriend, Glenn Maxwell, and they offered us a ride when we were going down to see my mother. I was with 2 children and my wife out on the plane at that time. I knew nothing about Jeffrey Epstein. And then I think 1 or 2 years later, we took my kids fossil hunting on the Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota. And those are, that was the extent of anything that I had to do with Jeffrey Epstein's airplane. Of course, I ran across Jeffrey Epstein at parties, at fundraisers, the Robin Hood fundraiser in New York. But other than that, I had no relationship with him.
Well, I knew him like everybody in Palm Beach knew him. People in Palm Beach knew him. He was a fixture in Palm Beach. I had a falling out with him a long time ago. I don't think I've spoken to him for 15 years. I wasn't a fan. I was not, a long time ago. I'd say maybe 15 years. I was not a fan of his. That I can tell you. I was not a fan of his.
He's now a free man after 6 months were shaved off of his sentence. Why? He's helping the government.
Today, I'm here to tell you that I will not allow your efforts to go to waste. I'm here to tell you that I will leverage your tremendous accomplishments to serve the ideals that we share, the ideals of peace, of prosperity, of freedom, of health, all the ideals that motivated my campaign. I'm here today to describe the path forward that you've opened with your commitment and with your hard labors. A few hours after his assassination attempt at Butler, I got a call from a safe food advocate named Kelly Mees, who's been fighting for many years to try to end the corruption at CDC and FDA and USDA. And these institutions, these regulatory agencies, are actually run by the big food processing companies, the big ag and the chemical companies that they're supposed to regulate. And he said to me that he'd been advising me for many years and on my campaign. And he told me that night that he was also advising President Trump. And he asked if I would talk to President Trump. And I said, of course. And about a few minutes later, I got a call from the president. And we talked. We had a very good talk. And then he invited me to come see him the next day. And I went to Minneapolis and saw him. We met again a couple of weeks later in Florida. And we talked about, not about the things that separate us because we don't agree on everything, but on the values and the issues that bind us together.
I have a lot of respect for RFK Jr. You know that. I've known him a long time. Very smart, a little bit different, and that's okay. But he's a very smart guy. He's loved by a lot of people, and I'm hearing that he wants to leave. Don't forget he was treated very unfairly. I think he would have beaten Biden in a primary. The Kennedy name and him in particular. I think he would have beaten Biden in a primary, and they made it impossible. They said you have to get 70% of the vote just to qualify or something. They created standards that nobody could have met. Biden couldn't have met him. And I think he would have lost Biden, and they really treated him very badly. Then he went out as an independent, and it's a tough thing to do.
Robert Kennedy talks about the trouble in our cities.
I mean, we got to get this stopped. It's going to get out of hand completely.
I agree. But I think that we just have to make sure that people have jobs. I think we have to move away from welfare and the dole and the handout. The conditions are worse, not better, over the period of the last 5 years, and so that they filled with despair, feel they have nothing to lose, and then they turn to this lawlessness. It doesn't excuse it, and we can't tolerate it. I think we should bring in the private sector, too, in a more active way. And not just have the federal government in Washington running it. Bring in the private sector and decentralize it so that it's brought back to the people and not have just programs run out of luck. I think that's true in all of these efforts. The people themselves know better how to do this than they do in Washington.
Kennedy. Oregon can make the difference.
For the past 16 months, Bobby has run an extraordinary campaign for President of the United States. I know, because he also went after me a couple of times. I didn't like it. And I mean this sincerely. Had he been allowed to enter the Democrat primary, he would have easily beaten Joe Biden, but they wouldn't let him in. They put up rules. I've never seen rules like he had to have 65% of the vote in order to run, you know, little things like that. His candidacy has inspired millions and millions of Americans, raised critical issues that have been too long ignored in this country, and brought together people from across the political spectrum in a positive campaign, grounded in the American values of his father, Robert Kennedy, a great man, and his uncle, President John F. Kennedy. And I know that they are looking down right now, and they are very, very proud of Bobby. I'm proud of Bobby, you want to know the truth. And I don't think I've ever introduced anyone that got applause like he just got. I must tell you, I don't think it's true. I don't think I've ever introduced anybody that got applause like that. Soon after I was, can't even believe I have to say this, nearly assassinated in Pennsylvania last month, Bobby called me to express his best wishes He knows firsthand the risks incurred by leaders who stand up to the corrupt political establishment. When you stand up, you bring on some trouble for yourself, but you have to do what's right. You have to do what's right for the country. I will tell you, we are both in this to do what's right for the country. That's one thing I can tell you. He lost his father and uncle in service to our country, and Bobby himself was subject to repeated threats to his safety during the course of his campaign while being denied protection by the Harris-Biden administration. And this is a tribute in honor of Bobby. I am announcing tonight that upon my election, I will establish a new independent presidential commission on assassination attempts. And they will be tasked with releasing all of the remaining documents pertaining to the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. And they will also conduct a rigorous review of the attack last month. But I tell you, I have never had more people ask me, please release the documents on the Kennedy assassination. And we're going to do that. And I also want to salute Bobby's decades of work as an advocate for the health of our families and our children. Nobody's done more. Millions and millions of Americans who want clean air, clean water, and a healthy nation have concerns about toxins in our environment and pesticides in our food. That's why today I'm repeating my pledge to establish a panel of top experts working with Bobby to investigate what is causing the decades-long increase in chronic health problems and childhood diseases, including autoimmune disorders, autism, obesity, infertility, and many more. We want every child in America to grow up and to live a long and healthy life.
For 19 years, I prayed every morning that God would put me in a position to end this calamity. This is a spiritual journey for me. I reached my decision through deep prayer, and I asked myself, what choices must I make to maximize my chances to save America's children and restore national health? I felt that if I refused this opportunity, I would not be able to look myself in the mirror, knowing that I could have saved lives of countless children. President Trump has told me that he wants this to be his legacy. The most unifying theme for all Americans is that we all love our children. Ultimately, the only thing that will save our country and our children is if we choose to love our kids more than we hate each other.
I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy.
For we meet in an hour of change and challenge, in a decade of hope and fear, in an age of both knowledge and ignorance. The greater our knowledge increases, the greater our ignorance unfolds. Despite the striking fact that most of the scientists that the world has ever known are alive and working today, despite the fact that this nation's own scientific manpower is doubling every 12 years in a rate of growth more than 3 times that of our population as a whole, despite that, the vast stretches of the unknown and the unanswered and the unfinished still far outstrip our collective comprehension. No man can fully grasp how far and how fast we have come. But condense, if you will, the 50,000 years of man's recorded history in a time span of but a half a century. Stated in these terms, we know very little about the first 40 years, except at the end of them, advanced man had learned to use the skins of animals to cover them. Then about 10 years ago, under this standard, man emerged from his caves to construct other kinds of shelter. Only 5 years ago, man learned to write and use a cart with wheels. Christianity began less than 2 years ago. The printing press came this year. And then less than 2 months ago, during this whole 50-year span of human history, the steam engine provided a new source of power. Newton explored the meaning of gravity. Last month, electric lights and telephones and automobiles and airplanes became available. Only last week did we develop penicillin and television and nuclear power. And now, if America's new spacecraft succeeds in reaching Venus, we will have literally reached the stars before midnight tonight. This is a breathtaking pace, and such a pace cannot help but create new ills as it dispels old. New ignorance, new problems, new dangers. Surely the opening vistas of space promise high costs and hardships, as well as high reward. So it is not surprising that some would have us stay where we are a little longer, to rest, to wait. But this city of Houston, this state of Texas, this country of the United States was not built by those who waited and rested and wished to look behind them. This country was conquered by those who move forward, and so will space. William Bradford, speaking in 1630 of the founding of the Plymouth Bay Colony, said that all great and honorable actions are accompanied with great difficulties, and both must be enterprised and overcome with answerable courage. If this capsule history of our progress teaches us anything, it is that man in his quest for knowledge and progress is determined and cannot be deterred. The exploration of space will go ahead, whether we join in it or not. And it is one of the great adventures of all time. And no nation which expects to be the leader of other nations can expect to stay behind in this race for space. Those who came before us made certain that this country rode the first waves of the Industrial Revolution, the first waves of modern invention, and the first wave of nuclear power. And this generation does not intend to founder in the backwash of the coming age of space. We mean to be a part of it. We mean to lead it. For the eyes of the world now look into space, to the moon, and to the planets beyond. And we have vowed that we shall not see it governed by a hostile flag of conquest, but by a banner of freedom and peace. We have vowed that we shall not see space filled with weapons of mass destruction, but with instruments of knowledge and understanding. Yet the vows of this nation can only be fulfilled if we in this nation are first, and therefore we intend to be first. We set sail on this new sea because there is new knowledge to be gained and new rights to be won, and they must be won and used for the progress of all people. For space science, like nuclear science and all technology, has no conscience of its own. Whether it will become a force for good or ill depends on man. And only if the United States occupies a position of preeminence can we help decide whether this new ocean will be a sea of peace or a new terrifying theater of war. I do not say that we should or will go unprotected against the hostile misuse of space any more than we go unprotected against the hostile use of land or sea. But I do say that space can be explored and mastered without feeding the fires of war, without repeating the mistakes that man has made in extending his writ around this globe of ours. There is no strife, no prejudice, no national conflict in outer space as yet. Its hazards are hostile to us all. Its conquest deserves the best of all mankind, and its opportunity for peaceful cooperation may never come again. But why, some say, the moon? Why choose this as our goal? And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain? Why, 35 years ago, fly the Atlantic? Why does Rice play Texas? We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win, and the others too. It is for these reasons that I regard the decision last year to shift our efforts in space from low to high gear as among the most important decisions that will be made during my incumbency in the office of the presidency. In the last 24 hours, we have seen facilities now being created for the greatest and most complex exploration in man's history. We have felt the ground shake and the air shattered by the testing of a Saturn C-1 booster rocket, many times as powerful as the Atlas which launched John Glenn, generating power equivalents to 10,000 automobiles with their accelerator on the floor. We have seen the site where 5 F-1 rocket engines, each one as powerful as all 8 engines of the Saturn combined, will be clustered together to make the advanced Saturn missile, assembled in a new building to be built at Cape Canaveral, as tall as a 48-story structure, as wide as a city block, and as long as 2 lengths of this field. Within these last 19 months, at least 45 satellites have circled the Earth. Some 40 of them were made in the United States of America, and they were far more sophisticated and supplied far more knowledge to the people of the world than those of the Soviet Union. The great British explorer George Mallory, who was to die on Mount Everest, was asked why did he want to climb it. He said, because it is there. Well, space is there, and we're going to climb it. And the moon and the planets are there, and new hopes for knowledge and peace are there. And therefore, as we set sail, we ask God's blessing on the most hazardous and dangerous and greatest adventure on which man has ever embarked. Thank you.
The dramatic achievements in space which occurred in recent weeks should have made clear to us all, as did the Sputnik in 1957, the impact of this adventure on the minds of men everywhere who are attempting to make a determination of which road they should take. Since early in my term, our efforts in space have been under review. With the advice of the Vice President, who is chairman of the National Space Council, we have examined where we are strong and where we are not, where we may succeed and where we may not.
Now it is time to take longer strides. Time for a great new American enterprise. Time for this nation to take a clearly leading role in space achievement, which in many ways may hold the key to our future on Earth. I believe we possess all the resources and talents necessary, but the facts of the matter are that we have never made the national decisions or marshaled the national resources required for such leadership. We have never specified long-range goals on an urgent time schedule or managed our resources and our time so as to ensure their fulfillment. I therefore ask the Congress, above and beyond the increases I have earlier requested for space activities, to provide the funds which are needed to meet the following national goals. First, I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal, before this decade is out, of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth. No single space project in this period will be more impressive to mankind or more important for the long-range exploration of space, and none will be so difficult or expensive to accomplish.
Go ahead, Mr. President. This is Houston out.
Hello, Neil and Buzz. I'm talking to you by telephone from the Oval Room at the White House. And this certainly has to be the most historic telephone call ever made from the White House. I just can't tell you how proud we all are of what you have done. For every American, this has to be the proudest day of our lives. And for people all over the world, I am sure that they too join with Americans in recognizing what an immense feat this is. Because of what you have done, the heavens have become a part of man's world. And as you talk to us from the Sea of Tranquility, it inspires us to redouble our efforts to bring peace and tranquility to Earth. For one priceless moment in the whole history of man, all the people on this earth are truly one. One in their pride in what you have done, and one in our prayers that you will return safely to Earth.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor and privilege.
Based on the calculations we've done, we can actually do lunar surface missions with no propellant production on the surface of the moon. So if we do a high elliptic parking orbit for the ship and retank in a high elliptic orbit, we can go all the way to the moon and back with no local propellant production on the moon. So I think that would enable the creation of moon base alpha or some sort of lunar base. Yeah, it's quite captivating. So you can also see, for example, how do you transfer cargo from the cargo bay down to the ground is a crane. It's not very complicated. Yeah, but so this will enable the creation of a lunar base. And it's 2017. I mean, we should have a lunar base by now. What the hell's going on?
My administration is reclaiming America's heritage as the world's greatest spacefaring nation. The essence of the American character is to explore new horizons and to tame new frontiers. But our destiny beyond the Earth is not only a matter of national identity, but a matter of national security. So important for our military, so important, and people don't talk about it. When it comes to defending America, it is not enough to merely have an American presence in space. We must have American dominance in space. So important. Very importantly, I'm hereby directing the Department of Defense and Pentagon to immediately begin the process necessary to establish a Space Force as the 6th branch of the armed forces. That's a big statement. We are going to have the Air Force and we are going to have the Space Force, separate but equal.
Everybody in the world needs to be this. Everybody in the world needs to see it. It was unbelievable. I mean, the little things are weightlessness. But to see the blue cover go whip by you, and now you're staring into blackness, that's the thing. The covering of blue, this sheet, this blanket, this comforter of blue that we have around. We think, oh, that's blue sky. And then suddenly you shoot through it all of a sudden, as though you whip off a sheet off you when you're asleep. And you're looking into blackness, into black ugliness. And you look down, and there's the blue down there, and the black up there, and it's just, there is Mother and Earth and comfort, and there is there death? I don't know. Is that death? Is that the way death is? Whoop, and it's gone.
So as president, I will sign historic legislation creating a Space National Guard until I spoke to somebody that's a great guy, very much a fan of yours, Marco Rubio. I said, what do you think? He said, I love this. I love it. I love it. So we're going to do that. Space Force has been very important. Very, very important. When I did that, the other people came in, they wanted to end it, and they were just hammered because people realized how important. We were getting just destroyed in space, and now we're leading. We are leading with all of the major metrics in space. Russia and China were killing us because we didn't really have a focus on it. And once you did that, we have a focus, and now we're leading in space. Throughout the armed forces, we will make a historic investment in building a U.S. military for the 21st century, investing heavily in drones, robotics, artificial intelligence. At the suggestion of Elon Musk, who has given me his complete and total endorsement. That's nice, 'cause he's a smart guy. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. It's very, very much appreciated. I will create a government efficiency commission tasked with conducting a complete financial and performance audit of the entire federal government and making recommendations for drastic reforms. We need to do it. Can't go on the way we are now. And Elon, because he's not very busy, has agreed to head that task force. Be interesting. If he has the time, that'd be a good one to do it. But he's agreed to do it.
Do we have enough resources on Mars such that if the spaceships from Earth stop coming,
you can survive?
Yeah. So now you could only be just missing one little thing. You'd be like, you're on a long sea voyage, and the only thing you're missing is vitamin C. Still not good. It's only a matter of time, you know.
Yeah.